Forward: The Foucault Phenomenon, The Problems of Style by Paul A. Bove. Quotes, "The aim of critique is not the ends of man or of reason, but in the end, the overman, the overcome, overtaken man. The point of critique is not justification, but a different way of feeling, another sensibility." End quote. Quote, "But after all, this was a proper task of a history of thought, as against a history of behaviors or representations, to define the conditions in which human beings problematize what they are, what they do, and the world in which they live." End quote. Quote, "What did Zarathustra steal this bite from the devil? Well then, we wish you a good meal." End quote. Many of Foucault's most telling statements, often some of his weakest and most controversial, come in interviews and occasional essays. They often occur in an admonitory mode, when he tries to connect the very self-interested images of him and his work that scholars create in line with their own intellectual, political, and professional needs. Because there is commonly such a buzz of contradictory comment going on around him, as his friends and enemies push him to the left, right, and center, or sometimes off the political spectrum altogether, Foucault would assert that it proves what he contends: conventional categories don't really fit him. He is posing an entirely new and different set of questions about a whole range of sometimes unthought of matters. Since his early death in 1984, that left so many of his projects incomplete, the academic effort to appropriate, correct, or dismiss Foucault has gone on even more intensely. Sometimes brilliantly, sometimes stupidly, and sometimes with troubling seriousness. The Foucault debate is so profitable that it has a peculiar academic allure. It attracts the attention of anyone who hopes to consider Foucault and tempts him or her to write an essay instead about the ongoing conversation. Where so many renowned professors gather to argue, there is an air of excitement, energy, and significance that draws one with its promise of pleasure, stimulation, and reward. One of my interests in this forward is to analyze some parts of the structure of reception that incorporates Foucault into North American academic intellectual circles, especially philosophy and literary criticism, both to get some insights into the apparatus underlying these structures, and to preserve some of Foucault's originary value as a critical alternative to them. Moreover, it seems to me, examining how these academic circles function in dealing with Foucault, whose own work is so forcefully critical of their knowledge politics, will provide a privileged insight into some aspects of these structures' workings while reclaiming something of the originary critical force of Foucault's work. A force that, as I hope to show, these structures function to dissipate. Of course, an introduction to a book on Foucault, especially a translation of one written by Gilles Deleuze, Foucault's ally and friend, unavoidably must say something about the place and position that book occupies in the Foucault debate. And one can take the occasion of its appearance to comment on and worry about the system of reception that awaits it. One can easily see that Deleuze's is the best study of Foucault to date. He treats Foucault in a style and within a problematic that, while not Foucault's own, contrasts favorably with the efforts both of analytically trained philosophers to represent Foucault in the incongruously alien style of their own professional discourse, and the ways in which significant elements of literary criticism on the left and right have appropriated and resisted him. For example, and by way of contrast with Deleuze, I would like to consider Charles Taylor's extremely careful explication and critique Foucault on freedom and truth, which follows the path taken recently by powerful thinkers such as Habermas and Nancy Fraser. In trying to oblige Foucault to answer questions about issues raised within the very systems of discourse that, as Foucault himself put it once, come from the very mindset he was trying to critique. A bit further on in the essay, I shall turn to the writings of Frederick Jameson to offer an analysis not of the entire genealogy of such a complex intellectual, but of some efforts of the political knowledge apparatus at work in the North American reception of Foucault, precisely as these appear in even such a historically aware dialectical thinker such as Jameson. Taylor's essay is worth commenting on because it is more extended than Habermas's treatment of Foucault and develops aspects of Nancy Fraser's position, although without noticing her essay. Also, Taylor is an eminent philosopher, often identified as sympathetic with continental traditions. In a way, many of his colleagues, those who take a stand against the pluralist rebels within the APA, are not. Furthermore, Taylor is a politicized intellectual, often spoken of admirably for his organic connection to resisting elements in Canadian society. For these reasons, his politically left and philosophically open attitude make him an important limit case for understanding how and to what ends analytically trained philosophers that are analytic can represent Foucault. My point about Taylor cannot be made easily by a brief quotation, but perhaps the problem can be suggested by his nearly final remark that with Foucault's last step toward acknowledging his own sources, the really interesting debate can begin on the issues which count, which Foucault's mode of expression up to now has obscured. That Taylor then goes on to identify the two issues which count is less interesting than what the italicized part of his remark suggests. His essay proceeds by allegorializing Foucault's texts, by telling stories, as the analytic philosophers like to say, or perhaps more accurately, by rephrasing the stories about power, man, history, truth, etc. He feels he finds embedded within Foucault's work. He rephrases Foucault's writings so that he can consider them in light of the history of philosophical discussion of these questions. But Taylor has set himself what he must consider a difficult task, because, as he sees it, Foucault's style obscures his stories. Taylor's practical, methodological, disciplinary response to this difficulty is not hard to sketch. He paraphrases or quotes Foucault and then rephrases the position he feels he has found badly enunciated there. As Taylor would have it, several of these positions, once adequately distilled by the analytic philosopher to release their essential points, can be seen to contradict each other, as for example when we are told that Foucault cannot hold the position he does on power and truth. Power without freedom or truth. Can there really be an analysis which raises the notion of power and which leaves no place for freedom or truth? There is no point to debating Taylor's reading of Foucault. Given Taylor's aims and the disciplinary burdens inscribed within his techniques, the effects of which quite precisely are to produce such comments, a serious debate, one that raised the question of determining forces as such, could not be carried out. Such a debate would inevitably have to come to the point of asking Taylor to examine critically and that means here historically, politically, and genealogically, the value of his discipline's values. It would mean, rather obviously, taking up the kind of critique carried out by Nietzsche in On the Genealogy of Morals, and extended by Foucault to matters of institutions, politics, and knowledge production. But, as I shall try to show, these are precisely among the very questions it is Taylor's disciplinary function to deflect. Despite his sympathies for European philosophy and its presumed status as inorganic intellectual. What we have, then, when we read Taylor on Foucault is a doubled appearance. He seems to be trying simply to clarify Foucault for our benefits, but this points to another appearance. He is writing Foucault into the discourse of analytic philosophy, and so making him more available for discussion and correction. This last makes Taylor vulnerable to a critique that suspects the disciplinary status of philosophy, to the kind of work done, for example, by Richard Rorty in Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature. From this point of view, Taylor appears simply as good philosophical worker, presenting more adequate, consistent, and empirically defensible stories about these traditional matters in a way that lets philosophers recognize them, that is, recollect them in the Kierkegaardian sense. Quote, for what is recollected has been, is repeated backwards. End quote. The recollection takes place by giving Foucault positions and by assigning him a site where philosophers can reason about him. This process of institutionalized recollections works because it is inscribed within a network of power knowledge that Foucault, following Nietzsche, has limned for us. Taylor's efforts to deal with Foucault must be traced to this level of inscription. Following him through the crossings of these networks will show why Foucault has done something meaningful in sketching out the power knowledge apparatus, and why many leading humanistic intellectuals misread him, namely to blunt the political consequences of his critique of the disciplines, their discourses, and their own positions within the knowledge power apparatus. Tracing these reflected levels of work means beginning with a critique of the readily apparent in Taylor's reading of Foucault. Within the general procedures of allegoricalization Taylor employs, one specific instance of Taylor's practice stands out, unsurprisingly, essentially problematic, namely his discussion of Foucault's famous figure, the regime of truth. Here is the first passage Taylor quotes. Quote, each society has its regime of truth, its general politics of truth. That is, the types of discourse which it accepts and makes function as true, the mechanisms and instances which enable one to distinguish true and false statements, the means by which each is sanctioned, the techniques and procedures accorded value in the acquisition of truth, the status of those who are charged with saying what counts as true. End quote. Taylor's comment on this passage is simply, quote, in this relationship, Foucault sees truth as subordinated to power. End quote. Such a notion, Taylor paraphrases Foucault as saying, quote, is even more emphatically so in our society, end quotes, which leads to Taylor's second citation from Foucault, which I give with Taylor's Illusions. Quote, there can be no possible exercise of power without a certain economy of discourses of truth which operate through and on the basis of this association. We are subjected to the production of truth through power, and we cannot exercise power except through the production of truth. This is the case of every society. But I believe that in ours, the relationship between power, right, and truth is organized in a highly specific fashion. I would say that we are forced to produce the truth of power that our society demands, of which it has need, in order to function. We must speak the truth. We are constrained or condemned to confess to or discover the truth. Power never ceases its interrogation, its inquisition, its registration of truth. It institutionalizes, professionalizes, and rewards its pursuit. In the last analyses, we must produce truth as we produce wealth. End quote. Taylor then offers us a 6½ line paraphrase of this passage as a, quote, line of thought, end quote. This position, he writes, quote, is easy enough to state badly, end quote. What do we see Taylor doing? As he presents it, he cuts through Foucault's obfuscating style and restates his positions clearly and lucidly. He then says whether these positions are consistent and adequate. His chief concern is whether they make sense. Quote, I am arguing that power, in his sense, does not make sense without at least the idea of liberation. End quote. Foucault's idea of the regime relativity of truth is, quote, difficult or impossible, actually, to integrate with the logic of one's analytical discourse. End quote. If we are interested in making a second-level disciplinary critique of Taylor on this point, we might say that he has measured Foucault by certain unannounced and unexamined sets of argumentative standards of signification, which he thinks are central to reasoning itself. Whereas we might easily say that they belong rather to the constitutive practice of the discipline of which he is a leading exponent. His remarks would then be seen as wanting. We could say, in language something like its own, that he has failed to put together any demonstrative case that this certain kind of sense must be made before any thought can be found acceptable. Furthermore, as he works on Foucault's complex writing, he unspokenly assumes that sense itself must be the end of discursive writing, and that it must result from an integrated logic of analytic discourse. More interesting, though, we could distance ourselves from Taylor's language and say that he has made no effort to understand the genealogical burden of his discipline, its discourses, its institutional forms, and his place within it. We could then say he knows not what he does, but that would be to accuse him of not having done the impossible, that is, taking an ironically and historically critical position on his own disciplinary formation, so that he might then self-confidently cut across it all. In other words, it would be to accuse him of not being Nietzsche or Foucault. We must be satisfied, however, with the simpler perception that Taylor has been trained and come to accept the premium placed by his discipline upon a certain kind of thought. On this, Deleuze would clarify a great deal. That can only proceed along certain expected lines of argumentation. It should be noted that I am not saying that this alone determines Taylor's reading or the limits of his critique. We can see, then, that one tactic is fundamental to Taylor's practice throughout this essay, and we might speculate that perhaps it is a disciplinary characteristic. The reduction of Foucault's text, of his style and writing to, quote, position, end quote. We must be clear that Taylor's notion of position is not the same as the post-structuralist figure of positionality, which represents the effort to describe the historical, textual topology of a statement, argument, power, and interconnections within or across overdetermined intellectual and discursive productions. For Taylor, one's position seems to mean just a set of ideas, or an idea that one holds and tries to defend, often obscurely, by writing arguments or telling stories in an essay or book or recollection of essays and or books. I want to suggest that it is naive for Taylor to approach the task of a leading theoretician of writing, language, literature, and style as if his writing were merely a failed attempt at transparently presenting positions. Something merely unfortunately obscure. It is especially ineffective or naive when the writer is Foucault, who, perhaps even more than Gramsci, has done much to rethink, to problematize the role of the intellectual and the relations between power and the practice of discourses and disciplines. Perhaps we are now in a position to conclude that Taylor seems guilty of the very crime with which he charges Foucault. He tries to stand nowhere outside history, especially outside the historicity and cultural specificity of his own discipline's discourse and practice. In other words, by not taking his own disciplinary standards under critical historical investigation. He proceeds as if they were, and as if he were, at least as a professor of philosophy, outside the reach of historical and political determinations. We can see this in the intent and content of Taylor's essay. He wants to offer a more adequate, left-liberal political theory than Foucault's, and to do so must assume that we have progressed in truth. Not only does he make the expected assertion that evidence for this progress can be found in the history of the natural sciences, but he makes the very revelatory remark that such progress can also be found in the philosophical discourse which follows, explicates, and legitimates scientific and other truths. What is interesting about this remark is the authority it claims for analytic philosophy, especially as this is derived from its apparently secondary function of legitimating scientific truth, which now appears as a first condition of its own institutional legitimacy, and from its emulation of scientific standards. It is the kind of remark that, if we continue with our second level critique, we might say gives his game away. In turn, we could urge Taylor to take seriously, as all too many of his colleagues have not, Rorty's valuable dramatization of philosophy's status as a professional discipline and discourse. More interesting for our purposes, rather than for this second level critique, would be a reading of this remark as a trace of Taylor's wish not to think seriously about the implications of the regime of truth for professional philosophical practice. How can we read his remark in this way? By reading across Foucault's text, not with an eye to paraphrasing the connotative elements alone, but with a desire to see something of how Foucault's texts work within the power knowledge apparatus of intellectual discourse. If we re-examine the lecture from the 14th of January from 1976, from which Taylor draws the second of his extended quotations, we rediscover that it was a central part of Foucault's effort to replace the traditional philosophical question about truth, fixing limits to the rights of power, with difference in more specific ones. Quote, what rules of right are implemented by the relations of power in the production of discourses of truth? What type of power is susceptible of producing dimensions of truth that, in a society such as ours, are endowed with such potent effects? End quote. These questions precede and position the passages Taylor quotes, and it is significant that Taylor does not choose to begin his commentary with them. In other words, with his emphatic concern for internal consistency of analytic discourse and his explicatory technique of reductive paraphrase, Taylor exemplifies and embodies both the traditional philosophical question Foucault decries as problematic and the use of an unreflected but nonetheless empowered discourse of truth. The aim to establish once more reason's rights in setting the limits of power within thought and culture, but now within reason, circumscribed within the institutionalized forms of philosophy legitimated by the short progress of truth. More specifically, Taylor, whom we must remember some would see as an organic intellectual, given his non academic concerns with labor in Canada, appears in his professional work as a traditional intellectual, in Gramsci's sense. He appears as a free-floating cosmopolitan in his clerical and fraternal commitment to timeless questions of truth, as understood according to the historicized standards of rational consistency. His comments on the figure of the regime of truth trope defensively against Foucault's genealogical critiques of intellectual practice in the face of new forms of institutional politics. Taylor's defensive moves represent the traditional intellectual's resistance both to his historical belatedness and, somewhat paradoxically, to recognize his own professionally and hence politically conservative function, precisely as a traditional intellectual. Furthermore, his rhetoric and practice turn against the very claim that there is political value in discussing the regime of truth and in marking genealogically the places of intellectual discourses within the apparatus of power and knowledge that Foucault has helped us discern at work in the organization of culture and society. Foucault's presentation of the regime of truth follows immediately upon his statement that, quote, "We are now at a point where the function of the specific intellectual needs to be reconsidered but not abandoned, despite the nostalgia of some for the great universal intellectuals." End quote. For Foucault, the regime of truth cannot be represented without tracing, among other things, the position and function of the intellectual politically in a specific relation to a local form of power. Foucault's analysis of intellectuals does not represent them traditionally in terms of expertise, state service, or ideology. Rather, he tropes on these figures so that they have a new theoretical and political utility. The masses know, for example, that they are implicated in the social effects of expertise. State service comes to reveal the intellectual strategic position, often within the extended states, often as part of non-state hegemonic institutions, and the reproduction and redistribution of ideology is secondary to the fundamental matter, namely the effects proper to true discourse. Not surprisingly, Taylor's comments selectively skirt this issue to reduce Foucault's concerns on these matters to the slogan, quote, "Foucault sees truth as subordinated to power," end quote. Despite the fact that in the very words immediately preceding the one sentence Taylor quotes, Foucault has written, quote, "It, that is, truth, induces regular effects of power," end quote. Although these concerns occupy a central place in Foucault's practice, Taylor nowhere explicitly raises the issues of the intellectual's relations to power or the state, nor does he bother with the genealogy of truth, except to say that such concerns as these, if followed out, bring one to the untenable Nietzschean conclusions of relativism and perspectivism. What is one to say about these strange omissions in a reading of Foucault? What is being avoided? One can only conclude that it is the role and fate of the intellectual that Taylor cannot consider, that he permanently turns against. Given the text he has chosen to paraphrase, one can assume that it is the figure of the specific intellectual Taylor recognizes as challenging both his left liberal assumptions and goals and his position within the regime of truth as a, quote, "traditional intellectual," end quote. But refusing to engage with the figure of the specific intellectual is an aggressively defensive move. Insofar as this figure is Foucault's own partial self-representation, a representation of the critical genealogical intellectual struggle within and against the empowered and empowering dominant discourses. Its erasure is Foucault's erasure. Of course, such an assertion depends upon a full reading of Foucault's work as an attempt, genealogically, to cast in relief the positivities of power and knowledge in forming the dominant regime of truth, and to theorize the illegitimacy of the important discursive practices and non-discursive institutions central to that very regime. Such a reading would give a central place to the intellectual, both as a key to Foucault's critique of the history of the present and as central element in his theorizing an alternative politics and sense of truth. Taylor's aggressive defense then occludes Foucault's discussion of the intellectual because of its power to destabilize the very operations of the power-knowledge apparatus Taylor's work defends and in which it participates. Were it successful, this occlusion would blot out the resistance of Foucault's work to bring inscribed with the networks of discourse and discipline that embody and exemplify the regime of truth it challenges. In a literary context, we might put the matter even simply. Taylor has no critical sympathy. It is ironic, given the focus of his work, that his error takes the immediate form of hermeneutic blindness. He does not begin his critique by trying to understand Foucault in his own terms. Rather, he arraigns Foucault before a rigged court that has prejudged him. I use this juridical metaphor to suggest how Taylor remains a high intellectual, linked to liberal forms of power and ideology, occupying a leading position within a form discipline essential to the existence of the state consensus in Western democracies. I am suggesting, in other words, that Taylor exemplifies just the link between the grand humanist intellectual and the liberal state that Foucault begins to elaborate. It is one of the ironies of hermeneutic blindness that its victim can be described in his own words. Having failed to historicize the discourses and practice of his profession as a professor of philosophy, he accuses Foucault of forgetting history. Quote, "We have a history. We live in time, and not just self-enclosed in the present, but essentially related to a past which has helped define our identity, and the future which puts it again into question." End quote. But Taylor writes, having forgotten that this is true of all intellectuals and their disciplined discourses. This remains unthought because his practice and his values could not occupy the same strategic position they do in relation to the regime of truth or the extended state, were he to historicize them and treat them genealogically. The effect is that he sounds as if, as a philosophy professor, quote, he could stand nowhere, end quote. The kinds of self-defensive but aggressively blind moves Taylor makes in this stylistically lucid performance typify the response of traditional intellectuals to the problematics Foucault raises. They cannot confront their actual specificity in regard to truth relations with power. Cannot, in that, as we learn from examining other institutions and discourses more broadly, parts of their efficacy rest upon successfully blocking access to the past, making investigations into the genealogy seem unnatural and empowering alternative and always ahistorical practices as their means of reproduction. The work of critical genealogists like Foucault and Nietzsche delimits the intellectual's dreams of truth's control of power. As a result, when leading intellectuals of the dominant discourses confront such a critical figure, they experience a form of anxiety or stress that leads them to defensive moves. And these moves often take the form of assuring, even sympathetic, incorporations of these disturbing works, on the model of Foucault's analyses in his study of madness. Other, less subtle but powerful dismissals of these works also occur, but they are less interesting, less dangerous, and less significant for their obvious hostility. Of course, it is not just Foucault's or Nietzsche's work that is so attacked, but all criticism that challenges the dominance of the hegemonic disciplines and their political and cultural rules. One can say polemically that the established disciplines have their place in the American national project of cultural, racial, and regional de-differentiation. To consider Foucault, for example, in established terms, is not only to blunt any awareness of how different this project might be from that carried out by liberal philosophers, but also to deny the value of his work to others themselves variously engaged in their own struggles within and, if you will, against the regimes of truth's effects on their lives, their identities, and their social positions. Not only leading figures, but secondary intellectuals as well play a role in this process of de-differentiation. They have at their often unconscious disposal an entire range of ascetic and nihilistic tactics to try to empty these critical impulses of both their negative and futural possibilities. In effect, then, Taylor's comment on Foucault makes him irrelevant to Anglo-American professors of philosophy, and more important, to the mainstream of political theory and practice, which thereby preserves its own authority and values, and the values upon which those values and that authority rest. In other words, by recollecting Foucault into the analytically defined set of traditional philosophical questions and by seeing him as a failure in those terms, Foucault can be dismissed by the discipline that now claims the name of philosophy. Once Taylor has gotten through Foucault's unfortunately obscure prose to the heretofore invisible important issues, Foucault can be left behind by those concerned with freedom and truth. Although I have directed my remarks about Taylor primarily at the critical limits of philosophy's professional apparatus, I am not suggesting that other disciplinary formations escape implication in this problematic of reception. I especially do not exempt literary criticism, even though I have occasionally used its techniques to critique Taylor. Literary criticism, we should not forget, played a major role in Foucault's reception before philosophy became interested in his work. Just as I do not think one can find this problematic restricted to one discipline, I do not believe one can identify it as a problem only of the political right. The left, especially the Marxist left, cannot easily develop a self-critical moment out of its encounter with Foucault. There has been considerable hostile and ideological debate between post-structuralists and Marxists that has often resulted in the dismissal of Derrida and Foucault, especially as idealist and conservative. At times, as in the work of Barry Smart and Cornel West, there have been attempts to engage critically and, up to certain limits, sympathetically with Foucault. Perry Anderson, surely one of the Marxist intellectuals most hostile to post-structuralism, has written an extremely antagonistic and representative critique of Foucault. Anderson develops his thought in an extended comparison of Foucault and Levi Strauss. Quote, "A massive analytic machinery is mounted, whose essential goal is to demonstrate the identity of the field in question, the invariant function of totems or structure of myths, the unity of epistemes, or the rigidity of discursive formations. Once constructed, however, these leave no epistemological passage to the diversity of specific myths or enunciations, still less to the development from one to the other. The result is that, instead of genuine explanation, structuralist analyses constantly tends to tilt towards classification. Adjacency, as Edward Said has remarked, eclipses sequentiality. It is quite typical of this sort of left critique of Foucault that it does not itself reflect upon such enabling notions as genuine explanation or development. The genealogical reasons for occurrences of critical blindness, such as these, are too difficult even to sketch at this time. That they can lead sometimes to rather silly remarks, one can see in Anderson's objection that Foucault does not provide causal, class-based analysis, when it is precisely Foucault's point that the questioning of such categories for the work at hand has the highest critical priority. Anderson's remarks are of interest not only because they exemplify a certain typical critical blindness, also to be seen in Jameson, as I shall show subsequently, but also because they suggest, I think uniquely, something of the importance of professional intellectual practice in the development of politically contested and contestatory theories. Anderson, like many others, remarks on the role played by the events of May 1968 in the development of post-structuralism and the turn of French oppositional culture away from the Marxist tradition. But his analyses of this very substantial problem show something of how the changes within French intellectual institutions and their place in the national political culture must be seen as very important to any understanding of the movement away from Marx. In other words, Anderson points out the necessity of doing some sort of critical intellectual history in the analyses of emergent theories. But, needless to say, he does not do any of his own position. He does not follow up on another insight to be found in Said, namely, the latter's citation of Gramsci's remark that the intellectual must do an inventory of himself. That is to say, Anderson has a critical blindness not unlike Taylor's, despite his own thematized use of intellectual institutional history as a way of dismissing Foucault. Like Taylor, and as I shall suggest, like Jameson, Anderson obscures Foucault's work precisely at the moments when a critically sympathetic engagement with it would most threaten him and his proper ideological, discursive, and political position. Stabilizing this position costs Anderson critical openness, and the corresponding blindness produces dogmatic posturing. The critical charge most often made against Frederick Jameson is not dogmatism, but eclecticism. The latter is not, it seems to me, an easily sustainable or well thought out complaint, since Jameson's work so extensively, if sometimes seemingly in a Baroque way, accretes theoretically and historically. In The Political Unconscious, Jameson, while arguing that the most recent Nietzschean-inspired critiques of the dialectic are misplaced, tells us that Deleuze and Guattari's attack on Freudianism in Anti-Oedipus powerfully reminds us of the need for, quote, an immanent or anti-transcendent hermeneutic. In part, the Anti-Oedipus's critique of Freudianism is not unlike that I have made of Taylor. In fact, for Jameson, their critique spurs his construction of a new hermeneutic. Quote, the Anti-Oedipus quite properly takes as its object not Marxian, but rather Freudian interpretation, which is characterized as a reduction and the rewriting of the whole rich and random multiple realities of concrete everyday experience into the contained, strategically pre-limited terms of the family narrative. What is denounced is therefore a system of allegorical interpretation in which the data of one narrative line are radically impoverished by their rewriting according to the paradigm of another narrative, which is taken as the former's mastered code or your narrative and proposed as the ultimate hidden or unconscious meaning of the first one. End quote. I have already argued that Taylor unknowingly reduces the complexity of Foucault's text to the defining allegory of professional philosophy's analytic discipline. In so doing, I have, in one sense, extended the Deleuzian and Jamesonian notion of underlying master narrative in a Foucauldian direction by suggesting that there is a disciplinary unconscious, an institutional narrative that exists as a condition for the reductive allegorization to story and position that we have seen in Taylor's work. Nonetheless, what is more interesting in the context that Jameson's comment opens is his reluctance at this point to see an equivalent critique of Marxian hermeneutics in Deleuze's work. This is a surprising blindness, given Deleuze's strong and persistent critique of the dialectic from his early work on Nietzsche. A critique that develops into Deleuze's, perhaps too strong anti-Marxian reading of Foucault in this book. But even this is not what is most interesting about Jameson's maneuver in discussing Deleuze and Guattari. Jameson interprets their anti-interpretive project in such a way that he can see it as very much in the same spirit as the political unconscious, and can also find in it a call for a new hermeneutics. This last is interesting because it embodies Jameson's attempt to subsume all anti-dialectical and anti-interpretive historical and political investigations into his own resolutely and utopian project. In effect, the result of all anti-dialectical critiques, no matter if they are, in Jameson's eyes, Foucauldian, Derridian, Christian, or whatever, as well as of all anti-hermeneutical analyses, is to increase the demand for a dialectical hermeneutics. Quote, from our present standpoints, however, the ideal of an immanent analysis of the text, of a dismantling or deconstruction of its parts, and a description of its functioning and malfunctioning. This is Jameson's reading of the projects of Deleuze and others, amounts less to a wholesale nullification of all interpretive activity than to a demand for the construction of some new and more adequate, immanent or anti-transcendent hermeneutic model, which it will be the task of the following pages to propose. End quote. Jameson adds the following as a footnote to this passage. Quote, from the present perspective, in other words, Deleuze and Guattari's proposal for anti-interpretive method, which they call schizoanalysis, can equally well be grasped as a new hermeneutic in its own right. It is striking and noteworthy that most of the anti-interpretive positions enumerated above have felt the need to project new methods of this kind. Thus, the archaeology of knowledge, but also more recently, the political technology of the body. Foucault, or grammatology and deconstruction, Derrida, symbolic exchange, Baudrillard, libidinal economy, Lyotard, and semi-analysis, Julia Kristeva. End quote. Taylor, we have said, reduces Foucault's work by rewriting it as a story of the philosophy profession. Jameson is reductive, in a different way. That is, he is less interesting than how and why even he might be. Understandably working very hard to preserve the critical or negative moments that, under the sign of Marcuse, he had elaborated as utopia in Marxism and form. He struggles to negate the anti-Marxist critical efforts of structuralism and post-structuralism alike, on the grounds that they are totalizing synchronic representations of history and consequently preclude all opposition by theorizing it as an element of the system. Above all, the apparent similarity between these non-Marxist total systems and the proper Marxist notion of an all-embracing and all-structuring mode of production bothers Jameson very much. The former are synchronic and relegate all forms of change to the merely diachronic. Their authors are, in Jameson's rhetoric, deluded by the cybernetic aura of modernity. That is, they see a world, quote, in which the various elements of social life are programmed in some increasingly constructed way, end quote. Whatever is non-systemic becomes the contingent. For the Marxist, however, the alternative is clear, as the following extended comment suggests. Quote, this theoretical foreboding about the limits of synchronic thought can perhaps be most immediately grasped in the political area, where the model of the total system would seem slowly and inexorably to eliminate any possibility of a negative as such, and to reintegrate the place of an oppositional or even merely critical practice and resistance back into the system as the latter's mere inversion. End quote. One can only support Jameson's call for preserving the possibility of the negative of critique in postmodernity. About that, there should be no quibble among those who are oppositional. His fear is that the authors of total systems eliminate the negative from culture and politics because, as Habermas would also have it, their work is conservative in essence, in the service of the hegemony by virtue of its very pessimism. That is, these theoreticians unknowingly serve the hegemony they seemingly intend to critique by making the current world order seem inevitable, unalterable, natural, without a past or future. They close down all real forms of resistance by declaring them non-systemic and so contingent and ineffective. Jameson's position is a remarkably anxious one, and with good reason, given the totalizing, naturalizing, and de-differentiating urges of modernist and postmodernist intellectual political practice, from, say, Lukács to Althusser to Fire. Yet, there is a troubling limitation to Jameson's formulation of the threads, as we can see in one of his most powerful rhetorical moves, when he asserts that there can be no critique of his classification of an entire body of oppositional work as synchronic, as resulting in total system theories. For the grounds of any such critique of his claim, Jameson asserts, would have to be one of those very systems he has already defined as synchronic, and therefore as inimical both to negation and opposition. In other words, Jameson's anxiety is about identity and propriety, anxious to differentiate the synchronic from the Marxist, the legitimately authorized intellectual from the usurping conservative and nihilist pretenders. His text stops its own critical dialectic in a way that reveals the workings of academic power upon the limits of oppositional theory and practice. As I have suggested, we can perhaps best locate Jameson's anxiety in the preemptive strike he attempts against those he identifies as his opponents. Quote, in the framework of the analyses of culture also, the latter's integration into a synchronic model would seem to empty culture production of all its anti-systemic capacities, and to unmask even the works of an overtly oppositional or political stance as instruments ultimately programmed by the system itself. End quotes. That is to say, Jameson effectively positions any analyses that places the work of the non-dialectical, politically or culturally oppositional within the effective reach of the ruling order in such a way that its critical force, its negativity, can be dismissed in advance. How so? By reducing the complex critical analyses of the effects of operating as an oppositional figure within hegemonic discourses and institutions to an unmasking, and presumably to a dismissal of their value. Having postulated out of his anxiety, quotes, a number of theorists have been disturbed by the apparent convergence, end quote, a monolithic figure of the total systemizers. He has left open no possibility for the subtle and historically nuanced critique of such positions as his own, even in the name of the complex texture of everyday life and diachrony that he rightly values. He has gotten himself into a position he cannot really desire, a position where one would find it hard to take seriously. For example, Benjamin's reminder that every monument of civilization is also a marker of barbarism. That is, even the most powerful politically oppositional practices and theories of Marx and Lenin, for instance, cannot escape the historical reality of their own dialectical position, of their own contradictions, if you will. Of course, Jameson knows this, but this line of thought does not bring him to the point of rethinking the anxiety that leads him to the false binary opposition of total system and totality. Or, for want of a more convenient slogan, the exaggerated and unnuanced figure that opposes Marx to Foucault. Rather, it gets subsumed into a defensive maneuver by means of which he unmasks the totalizers so as to deny them both of their complexity, even, if you will, their dialectical, historical, contradictory position, and their potential for critiquing, for doing any unmasking of their own. In sum, what we have here is an unannounced struggle for intellectual priority and authority that is hermeneutically violent, and the too abrupt determination that the negative can be at work in a complex modern or postmodern society within only one form of critical, intellectual, oppositional practice. That this must be the case, despite Jameson's commitment to the master narrative of the struggle between freedom and necessity, makes the limit we have seen to dialectical thinking only the more sad. Essentially, Jameson has misread Foucault according to the rule of professional intellectual anxiety within the current rapidly changing political situation. One must resist the analysis that suspects the oppositional intellectual's work of being marked by the disciplines and institutions in which she or he labors. That we can see Jameson reflected in this law even so distantly is a sign of its power, especially given Jameson's own early, formative, and influential insistence in Marxism and form upon the need dialectically to reflect upon the subject position in the processes of thought. Perhaps, however, the limitation occurs in Jameson because he has not been suspicious enough of the discursive effects of institutionalized disciplines. In any event, the result is the politically motivated, too hasty dismissal of Foucault at the cost of what he has to teach us about the position of intellectuals within power. Deleuze's Foucault is entirely different from Jameson's or Taylor's. Jameson, we recall, worried that Foucault's totalizing thought would close down social spaces in which opposition to the dominant present might develop. Such a worry is misplaced when one remembers how extensive is Foucault's effort to contest the ruling systems of knowledge, production, as in itself a condition for the possibility of precisely such negation, just such openings toward a future. Deleuze, discussing Foucault's use of the diagram, puts the matter succinctly and effectively. Quotes, "It makes history by unmaking preceding realities and significations, constituting hundreds of points of emergence or creativity, unexpected conjunctions or improbable continuums. It doubles history with a sense of continual evolution." End quote. Several of the themes that go to make up Deleuze's image of Foucault intersect on this matter of the future, of a becoming, the double, the state, the party, the outside, the machine. Implicitly, it rests upon a rejection of Jameson and others' too simplistic assertion, one that has now unfortunately widely come to be taken as true, that in Foucault's work, power is a totalizing and homogenizing concept that de-differentiates the particularities of power in regard to class. Deleuze, it seems to me, rightly insists that for Foucault, quote, "in brief, power is not homogeneous, but can be defined only by the particular points through which it passes." End quote. It is precisely in Foucault's developed sense of singularity that we find a new notion of the local. The local comes to be opposed to the global or the total system, not because it refers only to a particular and identifiable point, for example, the training of bodies in schools, but precisely because it opposes to the global system the notion of power as diffuse and diffused. In other words, it constitutes a way to think the relations of power without either detaching each instance, as it were, from its interwoven and overdetermined relationships, or moving toward a model of the total system. Indeed, it can displace as well the Sartrean motion of the project as Jameson develops it in regard to the totality. Foucault's insight is part of what Deleuze calls a new functionalism. Quote, Foucault's functionalism throws up a new topology which no longer locates the origin of power in a privileged place, and can no longer accept a limited localization. Here we can see that local has two very different meanings. Power is local because it is never global, but it is not local or localized because it is diffuse. End quote. Deleuze's reading of Foucault's figure of the local as diffuse and diffused is of real importance since it gives a critical edge to Foucault's notion of the specific intellectual engaged in guerrilla warfare against the empowered and dominant system of knowledge production. Power effects need to be diagrammed not because there is any hope of developing a totalizing picture of the relations of force in a culture or economy. That is, there is no synchronic dream here, but precisely because they cannot be embraced by any concept or mode of thought that sets itself up as their expansive equivalent. In other words, the essentially Gramscian notion that capital and the state can only be opposed by a war of position by adopting a strategy of opposition that can be effective only as long as its own reach is, as it were, as extensive as that of its opponent's line. This notion cannot by itself serve as an adequate guide to opposition, since, in effect, it insists upon inscribing itself as a reflection of what it hopes to negate or transcend. Furthermore, it is a model historically embedded in an earlier formation, one that is liberal and modernist, one that is mechanical, and so, even in its own terms, is an inadequate reflection of the dispersed and unequal effects of power within late capitalist societies, and between them and post-colonial cultures. Finally, the notion of strategic opposition forces even as subtle a dialectician as Jameson, or as professional and oppositional intellectual as Edward Said, to a moment of critical blindness that results from and also develops into an unwillingness to consider the relationships of oppositional practice to the institutionalized forms of discourse through which the dominant forms of power and knowledge sometimes have constitutive as well as limiting effects. It is just because one realizes after Foucault that one cannot think to have identified power in a locale that one is most likely to be suspicious of one's own inscription within the power knowledge apparatus at the moment when one is developing the most powerful or authoritative of critical or oppositional instruments. This is not to say, of course, that such an awareness blunts the effects and values of these instruments, but it does mean that one must constantly use these tools with a sharp eye out for that moment when the limit of their utility is reached. It is a limit always present, quote, in the final analyses, end quote, but not a limit always present in each moment, as it were, as it would be if one were thinking of it as a matter of dialectical contradiction. Rather, the limit arrives in a way analogous to what R.P. Blackmer describes as a failure of a symbol, as the breakdown from excess of a conjury of words that has come to have collective value, but finally and beneficially fails from overload, from its coming up against its inevitable inscription in the existing power knowledge system, or as Blackmer might put it, the present form of a burdensome but useful tradition. Deleuze's book brilliantly explores the theoretical, figurative, and political implications of this notion. He expands upon his own earlier work on Nietzsche in such a way that we understand how some of Foucault's characteristic concerns with the double, the notion of the outside, and the énoncé come from a style of thinking not to be confused, as Deleuze shows, with reason or philosophy, and the style of writing that tactically resists the reification of critical inventions. As Deleuze puts it, apropos of Foucault's own theoretical reflection on this process, quote, if the fold and unfold animates not only Foucault's ideas, but even as style, it is because they constitute an archaeology of thought. End quote. We can see Deleuze tracing this archaeology to its beginning in Foucault's reading of biology's origins, where the fold and unfold are figures consistent with the diffusion of power as the local. Both Cuvier and Saint-Hilaire invoked the fold, one as a third dimension that makes impossible a surface passage from one type to another, the other as a third dimension opening up deeper passages. More politically, as Deleuze reads Foucault, in modernity, actions such as work lose their association with the qualities and orders that had elevated them to infinity. The diffusion of power separates them from those qualities and hollows them out as something that becomes unqualifiable, impossible to represent. They become death in life, pain and fatigue in work, stammering or aphasia in language. Even the earth, Deleuze says, discovers its avarice and loses its apparent order of infinity. Deleuze makes much of Foucault's anti-statism, of what Baudrillard feels results in anarchism. Much has already been written, favorably and unfavorably, about this matter. Jameson, for example, accepts Baudrillard's claim that Foucault's position leaves us in a situation where anarchism, terrorism, or other forms of disorganized and useless kinds of protest are all that is possible. But Deleuze emphasizes that Foucault's sense of the diffusion of power is a challenge, not only to statist theories, but also to the theories of the oppositional or vanguard party. Deleuze reads Foucault's figure of the outside as involving, quote, the pure transmission of unique elements which remain points of indetermination since they are not yet defined and limited by the curve of the statement that joins them up. End quote. What is emitted is, as it were, the énoncé, and the outside is the possibility of the iteration of the énoncé. Quote, a statement is in itself a repetition. End quote. What it repeats may be something that is seemingly identical and strange, and identical in its strangeness. For Deleuze, this repetition has revolutionary potential. Referring to the end of the archaeology of knowledge, he wonders what this might be if not Foucault's call for a general theory of production that may be eluded with a revolutionary practice, revolutionary in its invention or discovery of the fact that discourse takes its form in the element of an outside that is indifferent to my life and my death. For Deleuze, an inevitable opposition to Marxism follows from this insight into the outside. What Foucault develops from it is a new functionalism that is not class-based analyses, but addresses a new tableau. In other words, Deleuze discovers a homology between the singularity of the énoncés and the nature of power. Quote, in brief, power is not homogeneous, but can be defined only by the particular points through which it passes. End quote. For Foucault, then, the state is an effect of power, the effect of the assembled forces of governmentality placed on another level. It follows, as Deleuze shows us, that Foucault's challenge to the centrality of the state results in a challenge to the party. The theoretical privilege given to the state as the apparatus of power has consequent upon it, by virtue of the logic of reflection, a sense of the party as director, centralizer, as leading ultimately to the conquest of state power. Deleuze tells us that Foucault's theories bring us to another conception of the party, but he does not tell us what this might be. In fact, one must think that Deleuze has made an error here, for it seems incredible that Foucault would have welcomed the notion of a new party at all. Given Foucault's enormous suspicion of institutions and his sense of the role in political relations of knowledge and authority, one can only assume that Deleuze would himself like to have an alternative conception, would like to have a party again. Foucault theorizes the state and the party as he theorizes other institutions, and his aim is to do so in a style that exceeds the grasp of the regime of truth. His thoughts insist upon the instability of the rapport of forces that define any strategic milieu. As such, power is, as Deleuze insists, an informal or unformed concept. Power passes through points that are singular and not formed. Given then that power is diffuse and unformed, and that the concept power is equally unformed and informal, the question arises how one can think this theoretically irreducible figure. Foucault invents the category of the microphysics of power to do just that. Deleuze cautions that a microphysics must not be imagined as a miniaturization of visible or enunciable forms, but as another domain, a new type of relations, a dimension of thought irreducible to knowledge, mobile and non-localizable relationships. Using this figure of the microphysics of power shapes Foucault's discussion of institutions, including the state and the party. They are not and cannot be the source or essence of power. Indeed, they have neither essence nor interiority. Simply, they reproduce the relations of force that sustain them. The state, like all other organizations, simply organizes the supposed relationships of governmental power, and these forces are microphysical. For Foucault, institutions have two roles and facets. They have apparatuses and rules. They organize, in effect, the grand visibilities, the field of visibility, and the grand narratives, the regime of the énoncés. Deleuze does not long rest with his critical notion of the microphysics of power, with its effect of negating the regime of truth. To understand why not, we should recall that in Nietzsche and philosophy, Deleuze reads the notion of the eternal return in such a way that it becomes the transcendence of the negative. Quote, "The eternal return transmutates the negative. It turns the heavy into something light." End quote. What is attractive about this moment in Deleuze is the return of the affirmative, the positive in the destructive moment that is critique. Deleuze continues his thought on the eternal recurrence by saying, quote, "It makes negation a power of affirming," end quote. That is, as Deleuze goes on in a tone that suggests both Heidegger and, interestingly, Walter Benjamin, quote, "Negation in this new form has become critique. Destruction becomes active, aggression profoundly linked to affirmation." Critique is destruction as joy, the aggression of the creator. The creator of values cannot be distinguished from a destroyer, from a criminal, or from a critic of established values, reactive values, and baseness. End quote. The source of this insight is Zarathustra's prologue, as Deleuze tells us in a later note. Quote, Zarathustra Prologue 9. "The destroyer, the criminal, but he is the creator." Zarathustra Prologue 15. "Whoever creates must also destroy." End quote. Deleuze recasts this aesthetic and somewhat metaphysical notion in his figuration of Foucault, in which he represents Foucault as showing that critical practice, or destruction, requires cutting transverse lines across the field of power and knowledge. This, Deleuze says, is thinking. He sees Foucault following Heidegger only to a certain point in this notion of thinking. but developing more fundamentally a Nietzschean insight that commits the thinker to the prophecy of the future. Quote, the insight condenses the past, a long period of time, in ways that are not at all continuous but instead confronts it with a future that comes from the outside, exchange it, and recreate it. To think means to be embedded in the present time stratum that serves as a limit. What can I see and what can I say today? But this involves thinking of the past as it is condensed in the inside, in the relation to oneself. We will then think the past against the present and resist the latter, not in favor of a return, but in favor, I hope, of a time to come. That is, by making the past active and present to the outside, so that something new will finally come about, so that thinking always may reach thought. Thought thinks its own history, but in order to free itself from what it thinks and be able to think otherwise. End quote. Placing him within this prophetic sense of time not only links Foucault to Heidegger, especially in the latter's concept of the three ecstasies, and to Benjamin, especially on memory and the storyteller, but also provides something of a Nietzschean response to the charges leveled by Habermas and others that Foucault has unannounced norms. The prophet has no normative values as a philosopher understands them. Rather, what he has we might call a severe utopian vision that projects into the future even when there is no alternative world imagined in that vision. To associate Foucault with some prophetic visionary capacity such as this is, I think, Deleuze's aim. He would have it that Foucault attempts to gain a transcendent and metaphysical overview of the knowledge power apparatus while suspended above the cracks between enunciates and visibilities. Quote, but at the same time we try to climb above the strata in order to reach an outside, an atmospheric element, a non-stratified substance that would be capable of explaining how the two forms of knowledge can embrace and intertwine on each stratum, from the edge of one to the fissure of the other. End quote. One cannot but feel a metaphysical tinge in this position. This assigning a visionary power to a subject able to survey the cracks between discontinuities. In fact, it seems unavoidably to create a privileged subject of Foucault. A fact hard to reconcile with Foucault's own reservations about the historicity of subject formation and his last book's concern to argue that style is the artistic process that alone can make alive a subject. Deleuze's emphasis on the subjective visionary power is perhaps most understandable in light of his intense insistence upon Foucault's anti-Marxism, especially when he insists upon the prophetic visionary power of the transcendent subject as the condition for the revolution he has presented as the potential outcome of Foucault's work. But if Deleuze sees a theory of production in Foucault that can be eluded with a revolutionary sense of differential repetition, it appears to be the case that Deleuze thinks this only because his relatively optimistic view of the social, political possibilities inherent in capitalist evolution might be unsettling to some. Deleuze correctly sees Foucault as revising Kant on the matter of enlightenment and recovering some of the original impact of critique as Kant himself dampened it. So it is not ironic when Deleuze gets to his crucial political statement by deriving from Foucault a certain Kantian move. Quote, what is our light and what is our language? That is to say, our truth today. What powers must we confront? And what is our capacity for resistance today when we can no longer be content to say that old struggles are no longer worth anything? And do we not, perhaps above all, bear witness to and even participate in the production of a new subjectivity? Do not the changes in capitalism find an unexpected encounter in the slow emergence of a new self as a center of resistance? Each time there is a social change in capitalism, is there not a movement of subjective reconversion with its ambiguities but also its potential? These questions may be considered more important than a reference to man's universal rights, including in the realm of pure law. End quote. In other words, Deleuze brings his image of Foucault to a point where the charges of Habermas that Foucault is a neoconservative and Jameson that Foucault makes seemingly natural the dominant order would be more difficult to resist, and these are charges of some importance to the North American discussion of Foucault. What is perhaps most worrying about this is that it makes harder developing the kind of dialogue between Foucault and Gramsci that many scholars have been attempting. More specifically, it turns Foucault's rigorous insistence that he is not a visionary, not an imaginer of the future, into a merely formal statement by supposedly revealing the base of Foucault's work to lie, not, as it does, in a severe ascetic critique of the history of the present, but in a utopian impulse raised to a second level of abstraction. We might say that Deleuze has read Foucault's ironic style with great care and tried to find a way to resist its own constant refusal of the positive proposition, and of the form of desire that leaves its trace in such a positive proposition. It is essentially the trace of a desire for some assurance that the future will or can be any better than the present. It is a trace, a residue of the powerful and compulsive desire to be a visionary intellectual, a temptation that lurks in every rhetoric, analytics, politics, and project. The radical critiques of Marxism and Freudianism to be found in Foucault are only the most prominent of his ubiquitous gestures to empty the most characteristic visionary figures of their legitimacy. A legitimacy easily questioned when their associations with not only liberal capitalism and the Gulag, but also their Crotonian opponents can be traced genealogically. Deleuze's is certainly the best and most important comments we have yet on Foucault, but it is not exactly the Foucault we need in the current critical context. There is something in Foucault that Deleuze's own project requires that he transform, so that no matter how interesting and important Deleuze's own project, we must be concerned mostly with what he gives us of Foucault, and perhaps more with what he puts aside. What we lose in Deleuze's Foucault is the critically and politically fundamental commitment to enacting the gestures of an ironic negation that would, in itself, exist outside the reach of the reflective apparatus of the state and its institutions, and its double, the party. What we lose is both the skeptical questioning of liberatory rhetorics and politics, and, as important, the anxious pathos that results from having so much doubt as to the effects of the great narratives of their liberation. What we lose is a certain critical maturity in a time when classical political situations are impossible. We lose a certain loving despair over the fates of people whose past offers little reason to forget the omnipresence of barbarism as the underside not only of our cultural monuments, but of our everyday institutions and rhetorics. R.P. Blackmer insists that the critic must be convicted of knowing the object of his amateurish affection with internal intimacy. What criticism does can be easily described. Quote, it names and arranges what it knows and loves, and searches endlessly with every fresh impulse or impression for better names and more orderly arrangements. End quote. But critics are most inventive in finding ways to flee this task, this central work of criticism. What critics mostly cannot stand is the discontinuity of knowledge that results from the impossibility of any doctrine expanding to arrange in its own terms all that presents itself. For Blackmer, critics take recourse in hearsays. The drive to invent new doctrines when the old ones fail becomes anti-critical just at that moment when the new hearsay, for reasons of critical pride and weakness, itself tries to become omnivorous. Foucault, I think, can perhaps best be caught fittingly in the negative of Blackmer's caution. Quote, for most minds, once doctrine is cited and is held to be the completion of insight, this doctrinal mode of thinking seems the only one possible. When doctrine totters, it seems it can fall only into the gulf of bewilderment. Few minds risk the fall. Most seize the remnants and swear the edifice remains, when doctrine becomes intolerable dogma. All fall notwithstanding, dogmatic knowledge is dead knowledge, and the worse bewilderment, which is always only comparative, is better than death. We ought scrupulously to risk the use of any concept that seems proper to us or helpful in getting over gaps. Only the use should be consciously provisional, speculative, and dramatic. The end virtue of humility comes only after a long train of humiliations, and the chief labor of humbling is a constant, resourceful restoration of ignorance. End quote. To know how to read the dramatic and tentative use of figures is the lesson of those like Blackmer and Foucault. Yet this use of figures is always in danger of being transformed into a newly marketable model of professional writing and position-taking, or being transmuted, as by Deleuze, into the condition for a new transcendence. Perhaps one must understand Blackmer's own difficult prose and discomforts with the professionalized figure of the writer-critic as part of his massed effort to resist the possible commodification of even the most ironic stance into a critical program. Of course, we might decide that the cost of such quiet and apparent aloofness, no matter how much thoughtful complexity it harbors, is too great a price to pay for preserving criticism or and against all the threats to its ironic integrity. Perhaps such a position abandons too much of the field of overt politics for a dignity of consciousness. That too strongly enforces its own pure difference from the messy public world. Yet, one cannot easily answer that the cost is so high that to move toward a position confident of its own goals and assumptions would be the correct thing to do. Jameson correctly says that after reading Foucault, one wants an anti-transcendent method of reading. But perhaps it should not be a hermeneutic one pursues, not if that means a commitment to one's own developed past imaginings. Rather, one should work with a style of reading that is a style of writing, a style that moves at least through Socrates, Montaigne, and Nietzsche to Blackmer and Foucault. One that, perhaps as in Benjamin and Blackmer, rigorously destroys the categories that stabilize the ideologies and institutions of even those we like to think of as oppositional intellectuals. Perhaps the humility of failure is the only ground for being in opposition, since success depends on a very complex knowledge of and ability to manipulate determinative politics, discourses, and institutions, on professional competencies and social privileges that constitute even the oppositional intellectuals whose history is so markedly, if critically, inscribed within the hegemonic in especially post-war practice and theory. Translating theory, or the difference between Deleuze and Foucault. Perhaps one day this century will be known as Deleuzean. Foucault's claim at the beginning of his essay Theatrum Philosophicum contrasts sharply with Foucault's own much greater reputation in the English-speaking world. Various reasons have been given as to why today there are still no Deleuzeans. Deleuze's post-Kantianism does not offer the comforts of a continually rehearsed orthodoxy. Instead, even his more conventional philosophical histories force a constant re-evaluation of the standard panoply of Western thought. These impeccable readings do not provide a rush of blood to the head or students to the seminar. This is in turn complicated by the wide range of his work. The history of philosophy is supplemented by the critical philosophy of difference and repetition and the logic of sense, as well as the extraordinary collaboration with Felix Guattari, which has produced the Anti-Oedipus and the Thousand Plateaus, and the aesthetic works on Proust, Francis Bacon, and cinema. But this in itself is not of great importance. Indeed, it even provides the opportunity for us to follow up Foucault's remark in a way that makes redundant the search for a master. As Foucault puts it, thought is again possible. For both Deleuze and Foucault recognize that the relationship between their work resembles the partial and fragmentary relationships between theory and practice that can no longer be understood in terms of totalization. This claim is made most specifically in two places. The first is in a recorded discussion, Intellectuals and Power. Here, in a wide-ranging conversation that takes in Marxism, the group for information about prisons, founded by Foucault, the evolution of politics in modern France, Vietnam, in May 1968, both thinkers constantly reiterate that theory does not express, translate, or serve to apply practice. It is practice. It is therefore not a totalizing instrument, but one that multiplies potentialities. It is in this sense that Foucault wishes to call the century Deleuzean, or Deleuze sees Foucault as one of those great works that have changed our conception of thinking. The second place in which this is affirmed is in Foucault's preface to the English edition of the Anti-Oedipus. Here, Foucault specifically regards the work of Deleuze and Guattari as being an ethics, or an introduction to the non-fascist life that contains essential de-individualizing principles. Quote, free political action from all unitary and totalizing paranoia. Develop action, thoughts, and desires by proliferation, juxtaposition, and disjunction, and not by subdivision and pyramidal hierarchization. Withdraw allegiance from the old categories of the negative, law, limit, castration, lack, lacuna, which Western thought has so long held sacred as a form of power and an access to reality. Prefer what is positive and multiple, difference over uniformity, flows over unities, mobile arrangements over systems. Believe that what is productive is not sedentary, but nomadic. Do not think that one has to be sad in order to be militant, even though the thing one is fighting is abominable. It is the connection of desire to reality, and not its retreat into the forms of representation that possesses revolutionary force. Do not use thought to ground a political practice in truth, nor political action to discredit as mere speculation a line of thought. Use political practice as an intensifier of thoughts, and analyses as a multiplier of the forms and domains for the intervention of political action. Do not demand of politics that it restore the rights of the individual, as philosophy has defined them. The individual is the product of power. What is needed is to de-individualize by means of multiplication and displacement diverse combinations. The group must not be the organic bond uniting hierarchized individuals, but a constant generator of de-individualization. Do not become enamored of power. End quote. If the century will be known as Deleuzian, therefore, it will be because of the decenterings which such an ethics brings about. In Theatrum Philosophicum, Foucault is interested in Deleuze's reverse Platonism, which does not turn the relationship between them as philosophers into an architecture of systems, but discloses instead the division already existing within any philosophy of essences. The inaccessible ideal will be displaced by the smallest detail. This articulates a philosophy of the phantasm, behind which there does not lurk the real truth. The phantasm exists on the level of the body, as well as outside of the body to the extent that it exists between bodies. It topologizes the body's materiality. This polyscenic theater, the gesturing of hands and figures, provides us with a metaphysics, or phantasmaphysics, that overturns the philosophy of representation. The obverse of Platonism is therefore a philosophy of the pure event. An event is not a state that may serve as a reference, but it leads instead to a new form of philosophy, one that gives us a metaphysics of the incorporeal event, a logic of neutral meaning, and a thought of the present infinitive. If we determine an event on the basis of a concept, we fall into knowing. If we measure the phantasm against its supposed origin in reality, we are judging. These two conditions, the concept and the philosophy of representation, make up philosophy, whereas thinking as an event is a repetition without a model, a dice throw. This nomadic, rather than sedentary, thinking produces difference within its very repetitions. Once thought is no longer devoted to the building of concepts in this way, difference is seen as a pure event. Thought can then be perceived as the vertical dimension of intensities, because intensity, well before its gradation by representation, is in itself pure difference. This liberation of pure difference leads to the abandonment of dialectics and a move to an affirmative thought of disjunction and multiplicity. A fourth condition for thinking of the phantasm and the event thus arises, the abandonment of categories and the move to an acategorical thought. The Lyresian fibrillation of becoming, so clearly perceived in Deleuze by Foucault, is the very principle of Deleuze's history of philosophy. Here, he entertains a series of relations. In empiricism, the Stoics, Spinoza, and Nietzsche, a strict complementarity is established between physical states and metaphysical events, such that thought or entity is an event and never a concept. Deleuze's reading of Foucault follows the same pattern, one that escapes the system of law and sovereign. Indeed, the relation of mutual immanence is above all philosophy's relation to itself, a repetition that reveals the maximum difference within identity, a non-identity. This folding produces a philosophy that is not a concept but an event, an ontology of the present that works against the dialectic. Deleuze gives this thought of the phantasm and the event the proper name of Foucault. It might also properly be called translation, a disjunctive affirmation, the emergence of a new form. From the archive to the diagram. A new archivist. A new archivist has been appointed, but has anyone actually appointed him? Is he not rather acting on his own instructions? Certain malevolent people say that he is a new representative of a structural technology or technocracy. Others, mistaking their insults for wit, claim that he is a supporter of Hitler, or at least that he offends the rights of man. They would not forgive him for having proclaimed the death of man. Some say that he is a shammer who cannot back himself up with reference to the sacred text, and who seldom quotes the great philosophers. Others, though, claim that something radically new has appeared in philosophy, and that this work is as beautiful as those it challenges. It celebrates the dawn of a new age. In any case, it all begins like a story by Gogol rather than by Kafka. The new archivist proclaims that henceforth he will deal only with statements. He will not concern himself with what previous archivists had treated in 1,000 different ways, prepositions and phrases. He will ignore both the vertical hierarchy of propositions which are stacked on top of one another and the horizontal relationship established between phrases in which each seems to respond to another. Instead, he will remain mobile, skimming along in a kind of diagonal line that allows him to read what could not be apprehended before, namely statements. Is this perhaps an atonal logic? It is natural for us to have misgivings, for the archivist deliberately refuses to give examples. He believes that he never stopped giving them in the past, even if at the time he was unaware that they were examples. Now, the only formal example he analyzes is intended to be disquieting, a series of letters which I might write down at random, or record in the order in which they appear on the keyboard of a typewriter. The keyboard of a typewriter is not a statement, but the same series of letters, A, Z, E, R, T, listed in a typewriting manual, is a statement of the alphabetical order adopted by French typewriters. Such multiplicities have no set linguistic construction, yet they are statements. Exert. Since we are used to the approach of other archivists, we find ourselves wondering how possibly Foucault can produce statements under these conditions. This is especially true since Foucault asserts that statements are essentially rare. This is the case de facto and de jure. They are necessarily tied to a law and an effect of rarity. Indeed, this is one of the characteristics that make them different from propositions and phrases. For propositions can be thought of in any number of ways, since we can use the differences between types to express any one in terms of the others. Such a formalization does not have to distinguish between what is possible and what is real. It generates possible propositions. As for what is really said, its de facto rarity comes about because one phrase denies the existence of others, forbidding, contradicting, or repressing them to such an extent that each phrase remains pregnant with everything left unsaid. This virtual or latent content multiplies meaning and opens itself up to interpretation, creating a hidden discourse. That de jure is a source of great richness. A dialectic of phrases, is always open to contradiction, even if the end result merely overcomes or reinforces that contradiction. Meanwhile, a typology of propositions lays itself open to abstraction and so creates a type for each level that is in fact superior to its constituent elements. But contradiction and abstraction are the means by which phrases and propositions are multiplied, since one phrase can always be opposed to another, or one proposition formed on the basis of one another. Statements, on the other hand, inhabits a general realm of rarity within which they are distributed begrudgingly and even inadequately. No sense of possibility or potentiality exists in the realm of statements. Everything in them is real, and all reality is manifestly present. All that counts is what has been formulated at a given moment, including any blanks and gaps. It is nonetheless certain that statements can be opposed to one another and placed in hierarchical order. But in the space of 2 chapters, Foucault rigorously demonstrates that contradictions between statements can be measured only by calculating the concrete distance between them within this space of rarity. Comparisons between statements are therefore linked to a mobile diagonal line that allows us, within this space, to make a direct study of the same sets at different levels, as well as to choose some sets on the same level while discarding others, which in their turn might presuppose another diagonal line. It is precisely the rarefied nature of this space which creates the unusual movements and bursts of passion that cut space up into new dimensions. To our amazement, this incomplete, fragmented form shows, when it comes to statements, how not only few things are said, but few things can be said. What consequences from this transportation of logic will find their way into that element of rarity or dispersion which has nothing to do with negativity, but which, on the contrary, forms that positivity which is unique to the statements? Foucault also tries to reassure us, though if it is true that statements are essentially rare, no originality is needed in order to produce them. A statement always represents a transmission of particular elements distributed in a corresponding space. As we shall see, the formations and transformations of these spaces themselves pose topological problems that cannot adequately be described in terms of creation, beginning, or foundation. When studying a particular space, it matters even less whether a statement has taken place for the first time, or whether it involves repetition or reproduction. What counts is the regularity of the statement. It represents not the average, but rather the whole statistical curve. In effect, the statement is to be associated not with the transmission of particular elements presupposed by it, but with the shape of the whole curve to which they are related, and more generally with the rules governing the particular field in which they are distributed and reproduced. This is what characterizes the regularity of statements. Quote, "The originality-banality opposition is therefore not relevant between an initial formulation and the sentence, which years, centuries later, repeats it more or less exactly, establishes no hierarchy of value. It makes no radical difference. It tries only to establish the regularity of statements." End quote. The question of originality is all the more rare for the fact that the question of origins is never raised at all. It is not necessary to be someone to produce a statement, and the statement does not refer back to any cogito or transcendental subject that might render it possible, or to any ego that might pronounce it for the first time or recommence it, or to any spirit of the age that could conserve, propagate, and recuperate it. There are many places from which any subject can produce the same statement, and they vary greatly. But precisely because different individuals can intervene in each case, a statement accumulates into a specific object, which then becomes preserved, transmitted, or repeated. This accumulation resembles the building up of a stock of provisions. It is not the opposite of rarity, but an effect of the same rarity. In this way, it replaces notions of origin and returns to origins. Like Bergsonian memory, a statement preserves itself within its own space and continues to exist while the space endures or is reconstituted. We must distinguish between three different realms of space which encircle any statement. First of all, there is collateral space, an associate or adjacent domain formed from other statements that are parts of the same group. The question of knowing whether the space defines a group, or conversely, whether the group of statements defines a space, is immaterial. There is no homogeneous space that remains unlocalized. The two elements emerge at the level of the rules of formation. The important point is that these rules of formation cannot be reduced either to axioms, as in the case of propositions, or to a single context, as in the case of phrases. Propositions refer vertically to axioms on a higher level, which in turn determine certain constant and intrinsic factors and define a homogeneous system. The establishment of such homogeneous systems is indeed one of the conditions of linguistics. As for phrases, one of their members can be found in one system and another in a different system, in accordance with certain extrinsic variable factors. A statement, however, is something completely different. It is inseparable from an inherent variant. Consequently, we never remain wholly within a single system, but are continually passing from one to the other, even within a single language. A statement operates neither laterally nor vertically, but transversally, and its rules are to be found on the same level as itself. Perhaps Foucault and Lebov are similar in this respect, especially when the latter demonstrates how a young black can move back and forth between Black English and Standard American, in accordance with rules which are in themselves variable or optional, and which allow us to define regularities but not homogeneities. Even when they seem to operate within the same language, statements of a discursive formation move from description to the observation, calculation, institution, and prescription, and use several systems or languages in the process. A group or family of statements is in fact formed by rules of change or variation to be found on the same level, and these rules make the family a medium for dispersion and heterogeneity, the very opposite of homogeneity. This is the nature of the associate or adjacent space. Each statement is inseparable via certain rules of change, vectors. And not only is each statement in this way inseparable from a multiplicity that is both rare and regular, but each statement is itself a multiplicity, not a structure or a system. This topology of statements contrasts both with the typology of propositions and with the dialectic of phrases. It is our belief that a family of statements, or a discursive formation, is first of all defined for Foucault by certain inherent lines of variation, or by a field of vectors which cut through the associate space. The statements therefore exist as a primitive function, or as the first meaning of the term regularity. The second area is that of correlative space, which is not to be confused with the associate space. Here, we are concerned with the link which a statement entertains, not with other statements but with its subjects, objects, and concepts. In this, we might discover new differences between statements on the one hand and words, phrases, or propositions on the other. In fact, phrases are linked to a so-called subject of enunciation who seemingly has the power to begin a discourse. This involves a linguistic I that cannot be reduced to he even when it is not explicitly formulated, since it sets things in motion or is self-referential. The phrase is therefore analyzed from the double viewpoint of the intrinsic constants, the form of the I, and the extrinsic variables, where he who says I creates a sense of form. The situation is completely different for a statement which refers back not to a unique form, but to certain intrinsic positions which are extremely variable and form part of the statement itself. For example, if a literary statement refers us back to an author, an anonymous letter can equally imply an author, but in a completely different sense. While an ordinary letter refers to a signatory, a contract necessitates an underwriter, a poster implies a copywriter, a collection indicates the existence of a compiler, and so on. All this forms part of a statement. Even though it has nothing to do with the nature of a phrase, it is a function derived from the primitive function, that is, a function derived from the statements. The link between the statements and the variable subject in itself constitutes a variable that is intrinsic to the statements. For a long time, I used to go to bed early, the phrase remains the same, while the statement appears different according to whether or not we associate it with a specific subject or with the author Proust, who uses it to begin, I am not reading that, and attributes it to a narrator. À la recherche du temps perdu. Anyways, the same statement can therefore offer several different positions for the speaking subject, involving an author and a narrator on a signatory and an author, as in a letter by me, the Savine, since the addressee is not the same in each case, or a reporter and whatever is reported as an indirect speech, and above all in free indirect speech, where the two different positions occupied by the speaking subject imply one another. But all these positions are not the various forms of a primordial I from which a statement stems. On the contrary, these positions stem from the statement itself and consequently become the categories of non-person, he, one, he speaks, or one speaks, which are defined by the family of statements. Here, Foucault echoes Blanchot in denouncing all linguistic personology and seeing different positions for the speaking subject as located within a deep anonymous murmur. It is within this murmur without beginning or end that Foucault would like to be situated, in the place assigned to him by statements. And perhaps these are Foucault's most moving statements. You can say as much for the objects and concepts of a statement. A proposition is supposed to have a referent. That is to say, that while reference or intentionality is intrinsic and constant in propositions, whatever fulfills that purpose is extrinsic and variable. But this is not the case with statements. A statement has a discursive object, which does not derive in any sense from a particular state of things, but stems from the statement itself. It is a derived object, defined precisely by the limits to the lines of variation of the statement existing as a primitive function. As a result, there is no point in distinguishing between the different types of intentionality. Some could be furnished by the condition of things, while others would remain empty and offer instead an example of generally fictive or imaginary states, as in I met a unicorn, or even generally absurd ones, a squared circle. Sartre said that each dream and dream image differed from a continuous state of hypnosis or the ordinary state of being, awake in that it inhabited its own special world. Foucault's statements are like these dreams. Each one has its own special object or world. So, the Golden Mountain is in California is indeed a statement. It has no reference, but one cannot simply invoke an empty intentionality where anything goes, as in fiction in general. The statement, the Golden Mountain, does have a discursive object, namely, the specific imaginary world that does or does not authorize such a geological or geographical fantasy. We can understand this statement more easily if we consider this statement, a diamond as big as the Ritz, which does not relate back to fiction in general, but rather to that very specific world which surrounds any statements by Scott Fitzgerald. This statement therefore links up with other statements by the same author, and together they make up a family. The same conclusion holds for concepts. A concept stands as a world signified, that is to say, as an extrinsic variable to which it is related by virtue of its signifiers, as in an intrinsic constant. But here again, the same does not hold for statements. The latter possess their own discursive concepts or schemata. These are to be found at the intersection of different systems and are cut across by the statements acting in the role of primitive function. This can be seen in the groupings and contrasts which medical statements make between various different symptoms at any particular age of discursive formation, which accounts for the general transformation of 17th century mania into 19th century monomania. If statements can be distinguished from words, phrases, or propositions, it is because they contain their own functions of subject, object, and concept in the form of derivatives. To be precise, subject, object, and concept are merely functions derived from the primitive function or from the statements. As a result, the correlative space is the discursive order of places or positions occupied by subjects, objects, and concepts in a family of statements. This is a second sense of regularity, for these different places represent particular points. The system of words, phrases, and propositions which operates through the use of an intrinsic contrast and an extrinsic variable differs fundamentally from the multiplicity of statements which operates on the principle of an inherent variation and an intrinsic variable. What seems accidental from the viewpoints of words, phrases, and propositions becomes a rule from the viewpoint of statements. In this way, Foucault lays the foundations for a new pragmatics. This still leaves a third extrinsic realm of space, the complementary space of non-discursive formations, instructions, political events, economic practices, and processes. It is here that Foucault begins to outline his conception of a political philosophy. Any institution implies the existence of statements such as a constitution, a charter, contrast, registrations, and enrollments. Conversely, statements refer back to an institutional milieu which is necessary for the formation both of the objects which arise in such examples of the statement and of the subject who speaks from this position, for example, the position of the writer in society, or the position of the doctor in the hospital or at his surgery, in any given period, together with the new emergence of objects. But here again, between the non-discursive formations of institutions and the discursive formations of statements, there is a great temptation to establish either a sort of vertical parallelism such as might exist between two expressions symbolizing one another, as in primary relations of expression, or a horizontal causality in which events and institutions will determine the nature of the supposed author of the statements, as in secondary relations of reflection. At all events, a diagonal movement creates a third possibility. Discursive relations become associated with non-discursive milieu, which are not in themselves situated either inside or outside the group of statements, but form the above-mentioned limit, the specific horizon without which these objects could neither appear nor be assigned a place in the statement itself. Quotes, not, of course, that it was political practice that from the early 19th century imposed on medicine such new objects as tisular lesions or the anatomo-physiological correlations, but it opened up new fields for the mapping of medical objects. The mass of the population administratively compartmented and supervised, the great conscript armies, the institutions of hospital assistance that were defined at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries, in relation to the economic needs of the time and to the reciprocal position of the social classes. One can also see the appearance of this relation of political practice to medical discourse in the status accorded to the doctor. End quotes. Since the distinction between originality and banality is no longer pertinent, a statement may be repeated. A phrase may be begun again or re-evoked. A proposition may be reactualized, but only the statement may be repeated. Nonetheless, it appears that the real conditions under which repetition may take place are very strict. The area of distribution, the allocation of unique elements, the sequence of place and events, the link established within an instituted milieu, in each case, all these must be the same in order to give the statement a materiality that makes it repeatable. Species evolved is not the same statement when used first by 18th century history and then by 19th century biology. It is not certain that the statement remains the same even from Darwin to Simpson, given that the description in each case might raise completely different units of measure, distances, distributions, and even institutions. The same slogan, "Put madmen in the asylum," can belong to discursive formations that are completely distinct from one another, depending on whether it is an 18th century protest against confusing prisoners with madmen, or a 19th century demand for asylums in order to separate madmen from prisoners, or even a present-day objection to change within the hospital service. We might object that all Foucault is doing is refining a very classical analysis that relies on context. This would ignore the novelty of the criteria which he institutes, precisely in order to show that one can articulate a phrase or formulate a proposition without always occupying the same place in the corresponding statement, and without reproducing the same particular features. And if one is led to denounce false repetitions by determining the discursive formation to which a statement belongs, one equally uncovers certain isomorphisms or isotopisms lurking between distinct formations. Context explains nothing, since its nature varies according to the particular discursive formation or family of statements under consideration. If the repetition of statements is subject to such strict conditions, this is not by virtue of external conditions, but as a result of that internal materiality that makes repetition itself the power that a statement is alone in possessing. A statement always defines itself by establishing a specific link with something else that lies on the same level as itself, that is, something else which concerns the statement itself, and not the meaning or elements of that statement. This other thing may also be a statement, in which case a statement openly repeats itself. But rather than being a statement, almost inevitably it is something foreign, something outside. That is to say, it involves the pure transmission of unique elements which remain indeterminate points, since they are not yet defined and limited by the curve of the statements that joins them up and assumes a certain form in their presence. Foucault shows, then, that a curve, a graph, a pyramid are statements, but that what they represent is not a statement. Similarly, the letters written out by me, AZRT, are statements, even though these same letters do not form a statement on the keyboard. In this case, we observe how a secret repetition animates the statements, and the reader is once more faced with the theme of the tiny difference that paradoxically creates identity, which inspired the best pages of Raymond Roussel. A statement is in itself a repetition, even if what it repeats is something else that nonetheless is strangely similar and almost identical to it. So, the greatest problem for Foucault would be to uncover the nature of these peculiar features presupposed by the statements. But the archaeology of knowledge stops at this point and does not attempt to deal with a problem that surpasses the limits of knowledge. Foucault's readers become aware of the fact that we are entering into a new domain, that of power, and its relation to knowledge, which is to be explained by the sequel to archaeology, but already we feel that AZERT on the keyboard represents the focal point of power or of power relations between the letters of the French alphabet, depending on which one crops up, and the typist's fingers, depending on which one is used. As Foucault explains, the order of things deals neither with things nor with words. It is not concerned with object or subject, nor does it examine phrases or propositions, grammatical analysis, logic, or semantics. Statements are not in any sense portrayed as a synthesis of words and things, or as composite phrases or propositions. On the contrary, they precede the phrases or propositions which implicitly presuppose them, and lead to the formation of words and objects. There are two moments where Foucault goes back on this. In Madness of Civilization, he has recourse too often to an experience of madness that is already inscribed in a duality existing between the states of raw things and propositions. And in The Birth of the Clinic, he invokes a medical gaze that still relies on a unitary subject whose position never changes with regard to objects. All the same, these lapses are perhaps fake. It is no cause for regret that the romanticism which contributed to the beauty of Madness and Civilization has been abandoned in favor of a new positivism. This rarefied form of positivism, which in itself is poetic, perhaps helps to rekindle a general experience in the dissemination of discursive formations or statements, an experience which is still that of madness, while it also reintroduces into the various locations at the heart of these formations a mobile site which is still that of a doctor, clinician, diagnostician, or symptomatologist of civilizations, independently of any Wiltonshire. And what is the conclusion to archaeology if not an appeal to a general theory of production which must merge with the revolutionary praxis, and where the acting discourse is formed within an outside that remains indifferent to my life and death? For discursive formations are real practices, and far from being a universal logos, their languages are transient and tend to promote and sometimes even to express mutation. So this is our definition of a group of statements, or even a single statement. They are multiplicities. It was Riemann in the field of physics and mathematics who dreamed up the notion of multiplicity and different kinds of multiplicities. The philosophical importance of this notion then appeared in Husserl's Formal and Transcendental Logic and in Bergson's essay on the immediate given of awareness, where he tries to define duration as a type of multiplicity to be contrasted with spatial multiplicities, rather as Riemann had distinguished between discrete and continuous multiplicities. But the notion died out in these two areas, either because it became obscured by a newly restored simple dualism arising from a distinction made between genres, or because it tended to assume the status of an axiomatic system. Nonetheless, the core of the notion is the constitution of a substantive in which multiple ceases to be a predicate opposed to the one, or attributable to a subject identified as one. Multiplicity remains completely indifferent to the traditional problems of the multiple and the one, and above all to the problem of a subject who would think through this multiplicity, give it conditions, account for its origins, and so on. There is neither one nor multiple, which would at all events entail having recourse to a consciousness that would be regulated by the one and developed by the other. There are only rare multiplicities composed of particular elements, empty places for those who temporarily function as subjects, and cumulable, repeatable, and self-preserving regularities. Multiplicity is neither axiomatic nor typological, but topological. Foucault's book represents the most decisive step yet taken in the theory practice of multiplicities. In another sense, this is also the path taken by Maurice Blancat's logic of literary production, which maintains the most rigorous link between the singular and the plural, the neutral and repetition, in such a way as to challenge simultaneously the form given to consciousness or a subject and the bottomlessness of an undifferentiated abyss. Foucault has not distinguished the way in which he feels akin to Blancat, and he demonstrates how the heart of contemporary debates has less to do with structuralism as such, that is, with the existence or lack of it, of models and realities that we call structures, than with the place and status bestowed on the subject in ways we feel are not completely structured. Therefore, as long as we continue to contrast history directly with structure, we persist in believing that the subject can gather, build up, and unify matter. But this no longer holds true if we think of epochs or historical formations as being multiplicities. The latter escape from both the reign of the subjects and the empire of structure. Structure is propositional, has an axiomatic nature that can be tied to a specific level and forms a homogeneous system, while a statement is a multiplicity that passes through all levels and cuts across a domain of structures and possible unities, and which reveals them with concrete contents in time and space. The subject is the product of phrases or dialectic and has the character of a first person with whom discourse begins, while the statement is an anonymous function which leaves a trace of subject only in the third person as a derived function. Archaeology contrasts with the two principal techniques used until now by archivists: formalization and interpretation. Archivists have often jumped from one technique to the other, while relying on both at the same time. Sometimes their analysis of a phrase isolates a logical proposition which then operates as its manifest meaning. In this way, they move beyond what is inscribed to an intelligent form, which no doubt in turn can be inscribed on a symbolic surface, but is in itself of a different order to that of the inscription. On other occasions, however, they move from one plane to the second, and see the two as being secretly related. In this way, the initial inscription is doubled by a second inscription. The latter no doubt contains a hidden meaning, but above all, it is not the same in terms either of inscription or of content. These two extremes indicate the two poles around which interpretation and formalization gravitate uneasily, as can be seen, for example, in the way psychoanalysis vacillates between a hypothesis that is functional and formal and the topical hypotheses of a double inscription. The one isolates what is overstated in the other what is unsaid. That is why logic likes to show how a single phrase in fact involves at least two propositions, while interpretive disciplines, on the other hand, show that a phrase has gaps which must be filled. Methodologically, then, it seems very difficult to stick to what is actually stated, to nothing but the actual inscription of what is said. Even and above all, linguistics does not remain content with that, especially when its classifications are on a different level from what is said. Foucault instigates a very different project. His endpoint is the statement, the simple inscription of what is said, the positivity of the dictum. Quote, archaeology does not attempt to evade verbal performances in order to discover behind them or below their apparent surface a hidden element, a secret meaning that lies buried within them or what emerges through them without saying so. And yet the statement is not immediately visible. It is not given in such a manifest way as a grammatical or logical structure, even if such a structure is not entirely clear or is very difficult to elucidate. The statement is neither visible nor hidden. End quote. In these indispensable pages, Foucault shows that no statement can have a latent existence, since it shows what in fact is said. Even the blanks or gaps it contains must not be confused with hidden meanings, since they indicate only the statement's presence in the space of dispersion that constitutes the family. But, on the other hand, if it is so difficult to find an inscription on the same level as that which is spoken, it is because the statement is not immediately perceptible but is always covered over by phrases and propositions. The plinth must be discovered, polished, even fashioned or invented. The triple space of this plinth must be invented and spotlighted, and only in a multiplicity that has yet to be formed can the statement be articulated as a simple inscription of what is said. Only then does the question arise of knowing whether the interpretations and formalizations did not already presuppose this simple inscription as their precondition. In fact, is it not the inscription of the statement as inscription, which would be led under certain conditions to double up in another inscription or to project itself into a proposition? Every address or subscription is related to the unique inscription of the statement in its discursive formation. The archive as monument, not as document. Quote, if language is to be taken as an object, decomposed into distinct levels, described and analyzed, an enunciative datum must exist that will always be determined and not infinite. The analysis of a language always operates on a corpus of words and text. The uncovering and interpretation of implicit meanings always rest on a limited group of sentences. The logical analysis of a system implies a given group of propositions, the rewriting in a formal language. End quote. That is the essence of the concrete method. We are forced to begin with words, phrases, and propositions, but we organize them into a limited corpus that varies depending on the problem raised. This requirement already lay at the heart of the distributionalist school of Bloomfield or Harris. But Foucault's originality lies in the way in which he takes it upon himself to limit the different corpora which operate neither on the basis of linguistic frequency or constancy, nor according to the personal qualities of the speaker or writer, great thinkers, famous statesmen, etc. Francois Ewald is right to say that Foucault's texts are, quote, discourses which lack a reference, end quote, and that the archivist usually avoids quoting the big names. The reason is that he chooses the fundamental words, phrases, and propositions not on the basis of a structure or the author's subject from whom they emanate, but on the basis of the simple function they carry out in a general situation. For example, the rules of internment in an asylum or even a prison, disciplinary rules in the army or at school. Only in the books published after archaeology are we given a clear reason for Foucault's choice of criteria. The words, phrases, and propositions examined by the text must be those which revolve around different focal points of power and resistance set in play by a particular problem. For example, the question of sexuality in the 19th century can be analyzed by seeking out the words and phrases used in the confessional or the propositions put forward by pious handbooks, as well as by examining other focal points such as schooling or the institutions of birth, marriage, and so on. This is a criterion effectively at work in the archaeology, even though the theory appears only later. So once the corpus has been established, which does not in any sense impose limits on the statements, we can then determine the way in which language gathers round or falls into this corpus. The order of things speaks of the being of language, while the archaeology states that there is a language. The phrase varies in accordance with the particular approach. But in each case, one speaks in a kind of anonymous murmur that appears in a different guise on each occasion. It is therefore possible to isolate statements from words, phrases, and propositions. Statements are not words, phrases, or propositions, but rather formations thrown up by the corpus in question only when the subjects of the phrase, the objects of the proposition, and the signifieds of words change in nature. They then occupy the place of the one speaks and become dispersed throughout the opacity of language. This is a constant paradox in Foucault. The language coagulates around the corpus only in order to facilitate the distribution or dispersion of statements and to stand as a rule for a family that is naturally dispersed. This whole method is carried out with the utmost rigor and in differing degrees is applied throughout Foucault's work. When Gogol wrote his masterpiece about the inscription of dead souls, he explained that his novel was a poem and showed how, and in what areas, the novel must necessarily be a poem. Perhaps in the archaeology, Foucault offers us less a discourse on his method than the poem of his previous works, and reaches the point where philosophy is necessarily poetry, the severe poetry of what is said, which subsumes both nonsense and the greatest profundities. In a certain way, Foucault can declare that he has never written anything but fiction, for, as we have seen, statements resemble dreams and are transformed as in a kaleidoscope, depending on the corpus in question and the diagonal line being followed. But in another sense, he can also claim that he has written only what is real, and used what is real, for everything is real in the statement, and all reality in it is openly on display. There are many multiplicities. There is not only the great dualism of discursive and non-discursive multiplicities. Among the discursive elements, there are also whole families or formations of statements, whose catalog is open-ended and subject to constant change. And then there are different kinds of statements, which are distinguished by certain thresholds. A single family can pass through several different kinds, while one kind can incorporate several families. For example, science implies certain thresholds beyond which statements attain an epistemologization or a scientificity or even a formalization, but a science never absorbs the family or formation which defines it. The scientific status and pretensions of psychiatry cannot quell juridical texts, literary expressions, philosophical reflections, political decisions, and public opinions, which all form an integral part of the corresponding discursive formation. At best, a science can influence the formation by systematizing or formalizing some of its areas and being prepared to receive in turn an ideological function that cannot simply be linked to a notion of scientific imperfection. In brief, science is concentrated in an area of knowledge it does not absorb and in a formation which is in itself the object of knowledge and not of science. Knowledge in general is not science or even a particular corpus of knowledge, but takes as its object the above defined multiplicities, or rather, the precise multiplicity it actually describes with all its unique features, places, and functions. Quote, discursive practice does not coincide with the scientific development that it may give rise to, and the knowledge that it forms is neither an unfinished prototype nor the byproduct to be found in daily life of a constituted science. End quote. But one also sees then how certain multiplicities and formations direct the knowledge haunting them, not towards epistemological thresholds, but in a very different direction, towards completely different thresholds. We cannot simply say that certain families are incapable of science, at least on the level of redistribution and real mutation, as for example in the case of what preceded psychiatry in the 17th and 18th centuries. Instead, we wonder if there are not thresholds, for example aesthetic ones, which mobilize knowledge in a direction that is different to that of science, allowing us to offer a definition of a literary text or a pictorial work, while remaining within the discursive practices to which they belong. There are even ethical and political thresholds, and we could show here how certain prohibitions, exclusions, limitations, freedoms, and transgressions are linked to a particular discursive practice, related to non-discursive domains and more or less capable of approaching a revolutionary threshold. These elements lead to the formation of the archaeology poem, made up of multiple registers, but equally of the particular inscription of an articulation linked in turn to events, institutions, and all sorts of other practices. The essential point is not that we have gone beyond the duality of science and poetry that dogged the work of Bachelard, or that we have found a way of treating literary texts scientifically. Above all, what we have done is to discover and survey that foreign land where a literary form, a scientific proposition, a common phrase, a schizophrenic piece of nonsense, and so on are also statements, but lack a common denominator and cannot be reduced or made equivalent in any discursive way. This is what had never before been attained by logicians, formalists, or interpreters. Science and poetry are equal forms of knowledge. But what are the limits of a family or discursive formation? How can we conceptualize the cutoff point? This is a completely different question to that of the threshold, but once again, the appropriate method is not axiomatic, nor even strictly structural, for the substitution of one formation by another is not necessarily carried out at the level of the most general or most easily formalized statements. Only a serial method, as used today by historians, allows us to construct a series around a single point and to seek out other series which might prolong the point in different directions on the level of other points. There is always a point in space or time when series begin to diverge and become redistributed in a new space, and it is at this point that the break takes place. This serial method is built up from particular features and curves. Foucault remarks that it seems to have two diametrically opposed effects, since on the one hand it encourages historians to carve history up into large periods of time, while on the other it leads epistemologists to multiply the divisions, some of which have an extremely brief duration. We shall continue to come across this problem, but at all events, The essential point is that constructing series on the base of determinable multiplicities makes it impossible to spread out history in the sequential way envisaged by those philosophers devoted to the glorification of a subject. Quote, making historical analysis the discourse of the continuous in making human consciousness the original subject of all historical developments and all action are the two sides of the same system of thoughts. In this system, time is conceived in terms of totalization, and revolutions are never more than moments of consciousness. End quote. Those who continue to have recourse to history and protest against the indetermination of a concept, such as mutation, should bear in mind the perplexity of real historians when they have to explain why capitalism arose at such a time and in such a place when so many factors could have made it equally possible at another time and place. To problematize series, whether discursive or not, formations, families, and multiplicities are historical. They are not just compounds built up from their coexistence, but are inseparable from temporal reactors of derivation. And when a new formation appears with new rules and series, it never comes all at once, in a single phrase or act of creation, but emerges like a series of building blocks with gaps, traces, and reactivations of former elements that survive under the new rules. Despite isomorphisms and isotopies, no formation provides a model for another. The theory of divisions is therefore an essential part of the system. One must pursue the different series, travel along the different levels, and cross all thresholds. Instead of simply displaying phenomena or statements in their vertical or horizontal dimensions, one must form a transversal or mobile diagonal line along which the archaeologist-archivist must move. A comment by Deleuze on the rarefied universe of Webern could easily apply here to Foucault and his style. Quote, he created a new dimension, which we might call a diagonal dimension, a sort of distribution of points, groups, or figures that no longer act simply as an abstract framework, but actually exist in space. End quote. A new cartographer, discipline and punish. Foucault never looked on writing as an aim or an end in itself. This is precisely what makes him a great writer, and he imbues everything he writes with an increasing sense of joy and gaiety. The divine comedy of punishments means we can retain the basic right to collapse in fits of laughter in the face of a dazzling array of perverse inventions, cynical discourses, and meticulous horrors. A whole chain of phenomena, from anti-masturbation machines for children to the mechanics of prison for adults, sets off in an unexpected laughter which shame, suffering, or death cannot silence. The torturers rarely laugh, at least not in the same way. Vallis has already contrasted the revolutionary's unique sense of gaiety in horror with the horrible gaiety of the torturer. Provided the hatred is strong enough, something can be salvaged, a great joy which is not the ambivalent joy of hatred, but the joy of wanting to destroy whatever mutilates life. Foucault's book is full of a joy or jubilation that blends in with the splendor of its style and the politics of its contents. It is punctuated by horrible descriptions which are lovingly rendered. The botched torture of Damien, the plague-ridden city and the whale sealed off, the chain gang passing through town calling out to people, or the new isolating machine, such as prison or the prison van. Evidence of a new sensibility in the art of punishment. Foucault always managed to illustrate his theatrical analyses in a vivid manner. Here, analysis becomes increasingly microphysical and the illustrations increasingly physical, expressing the effects of analysis, not in a causal way, but through the use of optics and color. The red on red of the tortured inmates contrasts with the gray on gray of prison. Analyses and illustration go hand in hand, offering us a microphysics of power and a political investment of the body. These illustrations are colored in on a minutely drawn map. This book can be taken as continuing Foucault's previous books as much as representing a decisive new step forward. In a general or even confused way, leftism has been characterized theoretically as having raised against the problem of power, a question which has been directed against Marxism as much as against bourgeois conceptions, and practically as a certain form of local and specific struggle whose relationships and necessary unity could no longer come from a process of totalization or centralization, but rather, as Guattari put it, from a transversality. These two aspects, the practical and the theoretical, were closely linked. But leftism still continued to retain or reintegrate certain elements that were too basically Marxist, and once again fell back into Marxism as part of the general centralization that brought groups back to the old ways, Stalinism included. Perhaps from 1971 to 1973, the Group for Information about Prisons, under the encouragement of Foucault and Defert, managed to function in a way that avoided this resurgence by keeping up a kind of original link between prison struggle and other struggles. And when Foucault returns in 1975 to a theoretical publication, he appears to be the first to invent this new conception of power, which everyone had unsuccessfully tried to find and articulate. This is a subject matter of discipline and punish. Even though Foucault touches on it only in a few pages at the beginning of this book, only a few pages, since he adopts a method that is completely different from the thesis. He is content to suggest abandoning a certain number of postulates which have traditionally marked the position of the left. And we have to wait until the history of sexuality for a more detailed exposition. As the postulate of property, power would be the property won by a class. Foucault shows that power does not come about in this way. It is less a property than a strategy, and its effects cannot be attributed to an appropriation, quote, but to dispositions, maneuvers, tactics, techniques, and functionings. It is exercised rather than possessed. It is not the privilege, acquired or preserved, of the dominant class, but the overall effect of its strategic positions, end quotes. This new functionalism, or functional analysis, certainly does not deny the existence of class and class struggle, but it illustrates it in a totally different way, with landscapes, characters, and behavior that are different from those to which traditional history, even of the Marxist variety, has made us accustomed. We are shown innumerable points of confrontation, focuses of instability, each of which has its own risks, of conflicts, of struggles, of an at least temporary inversion of the power relations. Instead of analogy, homology, or univocality, we have a new kind of possible continuity. In brief, power is not homogeneous, but can be defined only by the particular points through which it passes. As the postulate of localization, power would be power of the state and would itself be located in the machinery of states to the point where even private powers would only apparently be dispersed and would remain no more than a special example of the machinery of the state. Foucault shows that, on the contrary, the state itself appears as the overall effect or result of a series of interacting wheels or structures which are located at a completely different level and which constitute a microphysics of power. Not only private systems, but explicit parts of the machinery of states have an origin, a behavior and a function which the state ratifies, controls, or is even content to cover, rather than institute. One of the basic ideas in Discipline and Punish is that modern societies can be defined as disciplinarian. But discipline cannot be identified with any one institution or apparatus precisely because it is a type of power, a technology that traverses every kind of apparatus or institution, linking them, prolonging them, and making them converge and function in a new way. This holds even when the particular parts or wheels are as obvious a part of the state as the police or prison. Quotes, although the police as an institution were certainly organized in the form of a state apparatus, and although this was certainly linked directly to the center of political sovereignty, the type of power it exercises, the mechanisms it operates, and the elements to which it applies them are specific. End quote. Charging itself with forcing the discipline to penetrate right into the ephemeral detail of a social field, thereby revealing its relative independence from the judicial and even political apparatus. This is all the more so since the origin of the person does not lie in the judicial political structure of a society. It is wrong to make it depend on the evolution of law, even penal law. Insofar as it administers punishment, prisons also possess a necessary autonomy and in turn reveals a disciplinary supplement which goes beyond the machinery of the state, even when used by it. In brief, Foucault's functionalism throws up a new topology which no longer locates the origin of power in a privileged place and can no longer accept a limited localization. This conception of social space, like the continuity mentioned above, is as new as that of contemporary physics and mathematics. Here we can see that local has two very different meanings. Power is local because it is never global, but it is not local or localized because it is diffused. As the postulate of subordination, this power embodied in the machinery of states would be subordinate to both a mode of production and an infrastructure. No doubt, it is possible to make the great systems of punishment and the various systems of production tally. The disciplinary mechanisms, in particular, cannot be separated from the demographic upsurge of the 18th century or a growth in production that seeks to increase yield, compose forces, and extract every useful force from the body. But it is difficult to discern an economic determination in the last analysis, even if one endows the superstructure with the ability to react or turn back on itself. It is rather the whole economy, for example the workshop or the factory, which these mechanisms of power presuppose as they already act from within on bodies and souls, as they already act inside the economic field on the forces and relations of production. Quotes, relations of power are not in a position of exteriority with respect to other types of relationships. They are not in superstructural positions. They have a directly productive role wherever they come into play. End quote. A functional microanalysis takes whatever is still pyramidal in Marxist image and replaces it with a strict immanence where centers of power and disciplinary techniques form multiple segments, linked to one another, which the individuals of a mass traverse or inhabit, body and soul, family, school, barracks, factories, and, if need be, the prison. The thing called power is characterized by immanence of field without transcendent unification, continuity of line without global centralization, and contiguity of parts without distinct totalization. It is a social space. As the postulate of essence or of attributes, power would have an essence and be an attribute, which would qualify those who possess it as dominators, as opposed to those on whom it is practiced as dominated. Power has no essence. It is simply operational. It is not an attribute but a relation. The power relation is a set of possible relations between forces, which passes through the dominated forces no less than through the dominating, as both these forces constitute unique elements. Quote, power invests the dominated, passes through them, and, with the help of them, relying on them, just as they, in the struggle against power, rely on the hold it exerts on them. End quote. Analyzing the letters de cachet, Foucault demonstrates that the king's arbitrator does not operate in a downward direction like an attribute of his transcendent power, but is solicited by the most humble, by the relatives, neighbors, and colleagues of a nasty little troublemaker, who want to have him locked up and who use the absolute monarchy like an imminent public service that can settle family or conjugal arguments, professional quarrels, or disputes over byways. In this way, the letter de cachet therefore becomes the predecessor of what psychiatry calls a willing investment. Far from operating in a general or appropriate sphere, the power relation establishes itself wherever individual features, however tiny, are to be found. Relations between forces, such as boundary disputes, quarrels between parents and children, domestic tiffs, drunkenness and debauchery, public squabbles, and the load of secret affairs. As a postulate of modality, power would act through the use of violence or ideology by reprimanding, by tricking or persuading, by acting as police or as propaganda. Even here, this alternative does not seem pertinent. This can clearly be seen even at a political party congress. The violence may be either in the hall or out in the street, while the ideology is always to be found on the platform, but the problem of the organization of power is settled privately in the adjoining room. Power does not come about through ideology, even when it concerns the soul. It does not necessarily separate through violence and repression, even when it weighs on the body. Or rather, violence expresses well the effect of a force on something, some object or being. But it does not express the power relation, that is to say, the relations between force and force. Quote, an action upon an action, end quote. A relation between forces is a function of the type, quote, to incite, to provoke, and to combine, end quote. In the case of disciplinary societies, we should say to allocate, to classify, to compose, and to normalize. The first is indefinite and varies in each case. Power produces reality before it represses. Equally, it produces truth before it ideologizes, abstracts, or masks. By highlighting sexuality as a special case, the history of sexuality will therefore show how we can believe in a sexual repression operating within language if we concentrate on words and phrases, but not if we isolate the dominant statements, and especially the verbal procedures in use in churches, schools, and hospitals, which simultaneously search for the reality of sex and the truth in sex. It will also show how repression and ideology explain nothing but always assume an organization or system within which they operate, but not vice versa. Foucault does not in any way ignore repression and ideology, but as Nietzsche had already seen, they do not constitute the struggle between forces, but are only the dust thrown up by such a contest. As the postulate of legality, state power would express itself in law, where the latter is conceived either as a state of peace imposed on brute force or as a result of a war or struggle won by the stronger party. But where in either case, law is defined by the forced or voluntary cessation of war, in contrast to illegality, which it defines by way of exclusion. Here, revolutionaries can only demand a different legality which comes from winning power or installing a new machinery of state. One of the strongest themes in Foucault's book consists of replacing the crude opposition of law and illegality with the subtle correlation made between illegalisms and laws. Law is always a structure of illegalisms, which are differentiated by being formalized. We need only look at the law of commercial societies to see that laws are not contrasted worldwide with illegality, but that some are actually used to find loopholes in others. Law administers illegalisms, some it allows or invents as the privilege of the dominating class, others it tolerates as a compensation for the dominating classes, or even uses in the service of the dominating class. Others again it forbids, isolates, and takes as both its object and its means of domination. For this reason, changes in the law brought about in the 18th century were ultimately designed to create a new distribution of illegalisms, not only because offenders tended to change in nature, focusing increasingly on property rather than on people, but also because disciplinary powers categorize and formalize these infractions in a new way, defining a new form called delinquency, which in turn gave rise to a new classification and control of illegalisms. Certain popular movements of resistance in the 1789 revolution can obviously be explained by the fact that the illegalisms tolerated or installed by the old regime became intolerable to Republican power. But what is common to both republics and monarchies in the West is that they raised the whole entity of law to the status of the assumed principle of power, in order to give themselves a homogeneous representation of jurisdiction. The juridical model became the blueprint for all strategies. This chart of illegalisms, however, continues to function according to the model of legality, and Foucault shows that the law is now no more a state of peace than the result of a successful war. It is war itself, and the strategy of this war in action, just as power is not the property of the dominant class, but the strategy of that class in action. It is as if, finally, something new were emerging in the wake of Marx. It is as if a complicity about the states were finally broken. Foucault is not content to say that we must rethink certain notions. He does not even say it, he just does it, and in this way proposes new coordinates for praxis. In the background, a battle begins to brew, with its local tactics and overall strategies which advance not by totalizing but by relaying, connecting, converging, and prolonging. The question ultimately is, what is to be done? The theoretical privilege given to the state as an apparatus of power, to a certain extent, leads to the practice of a leading and centralizing party which eventually wins state power. But on the other hand, it is this very organizational conception of the party that is justified by this theory of power. The stakes of Foucault's book lie in a different theory, a different praxis of struggle, a different set of strategies. Foucault's previous book had been The Archaeology of Knowledge. What kind of development does Discipline and Punish represent? This archaeology was not just a book of reflections or a general method, but a new orientation, like a new folding acting on the earlier books. Archaeology put forward a distinction between two types of practical formations. The one discursive, involving statements, the other non-discursive, involving environment. For example, clinical medicine at the end of the 18th century is a discursive formation, but as such, it relates to a mass and a population who depend on another kind of formation, and so bring in non-discursive environments such as institutions, political events, economic practices, and processes. Naturally, environments also produce statements, just as statements determine environments. But the fact remains that the two formations are heterogeneous. Even though they may overlap, There is no correspondence or isomorphism, no direct causality or symbolization. The archaeology of knowledge therefore marked a turning point. It posited a firm distinction between the two forms, but as it proposed to define the form of statements, it contented itself with indicating the other forms in a negative way as the non-discursive. Discipline and punish marks a new stage. Even a thing like prison is seen as an environment of formation. The prison environments and a form of content, where the content is a prisoner. But this thing or form does not refer back to a word designating it, or to a signifier for which it would be the signified. It refers to completely different words and concepts, such as delinquency or delinquent, which express a new way of articulating infractions, sentences, and their subjects. Let us call this formation of statements a form of expression. The two forms may have emerged at the same time, in the 18th century, but they are still nonetheless heterogeneous. Penal law undergoes a development that obliges it to speak of crime and punishment in terms of the defense of society, and no longer in terms of vengeance or the restoration of sovereign power, as in signs addressed to the soul or mind, which establish certain mental associations between the crime and the punishment, a code. But prison is a new way of acting on bodies, and evolves from something entirely different to penal law. Prison, that concentrated and austere figure of all disciplines, is not an endogenous element in the penal system as defined at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries. Penal law concerns those aspects of criminal material that can be articulated. It is a system of language that classifies and translates offenses and calculates sentences, a family of statements that is also a threshold. Prison, for its part, is concerned with whatever is visible. Not only does it wish to display the crime and the criminal, but in itself it constitutes a visibility. It is a system of light before being a figure of stone, and is defined by panopticism, by a visual assemblage and a luminous environment. A central tower surrounded by cells, in which the warder can see all the detainees without the detainees being able to see either him or one another. A system of lights and a system of language are not the same form and do not have the same formation. We begin to understand now why Foucault studies these two forms in his earlier books, the visible and the articulable, as he called them in The Birth of the Clinic and in Madness and Civilization. Madness as seen in a general hospital, and folly which was not treated in a 17th century hospital as it is described in medicine. What the archaeology recognized, but still only designated negatively as non-discursive environments, is given its positive form in Discipline and Punish, a form that haunted the whole of Foucault's work, the form of the visible, as opposed to the form of whatever can be articulated. For example, at the beginning of the 19th century, masses and populations become visible and emerge into the light of day at the same time as medical statements manage to articulate new objects, as in titular lesions and the animal physiological correlations. Of course, as a form of content, prison itself has its own statements and regulations. Equally, penal law, as a form of expression, statements of delinquency, has its contents, even if these are only a new series of offenders carried out against property rather than against people. And the two forms continue to come into contact, seep into one another, and steal bits for themselves. Penal law still leads back to prison and provides prisoners, while prison continues to reproduce delinquency, make it an object, and realize the aims which penal law had conceived differently: the defense of society, the moral conversion of the condemned man, the change is made to the sentence, individuation. There is a mutual presupposition operating between the two forms, yet there is no common form, no conformity, not even correspondence. It is here that discipline and punish poses the two problems that the archaeology could not raise because the latter remain tied to knowledge, and the primacy of the statements in knowledge. On the one hand, outside forms. Is there in general a common immanent cause that exists within a social field? On the other, how do the assemblages, adjustments, and interpenetration of the two forms come about in a variable way in each particular case? From here can have two meanings. It forms or organizes matter, or it forms or finalizes functions and gives them aims. Not only the prison, but the hospital, the school, the barracks, and the workshop are formed matter. Punishment is a formalized function, as is care, education, training, or enforced work. The fact is that there is a kind of correspondence between them, even though the two forms are irreducible. In fact, care was not the function of the 17th century hospital, and the penal law in the 18th century does not refer essentially to the prison. So how can we explain such a co-adaptation? The reason lies in the fact that we can conceive of pure matter and pure functions, abstracting the forms which embody them. When Foucault defines panopticism, either he specifically sees it as an optimal or luminous arrangement that characterizes prison, or he views it abstractly as a machine that not only affects visible matter in general, as in a workshop, barracks, school, or hospital, as much as a prison, but also in general passes through every articulable function. So the abstract formula of panopticism is no longer to see without being seen, but to impose a particular conduct on a particular human multiplicity. We need only insist that the multiplicity is reduced and confined to a tight space, and that the imposition of a form of conduct is done by distributing in space, laying out and serializing in time, composing in space-time, and so on. The list is endless, but it is always concerned with unformed and unorganized matter and unformalized, unfinalized functions, the two variables being indissolubly linked. What can we call such a new, informal dimension? On one occasion, Foucault gives it its most precise name. It is a diagram, that is to say, a functioning abstracted from any obstacle or friction and which must be detached from any specific use. The diagram is no longer an auditory or visual archive, but a map, or cartography, that is coextensive with the whole social field. It is an abstract machine. It is defined by its informal functions and matter, and in terms of form, makes no distinction between content and expression, a discursive formation and a non-discursive formation. It is a machine that is almost blind and mute, even though it makes others see and speak. If there are many diagrammatic functions, and even matters, it is because every diagram is a spatio-temporal multiplicity. But it is also because there are as many diagrams as there are social fields in history. When Foucault invokes the notion of diagram, it is in connection with our modern disciplinarian societies, where power controls the whole field. If there is a model, it is that of the plague, which cordons off the stricken town and regulates the smallest detail. But if we consider the ancient sovereign societies, we can see that they also possess a diagram, even if it relates to different matters and functions. Here too, a force is exercised on other forces, but it is used to deduct rather than to combine and to compose, to divide the masses rather than to isolate the detail, to exile rather than to seal off. Its motto is that of leprosy. This is a different kind of diagram, a different machine, closer to the theater than to the factory. It involves a different relation between forces. More importantly, it creates intermediary diagrams in which we shift from one society to another. For example, the Napoleonic diagram, where the disciplinary function merges with the sovereign function, quotes, at the point of junction of the monarchical ritual exercise of sovereignty and the hierarchical permanent exercise of indefinite discipline, end quotes. This is because the diagram is highly unstable or fluid, continually churning up matter and functions in a way likely to create change. Lastly, every diagram is intersocial and constantly evolving. It never functions in order to represent a persisting world, but produces a new kind of reality, a new model of truth. It is neither the subject of history, nor does it survey history. It makes history by unmaking preceding realities and significations, constituting hundreds of points of emergence or creativity, unexpected conjunctions, or improbable continuities. It doubles history with a sense of continual evolution. Every society has its diagrams. Foucault was careful to work on a well-determined series and never interested himself directly in so-called primitive societies. Nonetheless, they would be a particularly good example, perhaps too good. For far from being devoid of politics or history, they have a network of alliances which cannot be reduced to a hierarchical structure or to relations of exchange between filial groups. Alliances take place between small local groups, which constitute relations between forces, as in gift and countergift, and direct power. Here, the diagram shows how it is different from structure insofar as the alliances weave a supple and transversal network that is perpendicular to vertical structure. Define a practice, proceeding of strategy, distinct from any single combination, and form an unstable physical system that is in perpetual disequilibrium instead of a closed exchanges cycle, which accounts for Leach's polemic with Levi-Strauss or Pierre Bourdieu's sociology of strategies. The conclusion to be drawn from this is not so much that Foucault's conception of power is particularly apt in the case of primitive societies, about which he says nothing, but that the modern societies he discusses in turn develop diagrams which expose the relations between forces or the particular strategies. In fact, within the overall categories, basic lineages, or modern institutions, we can still find those micro-relations which, far from destroying these larger unities, actually compose them. This is precisely what Gabriel Tarde did when he founded a micro-sociology. He did not explain the social by reference to the individual. Instead, he accounted for the all-embracing categories by having recourse to minutely small relations such as imitation, the propagation of a current of belief or desire, quanta, or invention, the meeting of two imitative trends. These are the real relations between forces, insofar as they transcend mere violence. What is a diagram? It is a display of the relations between forces which constitute power in the above conditions. Quote, the panoptic mechanism is not simply a hinge, a point of exchange between a mechanism of power and a function. It is a way of making power relations functions in a function and of making a function through these power relations. End quote. We have seen that the relations between forces, or power relations, were microphysical, strategic, multipunctual, and diffuse. That they determined particular features and constituted pure functions. The diagram or abstract machine is a map of relations between forces, a map of destiny or intensity which proceeds by primary non localizable relations and at every moment passes through every point. Or rather, in every relation from one point to another. Of course, this has nothing to do either with a transcendent idea or with an ideological superstructure, or even with an economic infrastructure, which is already qualified by its substance and defined by its form and use. Nonetheless, the diagram acts as a non-unifying immanent cause that is coextensive with the whole social field. The abstract machine is like the cause of the concrete assemblages that execute its relations, and these relations between forces take place not above, but within the very tissue of the assemblages they produce. What do you mean here by immanent cause? It is a cause which is realized, integrated, and distinguished in its effect. Or rather, the immanent cause is realized, integrated, and distinguished by its effects. In this way, there is a correlation or mutual presupposition between cause and effect, between abstract machine and concrete assemblages. It is for the latter that Foucault most often reserves the term mechanisms. If the effects realize something, this is because the relations between forces, or power relations, are merely virtual, potential, unstable, vanishing, and molecular, and define only possibilities of interaction, so long as they do not enter into a macroscopic whole capable of giving form to their fluid matter and their diffuse function. But realization is equally an integration, a collective of progressive integrations that are initially local and then become or tend to become global, aligning, homogenizing, and summarizing relations between forces. Here, law is the integration of legalisms. The concrete assemblages of school, workshops, army, etc. integrate qualified substances, children, workers, soldiers, and finalized functions, education, etc. And this carries on right up to the state, which strives for global integration, at least in the form of a universal marketplace. And ultimately, this realization and integration is a differentiation, not because the cause being realized would be a sovereign unit, but on the contrary, because the diagrammatic multiplicity can be realized and the differential of forces integrated only by taking diverging paths, splitting into dualisms, and following lines of differentiation without which everything would remain in the dispersion of an unrealized cause. Things can be realized only through doubling or dissociation, creating diverging forms among which they can then be distributed. It is here then that we see the great dualities between different classes, or the governing and the governed, or the public and the private. But more than this, it is here that two forms of realization diverge or become differentiated: a form of expression and a form of content, a discursive and a non-discursive form, the form of the visible and the form of the articulable. It is precisely because the immanent cause, in both its matter and its functions, disregards form, that it is realized on the basis of essential differentiation, which on the one hand will form visible matter, and on the other will formalize articulable functions. Between the visible and the articulable, a gap or disjunction opens up, but this disjunction of forms is the place, or non-place as Foucault puts it, where the informal diagram is swallowed up and becomes embodied instead in two different directions that are necessarily divergent and irreducible. The concrete assemblages are therefore opened up by a crack that determines how the abstract machine performs. This, then, is the reply made to the two problems posed in Discipline and Punish. On the one hand, the duality of forms or formations does not exclude a common, immanent cause which works informally. On the other, The common cause envisaged in each case or in each concrete mechanism will go on measuring the mixtures, captures, and interceptions taking place between elements or segments of the two forms, even though the latter are and remain irreducible and heteromorphous. It is not an exaggeration to say that every mechanism is a mushy mixture of the visible and the articulable. The prison system combines in a single figure discourses and architectures, programs and mechanisms. Discipline and Punish is the book in which Foucault expressly overcomes the apparent dualism of his earlier books. Although even this dualism was already moving towards a theory of multiplicities. If knowledge consists of linking the visible and the articulable, power is its presupposed cause. But conversely, power implies knowledge as a bifurcation or differentiation without which power would not become an act. Quote, "There is no power relation without the correlative constitution of a field of knowledge that does not presuppose and constitute at the same time power relations." End quote. This shows up the error, even hypocrisy, that consists in thinking that knowledge appears only wherever the relations between forces are suspended. There is no model of truth that does not refer back to a kind of power, and no knowledge or even science that does not express or imply in an act power that is being exerted. All knowledge runs from a visible element to an articulable one, and vice versa. Yet, there is no such thing as a common totalizing form, not even a conformity or bi-univocal correspondence. There is only a relation of forces which acts transversely and finds in the duality of forms the conditions for its own action and realization. If there is such a thing as co-adaptation of forms, it arises from their encounter, provided the latter is force, and not the other way around. Quote, "The encounter is justified only by the new necessity it has established." End quote. In this way, an encounter occurs between the visibilities of prison and the statements of penal law. What is it that Foucault calls a machine, be it abstract or concrete? He speaks of the machine prison, but equally of the machine school, the machine hospital, and so on. The concrete mechanisms are the two-form assemblages for mechanisms, whereas the abstract machine is the informal diagram. In other words, the machines are social before being technical. Or rather, there is a human technology which exists before a material technology. No doubt the latter develops its effects within the whole social field, but in order for it to be even possible, the tools or material machines have to be chosen first of all by a diagram and taken up by assemblages. Historians have often been confronted by this requirement. The so-called hoplite armies are parts of the phalanx assemblages. The stirrup is selected by the diagram of feudalism. The burrowing stick, the hoe, and the plow do not form a linear progression, but refer respectively to collective machines which vary with the density of the population and the time of the fallow. In this respect, Foucault shows how the rifle exists as a tool only in the sense that it is a, quote, machinery whose principle would no longer be the mobile or immobile mass, but a geometry of divisible and composable segments, end quote. Technology is therefore social before it is technical. Quote, "Compared with the blast furnaces or the steam engine, panopticism has received little attention. But it would be unjust to compare the disciplinary techniques with such inventions as a steam engine. They are much less, and yet, in a way, they are much more." End quote. And if the techniques, in the narrow sense of the word, are caught within the assemblages, this is because the assemblages themselves, with their techniques, are selected by the diagrams. For example, prison can have a marginal existence in sovereign societies, and exists as a mechanism only when a new diagram, the disciplinary diagram, makes it cross, quote, the technical threshold, end quote. It is as if the abstract and the concrete assemblages constituted two extremes, and we move from one to the other imperceptibly. Sometimes assemblages are distributed in hard, compact segments which are sharply separated by partitions, watertight barriers, formal discontinuities such as school, army, workshop, and ultimately prison. And as soon as you're in the army, they'll tell you you're not at school anymore. Sometimes, on the other hand, they communicate within the abstract machine, which confers on them a supple and diffuse microsegmentarity, so that they all resemble one another, and prison extends throughout the rest. Like the variables of the one, continuous, formless function, school, barracks, and the workshop are already prisons. If we continue to move from one extreme to the other, this is because each assemblage sets off the abstract machine, but in varying degrees. It resembles coefficients needed to make the diagram, and the higher the degree of variation, the more the assemblages in question become diffused in all the others and can soothe the whole social field. Foucault's method itself here requires a maximum flexibility, for the coefficient varies first of all from one assemblage to the other. For example, the military naval hospital is situated at the meeting place of various circuits and sends out filters and exchanges in every direction, controlling mobilities of every sort, which make it a crossroads to a high degree, a medical space which can accommodate the complete diagram. But the coefficient also varies for the same assemblages, from one social field to the next, or within the same social field. Consequently, prison has three stages. In sovereign societies, it exists only at the periphery of other organized forms of punishment, because it fulfills the diagram of sovereignty only to a low degree. On the other hand, it becomes dispersed in every direction, and not only takes charge of the aims and penal law, but impregnates the other organized forms because it fulfills to a high degree the requirements of the diagram of discipline. It still has to live down the bad reputation which it gained from its previous role. And lastly, it is doubtful whether disciplinary societies will let it keep this coefficient if, in the process of development, they find other ways of realizing their penal aims and of fulfilling the diagram's full range. From this, we get the theme of penitentiary reform that will come increasingly to haunt the social field and ultimately deprive prison of its exemplary status, reducing it once more to the state of an assemblage that is localized, limited, and separate. Everything took place as if prison, like a Cartesian diver, rose and fell on a scale gauging the degree to which the disciplinary diagram was fulfilled. There is a history of assemblages, just as there is development and change in the diagram. This is not merely characteristic of Foucault's method, but has serious consequences for his whole thought. Foucault has often been treated as, above all, the thinker of confinement, as in the general hospital in Madness and Civilization, or the prison in Discipline and Punish. But this is not at all the case, and such a misinterpretation prevents us from grasping his global project. For example, Paul Virilio believes he stands in opposition to Foucault when he claims that the problem of modern societies, the problem for the police, is not one of confinement, but concerns the highway's speed or acceleration, the mastery and control of speed, circuits and grids set up in open space. But this is just what Foucault has said, as is proved by the analysis of the fortress carried out by both authors, or by Foucault's analyses of the naval hospital. This misunderstanding is not serious in Virilio's case, because the force and originality of his own work testifies to the fact that encounters between independent thinkers always occur in a blind zone. On the other hand, it is much more serious when less gifted authors swallow the critique whole and either reproach Foucault for sticking to confinements or congratulate him for having analyzed it so well. In fact, Foucault has always considered confinements a secondary element derived from a primary function that was very different in each case. There is no similarity between the way in which a general hospital or the asylum locked up madmen in the 17th century and the way prison locked up delinquents in the 18th and 19th centuries. The imprisonment of madmen was imposed like an exile and took the leper as its model, while the confinement of delinquents was carried out by partitioning and took its model from the plague victim. This analysis contains some of Foucault's most beautiful pages. But exiling and partitioning are first of all precisely functions of exteriority which are only afterwards executed, formalized, and organized by the mechanisms of confinement. Prison, as a hard cellular segmentarity, refers back to a flexible and mobile function, a controlled circulation, a whole network that also crosses free areas and can learn to dispense with prison. It is a little like Kafka's endless procrastination, which no longer has any need of arrest or condemnation. As Maurice Blanquant says of Foucault, confinement refers to an outside, and what is confined is precisely the outside. It is by excluding or placing outside that the assemblages confine something, and this holds as much for the physical interiority as physical confinement. Foucault often invokes a form of the discursive, or a form of the non-discursive, but these forms neither enclose nor interiorize anything. They are forms of exteriority through which either statements or visible things are dispersed. It is, in general, a question of method. Instead of moving from an apparent exteriority to an essential nucleus of interiority, we must conjure up the illusory interiority in order to restore words and things to their constitutive exteriority. We must even distinguish between several correlative agencies, of which there are at least three. There is, first of all, the outside, which exists as an unformed element of forces. The latter come from and remain attached to the outside, which stirs up their relations and draws out their diagrams. And then there is the exterior as the area of concrete assemblages, where relations between forces are realized. And lastly, there are the forms of exteriority, since the realization takes place in a split or disjunction between two different forms that are exterior to one another, and yet share the same assemblages, the confinements and interiorizations being only transitory figures on the surface of these forms. Later, we shall try to analyze this whole group as it appears in the form of the thought of the outside, but no doubt it already shows that nothing in Foucault is really closed off. The history of forms, the archive, is doubled by an evolution of forces, the diagram. The forces appear in, quote, every relation from one point to another, end quote. A diagram is a map, or rather, several superimposed maps. And from one diagram to the next, new maps are drawn. Thus, there is no diagram that does not also include, besides the points which it connects up, certain relatively free or unbound points of creativity, change, and resistance. And it is perhaps with these that we ought to begin in order to understand the whole picture. It is on the basis of the struggles of each age and the style of these struggles that we can understand the succession of diagrams or the way in which they become linked up again above and beyond the discontinuities. For each diagram testifies to the twisting line of the outside spoken of by Melville, without beginning or end. an oceanic line that passes through all points of resistance, pitches diagrams against one another, and operates always as the most recent. And what a strange twist of the line was 1968, the line with 1,000 aberrations. From this, we can get the triple definition of writing. To write is to struggle and resist. To write is to become. To write is to draw a map. Quote, I am a cartographer. End quote. Topology, thinking otherwise. Strata or historical formations, the visible and the articulable. Knowledge. Strata are historical formations, positivities or empiricities. As sedimentary beds, they are made from things and words, from seeing and speaking, from the visible and the sayable, from bands of visibility and fields of readability, from contents and expressions. We borrow these last terms from Deleuze-Full, but apply them to Foucault in a completely different way. Since content is not to be confused here with the signified, nor expression with a signifier. Instead, it involves a new and very rigorous division. The content has both a form and a substance. For example, the form is a prison and the substance is those who are locked up. The prisoners, who, why, and how. The expression also has a form and a substance. For example, the form is penal law and the substance is delinquency, insofar as it is the object of statements. Just as penal law as a form of expression defines a field of sayability, the statements of delinquency, so prison as a form of content defines a place of visibility. Panopticism, that is to say, a place where at any moment one can see everything without being seen. This example refers us back to the earlier great analyses of strata undertaken by Foucault in Discipline and Punish. But it was already to be found in Madness and Civilization. In the classical age, the asylum emerged as a place of visibility for madness, at the same time as medicine formulated basic statements about folly. Between these two books, Foucault published Raymond Roussel and The Birth of the Clinic, which he wrote at the same time. The first shows how Roussel's work can be divided into two parts: visibilities invented by extraordinary machines and statements produced by an unusual method. The second book shows how, in an entirely different domain, the clinic and pathological anatomy give rise to distributions that vary between the visible and the articulable, which acts upon itself. On the other, from one stratum to the next, there is a variation in the distribution, because the visibility itself changes in style, while the statements themselves change their system. For example, in the classical age, the asylum emerged as a new way of seeing and displaying madmen, a way that was very different from that of the Middle Ages or the Renaissance. While for its parts, medicine, but equally law, rules and regulations, literature, etc., invented a system of statements concerning the new concept of folly. If 17th century statements wrote of madness as being the last degree of folly, a key notion, then the asylum or internment envelops it in a general concept uniting madness, vagabonds, paupers, idlers, and all sorts of depraved folk. This offers a certain self-evidence, a historical perception or sensibility as much as a discursive system. And later, under different conditions, it is prison that provides a new way of seeing and displaying crime, and delinquency a new way of saying. A way of saying and seeing, discursive practices and forms of self-evidence. Each stratum is a combination of the two, and in the move from one stratum to the next, they vary in terms of composition and combination. What Foucault takes from history is that determination of visible and articulable features unique to each age, which goes beyond any behavior, mentality, or set of ideas, since it makes these things possible. But history responds only because Foucault has managed to invent, no doubt in a way related to the new conceptions of certain historians, a properly philosophical form of interrogation which is itself new and which revives history. It is the archaeology of knowledge which will draw out the methodological conclusions and presents the generalized theory of the two elements of stratification, the articulable and the visible, the discursive formations and the non-discursive formations, the forms of expression and the forms of content. This book, however, seems to grant the statement a radical primacy. The bands of visibility are now designated only in a negative way as non-discursive formations, situated in a space which is complementary only to a field of statements. Foucault states that discursive relations exist between the discursive statements and non-discursive, but he never says whether the non-discursive can be reduced to a statement, and whether or not it is a residue or an illusion. The question of primacy is essential. The statement has primacy, and we shall see why, but primacy has never meant reduction. Throughout the entire range of Foucault's work, visibilities will remain irreducible to statements and remain all the more so for developing a passion for the action of statements. The subtitle of The Birth of the Clinic was An Archaeology of the Gaze. It is not enough to say that Foucault denounced the subtitle, as he always corrected his previous books, unless we ask ourselves why and on what issue. Now, the issue involved here is obviously the question of primacy. Foucault believes more and more that his earlier books do not sufficiently show primacy of the systems of his statements over the different ways of seeing or perceiving. This is his reaction against phenomenology. But for him, the primacy of statements will never impede the historical irreducibility of the visible. Quite the contrary, in fact. The statement has primacy only because the visible has its own laws, an autonomy that links it to the dominant. The heteronomy of the statements. It is because the articulable has primacy that the visible contests it with its own form, which allows itself to be determined without being reduced. In Foucault, the places of visibility will never have the same rhythm, history, or form as the field of statements, and the primacy of the statements will be valuable only in this way, to the extent that it brings itself to bear on something irreducible. If we forget the theory of visibilities, we distort Foucault's conception of history, but equally, we distort his thought and his conception of thought in general. We make it into a variation of contemporary analytical philosophy, with which he has little in common, with the possible exception of Wittgenstein if we isolate in the latter an original link between the visible and the articulable. Foucault continued to be fascinated by what he saw as much as by what he heard or read. And the archaeology he conceived of is an audiovisual archive, beginning with the history of science. Foucault delighted in articulating statements and in distinguishing between them, only because he also had a passion for seeing what defines him above all is the voice, but also the eyes. The eyes and the voice. Foucault never stopped being a voyant, at the same time as he marked philosophy with a new style of statements, though the two follow different paths, or a double rhythm. The stratified element is not the indirect object of a knowledge which could subsequently emerge, but instead something that directly constitutes a knowledge, the lesson of things and the lesson of grammar. This is why the strata are the affair of archaeology, precisely because archaeology does not necessarily refer back to the past. There is an archaeology of the present or past. The visible is like the articulable. They are the objects not of a phenomenology, but of an epistemology. What Foucault will reproach in Madness and Civilization is the desire to continue to invoke an experience lived as raw or savage, in the manner of the phenomenologist, or the eternal values of the imagination, as in the case of Bachelard. But in fact, there is nothing prior to knowledge, because knowledge, in Foucault's new concept of it, is defined by the combinations of visible and articulable that are unique to each stratum or historical formulation. Knowledge is a practical assemblage, a mechanism of statements and visibilities. There is nothing behind knowledge, although, as we shall see, there are things outside knowledge. That is to say, that knowledge exists only according to certain widely varying thresholds, which impose particular layers, splits, and directions on the stratum in question. In this respect, it is not enough to speak of a threshold of epistemologization. The latter is already moving in a direction that leads to science, and will still cross a threshold of scientificity and ultimately a threshold of formalization. But other thresholds, moving off in other directions, also leave their mark on the stratum, thresholds involving ethics, aesthetics, politics, etc. Knowledge is not science and cannot be separated from the various thresholds in which it is caught up, including even the experience of perception, the values of the imagination, the prevailing ideas or commonly held beliefs. Knowledge is the unity of stratum which is distributed throughout the different thresholds, the stratum itself existing only as a stacking up of these thresholds beneath different orientations, of which science is only one. There are only practices, or positivities, which are constitutive of knowledge. The discursive practices of statements, or the non-discursive practices of visibilities. But these practices still exist beneath archaeological thresholds, whose shifting points of demarcation constitutes the historical differences between strata. This is Foucault's positivism, or pragmatism, and he has never had any problem concerning the links between science and literature, or the imaginary and the scientific, or the known and the lived. Because the conception of knowledge impregnated and mobilized every threshold by making each one into the variable of the stratum, which stood as a historical formation. Of course, things and words are very vague terms with which to designate the two poles of knowledge. And Foucault will go on to say that the title Les Mots et les Choses should be taken ironically. The task of archaeology is firstly to discover a true form of expression which cannot be confused with any linguistic study, be it signifier, word, phrase, proposition, or linguistic act. In particular, Foucault lays into the signifier, where discourse is annihilated in its reality by entering into the order of the signifier. We have seen how Foucault discovered the form of expression in a most original conception of the statement, which viewed it as a function that crosses different unities, tracing a diagonal line more akin to music than to a signifying system. We must therefore break open words, phrases, or propositions and extract statements from them, as Raymond Rousseau did when he invented the method. But a similar operation is necessary for the form of content. The latter is no more signified than an expression is a signifier. Nor is it a state of things or a referent. Visibilities are not to be confused with elements that are visible or more generally perceptible, such as qualities, things, objects, compounds of objects. In this respect, Foucault constructs a function that is no less original than that of the statements. We must break things open. Visibilities are not forms of objects, nor even forms that would show up under light, but rather forms of luminosity which are created by the light itself and allow a thing or object to exist only as a flash, sparkle, or shimmer. This is the second element which Foucault isolates in Raymond Roussel, or which perhaps he also tried to isolate in Manet. And if the conception of the statements seemed to be inspired by music and owe more to Webern than to linguistics, the conception of the visible seems pictorial, close to Delaunay, for whom light was a form that created its own forms and movements. Delaunay used to say that Cézanne broke the fruit bowl, and we should not try to stick it back together again, like the Cubists. Like Rousseau's enterprise, the task of archaeology is double. It must open up words, phrases, and prepositions, open up qualities, things, and objects. It must extract from words and language the statements corresponding to each stratum and its thresholds, but equally extract from things and sights the visibilities and self-evidences unique to each stratum. Why these necessary extractions? Let us begin with statements. They are never hidden, yet are not directly readable or even sayable. One might think sometimes that statements are often hidden because they are disguised, withheld, or even repressed. But beyond the fact that this implies a false conception of power, it holds only if we stick to words, phrases, and propositions. This is what Foucault shows in Sexuality from the opening pages of the History of Sexuality. We may think that in the Victorian age, whole vocabulary was banned, phrases were metaphorized, and language refined, so that sexuality could remain the ultimate secret, betrayed only by reckless damned souls, until Freud came on the scene. But this is not at all the case. For never was the stratum or historical formation more teeming with statements of sexuality, determining its conditions, systems, places, occasions, and interlocutors, to which psychoanalysis will later add its own. We would misunderstand the role of the Church after the Council of Trent if we did not follow up this proliferation of sexual discourses. Quotes, under the authority of a language that had been carefully expurgated so that it was no longer directly named, sex was taken charge of, tracked down, as it were, by a discourse that aimed to allow it no obscurity, no respite. What is peculiar to modern societies, in fact, is not that they consigned sex to a shadow existence, but that they dedicated themselves to speaking of it ad infinitum, while explaining it as the secret. End quotes. In brief, the statement does remain hidden, but only if we do not rise to its extractive conditions. On the contrary, it is there and says everything as soon as we reach these conditions. The same holds true for politics. Politics hides nothing. In diplomacy, legislation, control, or government, even though each cluster of statements assumes a certain method for intertwining words, phrases, and propositions. We need only know how to read, however difficult that may prove to be. The secret exists only in order to be betrayed, or to betray itself. Each age articulates perfectly the most cynical elements of its politics, or the rawest elements of its sexuality, to the point where transgression has little merit. Each age says everything it can according to the conditions laid down for its statements. From Madness and Civilization on, Foucault analyzed the discourse of the philanthropist who freed madmen from their chains, without concealing the more effective set of chains to which he destined them. That everything is always said in every age is perhaps Foucault's greatest historical principle. Behind the curtain, there is nothing to see, but it was all the more important each time to describe the curtain, or the base, since there is nothing either behind it or beneath it. By objecting that there are statements which are hidden, we are merely stating that there are locutors and addressees who vary depending on a system or conditions. But locutors and addressees are only some of the variables of the statements, and depend greatly on the conditions which define the statement itself as a function. In brief, The statements become readable or sayable only in relation to the conditions which make them so, and which constitute their single inscription on an enunciative base. We have seen that there were not two inscriptions, the one apparent and the other hidden. This single inscription, the form of expression, is created from the statements and its conditions, the base or the curtain. Foucault presents a theater of statements, or a sculpture made from articulable elements, monuments, and not documents. What is the most general condition of statements or discursive formations? Foucault's reply is all the more important for excluding in advance any subject of enunciation. The subject is a variable, or rather a set of variables of the statements. It is a function derived from the primitive function, or from the statement itself. The archaeology of knowledge analyzes the subject function. The subject is a place or position which varies greatly according to its type and the threshold of the statement. And the author himself is merely one of these possible positions in certain cases. A single statement can have several positions, so much so that what comes first is a one speaks, an anonymous murmur in which positions are laid out for possible subjects. Quote, the great relentless disordered drone of discourse. End quote. At several instances, Foucault invokes this great murmur, within which he even wishes to place himself. He challenges three different ways of making language begin. The use of persons, even if these are only linguistic or used simply to get things moving. Linguistic personology, the I speak, against which Foucault constantly puts forward the pre-existence of the third person as a non-person. Or the use of the signifier, which acts as the internal organization or first direction to which language refers. Linguistic structuralism, the it speaks, against which Foucault sets the pre-existence of a given body or set of specific statements. Or else the idea of an original experience, a first complicity with the world which for us would form the basis of being able to speak about it, and would make the visible the basis of the articulable. Phenomenology, the world speaks, as if visible things already murmured a meaning which our language had only to take up. Or as if language backed on to an expressive silence, against which Foucault sets up a difference in nature between seeing and speaking. Language is offered up in its entirety, or not at all. What then are the conditions of the statement? It is offered up by the there is language, the being of language, or the language being, that is to say, the dimension involved, which is not to be confused with any of the directions to which language refers. Quote, ignore its power to designate, to name, to show, to reveal, to be the place of meaning or truth, and instead turn one's attention to the moment, which is at once solidified, caught up in the play of the signifier and the signified, that determines its unique and limited existence. End quote. But what exactly gives a concrete meaning to Foucault's thesis? What stops it from falling into a generally phenomenological or linguistic direction, which allows it to invoke a unique and limited existence? Foucault is close to distributionalism, and after the publication of the Archaeology of Knowledge, he always begins with a specific and finite body of words and text, phrases, and propositions. In this way, he seeks to isolate their enunciative regularities, for however much they differ, they are all produced in the same age. From this point on, the conditions, or a priori of the statements, are themselves historical. The great murmur, otherwise known as the language being, or the there is of language, varies in each historical formation, and, while being anonymous, is nonetheless unique. The enigmatic and precarious being, which cannot be separated from a particular mode. Each age has its own particular way of putting language together, because of its different groupings, For example, if in the classical age the being of language appears completely within the limits of representation it lays down, by the 19th century it leaps out of its representative functions. It is now on the point of losing its unifying function, but only in order to rediscover it elsewhere in a different mode, in literature, which acts as a new function. Man had been a figure occurring between two modes of language. Therefore, the historical being of language never manages to gather this new function in an inner consciousness that founds, originates, or even mediates. On the contrary, it constitutes a form of exteriority in which the statements of the corpus under consideration appear by way of dispersal and dissemination. It is a distributive unity. Quotes, the a priori of positivities is not only the system of a temporal dispersion, it is itself a transformable group. End quote. Everything which has just been said about the statements and its conditions must also be said about visibility. For if, in their turn, visibilities are never hidden, they are nonetheless not immediately seen or visible. They are even invisible so long as we consider only objects, things, or perceptible qualities, and not the conditions which open them up. And if things close up again afterwards, visibilities become hazy or blurred to the point where self-evident phenomena cannot be grasped by another age. When the classical age lumped together madmen, vagabonds, and the unemployed, quote, what for us is merely a vague sensibility was for the classical man most certainly clearly set out perception. End quote. However, the conditions pertaining to visibility are not the way in which a subject sees. The subject who sees is himself a place within visibility, a function derived from visibility, as in the place of the king in classical representation, or the place of any observer in any prison system. Must we invoke imaginary values which would give direction to perception, or sets of perceptible qualities which would constitute perceptive themes? This would be the dynamic image or quality which would constitute the conditions for the visible element. And Foucault in Madness and Civilization sometimes sounds like Bachelard, but he soon reaches another solution. If different examples of architecture, for example, are visibilities, places of visibilities, this is because they are not just figures of stone, assemblages of things and combinations of qualities, but first and foremost, forms of light that distribute light and dark, opaque and transparent, seen and non-seen, etc. In one famous section, The Order of Things describes Velázquez's painting, Las Menas, as a system of light that opens up the space of classical representation and distributes what is seen and who sees. The exchanges and reflections right up to the place of the king who can only be inferred as existing outside the painting. Didn't the destroyed manuscript on Manet describe a completely different system of light, with a different use of the mirror and a different distribution of reflections? For its part, Discipline and Punish describes prison architecture, the panopticon, as a luminous form that bathes the peripheral cells in light, but leaves the central tower opaque, distributing prisoners who are seen without being able to see, and the observer who sees everything without being seen. As statements are inseparable from systems, so visibilities are inseparable from machines. A machine does not have to be optical, but it is an assembly of organs and functions that make something visible and conspicuous. The machine prison, or Rousseau's machines. Foucault had provided a general formula for this as early as Raymond Roussel. A first light opens up things and brings forth visibilities as flashes and shimmerings, which are the second light. And the birth of the clinic could adopt the subtitle An Archaeology of the Gaze, to the extent that each historical medical formation modulated a first light and constituted a space of visibility for illness, making symptoms gleam, either like the clinic by unfolding things into dimensions, or like pathology by refolding them. Using a third dimension that restores depth to the eye and volume to pain, illness here being an autopsy of the living. Therefore, there is of light, a being of light or a light being, just as there is a language being. Each of them is an absolute and yet historical, since each is inseparable from the way in which it falls into a formation or corpus. The one makes visibilities visible or perceptible, just as the other made statements articulable, sayable, or readable. This holds true to such an extent that visibilities are neither the acts of a seeing subject nor the data of a visual meaning. Foucault later denounced its subtitle, An Archaeology of the Gaze. Just as the visible cannot be reduced to a perceptible thing or quality, so the light being cannot be reduced to a physical environment. Foucault is closer to Goethe than to Newton. The light being is a strictly indivisible condition, an a priori that is uniquely able to lay visibilities open to sight, and by the same stroke to the other senses, each time according to certain combinations which are themselves visible. For example, the tangible is a way in which the visible hides another visible. What the birth of the clinic had already uncovered was an absolute gaze, a virtual visibility, a visibility outside the gaze, which dominated all perceptible experiences and did not summon up sight without also summoning the other fields of perception, hearing, and touch. Visibilities are not defined by sight, but are complexes of actions and passions, actions and reactions, multisensorial complexes which emerge into the light of day. As Magritte says in a letter to Foucault, thought is what sees and can be described visibly. Must we then relate this first light in Foucault to Heidegger's Lichtung or to Merleau-Ponty, a free or open element that addresses itself to sight only secondarily? There are 2 points of difference. Foucault's light being is inseparable from a particular mode, and while being a priori, is nonetheless historical and epistemological rather than phenomenological. On the other hand, it is not as open to the word as to sight, since the word as statement finds completely different conditions for such an opening in the language being and its historical modes. The conclusion we can draw is that each individual historical formation sees and reveals all it can within the conditions laid down for visibility, just as it says all it can within the conditions relating to statements. Nothing is ever secret, even though nothing is ever immediately visible or directly readable. And in both cases, the conditions do not meet deep within a consciousness or a subject any more than they compose a single entity. They are 2 forms of exteriority within which dispersion and dissemination take place, sometimes of statements, sometimes of visibilities. Language contains words, phrases, and propositions, but does not contain statements which are disseminated in accordance with certain irreducible distances. Statements are dispersed in accordance with their threshold and family. This applies equally to light, which contains objects, but not visibilities. Equally, as we have seen, it is a mistake to think that Foucault is interested in the environments of enclosure as such. Hospitals and prisons are first and foremost places of visibility dispersed in a form of exteriority, which refer back to an extrinsic function, that of setting apart and controlling. It is neither a history of mentality nor of behavior. Speaking and seeing, or rather statements and visibilities, are pure elements, a priori conditions under which all ideas are formulated and behavior displayed, at some moment or other. This research into conditions constitutes a sort of neo-Kantianism unique to Foucault. However, Foucault differs in certain fundamental respects from Kant. The conditions are those of real experience. Statements, for example, assume a limited corpus. They are on the side of the object and historical formation, not a universal subject. The a priori itself is historical. All are forms of exteriority. But if there is any neo-Kantianism, it is because visibilities together with their conditions form a receptivity, and statements together with their conditions form a spontaneity. The spontaneity of language and the receptivity of light. Therefore, it was not enough to equate receptive with passive and spontaneous with active. Receptive does not mean passive, since there is as much action as passion in whatever light reveals. Spontaneous does not mean active, but rather the activity of an other which acts upon the receptive form. This was already so in Kant, where the spontaneity of the I think acted on receptive beings who necessarily represented the spontaneity to themselves as something other. In Foucault, the spontaneity of understanding, the cogito, gives way to the spontaneity of language, the there is of language, while the receptivity of intuition gives way to that of light, a new form of space-time. Henceforth, it is easy to understand why the statement has a primacy over the visible. The archaeology of knowledge can claim a determining role for statements as discursive formations. But visibilities are no less irreducible because they refer to a form of the determinable which refuses to be reduced to the form of determination. This marked the point of Kant's decisive break with Descartes. The form of determination, I think, does not rest on an undetermined element, I am, but rather on the form of a pure determinable element, space-time. The problem is that of the coadaptation of the two forms or two sorts of conditions, which differ in nature. It is a transformed version of this problem which we find in Foucault, the relationship between the two forms of there is between light and language, determinable visibilities and determining statements. From the beginning, one of Foucault's fundamental theses is the following. There is a difference in nature between the form of content and the form of expression, between the visible and the articulable, although they continually overlap and spill into one another in order to compose each stratum or form of knowledge. Perhaps this is the first area in which Foucault encounters Blancat. Speaking is not seeing. But while Blancat insisted on the primacy of speaking as a determining element, Foucault, contrary to what we might think at first glance, upholds the specificity of seeing, the irreducibility of the visible as a determinable element. Between the two, there is no isomorphism or conformity, in spite of a mutual presupposition and the primacy of the statements. Even the archaeology of knowledge, which insists on the primacy, will state that there is neither causality from the one to the other, nor symbolization from the two. And that if the statement has an object, it is a discursive object, which is unique to the statement and is not isomorphic with the visible object. Of course, we can always dream of isomorphism, either in the form of an epistemological dream, as when the clinic affirms a structural identity between the visible and the articulable, the symptom and the sign, the spectacle and the words, or in the form of an aesthetic dream, as when a calligram gives the same form to both text and drawing, to the linguistic and the plastic, to the statements and the image. In his commentary on Madrid, Foucault shows that there will always be a resurgence of, quote, the little thin band, colorless and neutral, end quote, separating text from figure, the drawing of the pipe from the statements, this is the pipe, to the point where the statement becomes, this is not a pipe. Since neither the drawing nor the statements nor the this as an apparently common form is a pipe. The drawing of the pipe and the text that ought to name it cannot find a place to meet, either on the black canvas or above it. It is a non-relation. Perhaps it is a humorous version of a process which Foucault had initiated in his historical studies. For Madness and Civilization showed just this, that the general hospital as a form of content or a place of visibility for madness did not have its origins in medicine but in the police. While medicine as a form of expression, an agent of production for statements of folly, deployed its discursive system, its diagnosis, and its treatment outside the hospital. Commenting on Foucault, Maurice Blancat will call this a difference or a confrontation between folly and madness. Discipline and Punish will take up and develop a neighboring theme, in which prison, as a visibility of crime, does not derive from penal law as a form of expression, but evolves from something completely different, which is disciplinary and not judicial. While penal law, for its part, produces its statements of delinquency independently of prison, as though it were always led to say in a certain way that this is not a prison, the two forms do not have the same formation, genesis, or genealogy in the archaeological sense of gestal tone. Yet they do meet, even if it is the result of a certain jiggery-pokery. We might say that prison substitutes another person for the penal delinquents, and as a result of this substitution, produces or reproduces delinquency, at the same time as a law produces and reproduces prisoners. Between the two alliances are formed and broken, and there is occasional overlapping on particular strata and thresholds. How can we explain that, for Foucault as for Blancat, the non-relation is still a relation, even one of a deeper sort? We can say, in fact, that there are games of truth, or rather procedures for truth. Truth is inseparable from the procedure establishing it. Discipline and Punish will compare the inquisitorial inquiry, model of science, and nature prevalent at the end of the Middle Ages with the disciplinary examination model of the human sciences to be found at the end of the 18th century. But what constitutes a procedure? Perhaps it is a pragmatism, broadly made up of a process and a method. The process is that of seeing and poses a series of questions for knowledge. What does one see on such and such a stratum or threshold? We are not asking only about the objects with which we begin, the qualities we follow, and the states of things in which we are located, as in a perceptible corpus, but also how can we extract the visibilities from these objects, qualities, and things? How do these visibilities shimmer and gleam, and under what light? And how does this light gather on the stratum? Furthermore, what are the variable subject positions of these visibilities? Who occupies and sees them? But there are also methods of language, as different from one stratum to the next as they are from one unusual author to the next. For example, propositions. How can we extract from them the statements which traverse them? What system of language is used to disperse these statements? What families and thresholds are involved? And who speaks? That is to say, who are the variables, the subjects of the statements, and who fills that place? In brief, they are enunciative methods and machine-like processes. This whole range of questions, on every occasion, constitutes the problem of truth. The use of pleasure will draw out the conclusions of all the earlier books when it shows that truth offers itself to knowledge and only through a series of problematizations, and that these problematizations are created only on the basis of practices of seeing and speaking. These practices, the process and the method, constitute the procedures for truth, a history of truth. But these two halves of truth must enter into a relation, problematically, at the very moments when the problem of truth denies any possible correspondence or conformity between them. To take a very summary example, in psychiatry, is the man we see in the asylum and the man we can label mad ever one and the same? For example, it is easy to see the paranoid madness of President Schreiber and to put him in the asylum. But then we have to take him out again because it is much more difficult to go on to articulate his madness. On the other hand, it is easy to articulate the madness of a monomaniac, but it is very difficult to see it in time and to intern him when we ought. Many people are in the asylum who ought not to be there, but many are also not there who ought to be. Psychiatry in the 19th century is built on this observation, which, far from forming a solid univocal concept of madness, problematizes it. Truth is defined neither by conformity or common form, nor by correspondence between the two forms. There is a disjunction between speaking and seeing, between the visible and the articulable. What we see never lies in what we say, and vice versa. The conjunction is impossible for two reasons. The statement has its correlative object and is not a proposition designating a state of things or a visible object, as logic would have it, but neither is the visible a mute meaning, a signified of power to be realized in language, as phenomenology would have it. The archive, the audiovisual, is disjunctive, so it is not surprising that the most complete examples of the disjunction between seeing and speaking are to be found in the cinema. In The Shrubs, in Seberg, in Marguerite Duras, the voices emerge, on the one hand, like a story or history without a place, while the visible element, on the other hand, presents an empty place without a story or history. In Margaret Duras' India song, voices evoke or revive a ball in the past which will never be shown, while the visual image shows another ball, in silence, without any flashback, making a visible link or any voice-off a sound link. While, even earlier, La Femme de Gange was made up from two films, the film of the image and the film of the voices, a void being the only linking factor, one that simultaneously acts as a hinge and a crack. Between the two, there is a perpetual irrational break, and yet they are not any old voices on top of any old images. Of course, there is no link that could move from the visible to the statements, or from the statement to the visible, but there is a continual relinking which takes place over the irrational break or the crack. It is in this sense that the visible and the statement form a stratum, one that is nonetheless continually crossed and constituted by a central archaeological figure. As long as we stick to words and things, we can believe that we are speaking of what we see, that we see what we are speaking of, and that the two are linked. In this way, we remain on the level of an empirical exercise. But as soon as we open up words and things, as soon as we discover statements and visibilities, words and sight are raised to a higher exercise that is a priori, so that each reaches its own unique limit, which separates it from the other, a visible element that can only be seen, an articulable element that can only be spoken. And yet, the unique limit that separates each one is also the common limit that links one to the other. a limit with two irregular faces, a blind word, and a mute vision. Foucault is uniquely akin to contemporary film. How then is the non-relation a relation? Or rather, is there a contradiction between these two statements by Foucault? On the one hand, quotes, "It is in vain that we say what we see. What we see never resides in what we say, and it is in vain that we attempt to show by the use of images, metaphors, or similes what we are saying. The space where they achieve their splendor is not that deployed by our eyes, but that defined by the sequential elements or syntax." End quote. On the other, quote, "Between the figure and the text, we must admit a whole series of crisscrossings. Or rather, between the one and the other attacks are launched and arrows fly against the enemy target, campaigns designed to undermine and destroy, wounds and blows from the lance. A battle. Images falling into the midst of words, verbal flashes, crisscrossing drawings, discourse cutting into the form of things." End quote. And vice versa. The two sorts of texts do not in the least contradict each other. The first says that there is no isomorphism or homology, nor any common form to seeing and speaking, to the visible and the articulable. The second says that the two forms spill over into one another, as in a battle. The image of a battle signifies precisely that there is no isomorphism. The two heterogeneous forms comprise a condition and a conditioned element. Light and visibilities, language and statements. However, the condition does not contain the conditioned elements, but offers it in a space of dissemination, and offers up itself as a form of exteriority. Therefore, it is between the visible and its conditions that statements glide, as with Magritte's two pipes. It is between the statements and its conditions that visibilities insinuate themselves, as in Rousseau, who does not open up words without forcing something of the visible to emerge, and who equally does not open up things without forcing something of the statement to emerge. We tried to show earlier how the form of visibility, known as prison, engendered second-degree statements which reintroduce delinquency, even if this means that penal statements engender second-degree visible elements which reinforce prison. Moreover, it is the statements and visibilities which grapple like fighters, force one another to do something or capture one another, and on every occasion constitute truth. This accounts for Foucault's formula, quote, "To speak and to show in a simultaneous motion a prodigus interweaving," end quote. Speaking and seeing at the same time, although it is not the same thing, although we do not speak of what we see or see that of which we speak, but the two comprise the stratum, and from one stratum to the next are transformed at the same time, although not according to the same rules. All the same, this first response, struggle, grappling, battle, double insinuation, is not enough. It does not take account of the primary of the statements. The statement has primacy by virtue of the spontaneity of its conditions, language, which give it a determining form, while the visible element, by virtue of the receptivity of its conditions, light, merely has the form of the determinable. Therefore, we can assume that determination always comes from the statement, although the two forms differ in nature. This is why Foucault singles out a new element in the work of Rousseau. Not only does it open up things in order to induce statements, or open up words in order to conduct visibilities, but it makes statements blossom and proliferate by virtue of their spontaneity in such a way that they exert an infinite determination over the visible elements. In brief, this is a second response to the problem of the relation between the two forms. Only statements are determining and revelatory, even though they reveal something other than what they say. We are not surprised that in the archaeology of knowledge, the visible is now more or less designated only negatively as the non-discursive, but that the discursive has even more discursive relations with the non-discursive. Between the visible and the articulable, we must maintain all the following aspects at the same time: the heterogeneity of the two forms, their difference in nature or anisomorphism, a mutual presupposition between the two, a mutual grappling and capture, the well-determined primacy of the one over the other. Even so, this second response is still not enough. If determination is infinite, how would the determinable element not be inexhaustible, since it would have a different form to that of determination? How would the visible not slip away as something eternally determinable, when statements can determine it ad infinitum? How can we stop the object from escaping? Is it not on this point that Rousseau's work finally runs aground, not in the general sense of failure, but in the strictly naval sense? Quote, "Now language is arranged in a circle within itself, hiding what it has to show, flowing at a dizzying speed toward an invisible void where things are beyond reach and where it disappears on its mad pursuit of them." End quote. Kant had already undergone a similar adventure. The spontaneity of understanding did not exert its determination on the receptivity of intuition, without the latter continuing to contrast its form of the determinable with that of determination. Kant therefore had to invoke a third agency beyond the two forms that was essentially mysterious and capable of taking account of the co-adaptation as truth. This was a schema of imagination. The word enigmatic in Foucault corresponds to mystery in Kant, although it is part of a completely different whole and distributed differently. But even Foucault needs a third agency to co-adapt the determinable and determinations, the visible and the articulable, the receptivity of light and the spontaneity of language, operating either beyond or this side of the two forms. It is for this reason that Foucault said that the grappling implies a distance across which the adversaries exchange their threats and words, and that the place of confrontation implies a non-place, which bears witness to the fact that the opponents do not belong to the same space or rely on the same form. In the same way, analyzing Paul Klee, Foucault says that the visible figures and the signs of writing combine, but in a different dimension to that of the respective forms. In this way, we must also leap into a different dimension to that of the stratum and its two forms, a third informal dimension that will take account both of the stratified composition of the two forms and of the primacy of the one over the other. What comprises this dimension, this new axis? Strategies, or the non-stratified, the thought of the outside, power. What is power? Foucault's definition seems a very simple one. Power is a relation between forces, or rather, every relation between forces is a power relation. In the first place, we must understand that power is not a form, such as the state form, and that power relation does not lie between two forms as does knowledge. In the second place, force is never singular but essentially exists in relation with other forces, such that any force is already a relation, that is to say, power. Force has no other object or subject than force. This does not create a return to natural law, because for its parts, law is a form of expression, whereas nature is a form of visibility and violence a concomitant or consequence of force, but not a constituent element. Foucault is closer to Nietzsche and to Marx, for whom the relation between forces greatly exceeds violence and cannot be defined by the latter. Violence acts on specific bodies, objects, or beings whose form it destroys or changes, while force has no object other than that of other forces, and no being other than that of relation. It is an action upon an action on existing actions, or on those which may arise in the present or future. It is a set of actions upon other actions. We can therefore conceive of a necessarily open list of variables expressing a relation between forces or power relation, constituting actions upon actions, to incite, to induce, to seduce, to make easy or difficult, to enlarge or limit, to make more or less probable, and so on. These are the categories of power. In this sense, Discipline and Punish had established a more detailed list of the values which the relation between forces assumed in the course of the 18th century. Distribution in space, which took concrete form in enclosing, controlling, arranging, placing in series. Ordering in time, subdividing time, programming an action, decomposing a gesture. Composition in space-time, the various ways of constituting a productive force whose effect had to be superior to the sum of elementary forces that compose it, and so on. This is why Foucault's great thesis on power, as seen above, develop under three headings. Power is not essentially repressive, since it incites, it induces, and it seduces. It is practiced before it is possessed, since it is possessed only in a determinable form, that of class, and a determined form, that of state. It passes through the hands of the mastered no less than through the hands of the masters, since it passes through every related force. A profound Nietzscheanism. Therefore, we should not ask, what is power and where does it come from, but how is it practiced? An exercise of power shows up as an affect. Since force defines itself by its very power to affect other forces, to which it is related and to be affected by other forces. To incite, provoke, and produce, or any term drawn from analogous lists, constitute of active affects, while to be incited or provoked, to be induced to produce, to have a useful effect, constitutive reactive effects. The latter are not simply the repercussion or passive side of the former, but are rather the irreducible encounter between the two, especially if we believe that the force affected has a certain capacity for resistance. At the same time, each force has the power to affect others and to be affected by others again, such that each force implies power relations, and every field of forces distributes forces according to those relations and their variations. Spontaneity and receptivity now take on a new meaning, to affect or to be affected. The power to be affected is like a matter of force, and the power to affect is like a function of force. But it is a pure function, that is to say, a non-formalized function, independent of the concrete forms it assumes, the aims it serves, and the means it employs. As a physics of action, it is a physics of abstract action, and it is also a pure, unformed matter, independent of the formed substances, qualified objects, or beings which it enters. It is a physics of primary or bare matter. Categories of power are therefore determinations unique to the particular action and its particular medium. Discipline and Punish defines a panopticon in this way. It is a pure function of imposing a particular taste or conduct on a multiplicity of particular individuals, provided simply that the multiplicity is small in number and the space limited and confined. No account is taken either of the forms which give the function ends and means, as in education, care, punishment, or production, or of the form substances acted upon by the function, prisoners, the sick, schoolchildren, madmen, workers, soldiers, and so on. And, in fact, at the end of the 18th century, the panoptic controverses all these forms and is applied to all these substances. It is in this sense that a category of power exists as a pure disciplinary function. Foucault will therefore name this the diagram, a function that must be detached from any specific use as from any specified substance. The history of sexuality will discuss another function which emerges at the same time, that of administering and controlling life in a particular multiplicity, provided the multiplicity is large, a population, and the space spread out or open. It is here that marking something probable takes on its meaning. Among the categories of power and methods of probability are introduced. In brief, the two pure functions in modern societies will be anatomopolitics and biopolitics, and the two bare matters, those of a particular body and a particular population. We can therefore define a diagram in several different interlocking ways. It is a presentation of the relations between forces unique to a particular formation. It is the distribution of power to affect and the power to be affected. It is the mixing of non-formalized pure functions and unformed brute matter. Between the relations between forces constituting power and the relations between forms constituting knowledge, is there not once again a difference similar to the one experienced between the two forms or formal elements of knowledge? Between power and knowledge, there is a difference in nature or heterogeneity, but there is also a mutual presupposition and capture, and there is ultimately a primacy of the one over the other. First of all, there is a difference in nature, since power does not pass through forms, but only through forces. Knowledge concerns formed matters, substances, and formalized functions, divided up segment by segment according to the two great formal conditions of seeing and speaking, light and language. It is therefore stratified, archivized, and endowed with a relatively rigid segmentarity. Power, on the other hand, is diagrammatic. It mobilizes non-stratified matter and functions and unfolds with a very flexible segmentarity. In fact, it passes not so much through forms as through particular points which on each occasion make the application of a force the action or reaction of a force in relation to others. That is to say, an affect like a state of power that is always local and unstable. This leads to a fourth definition of the diagram. It is a transmission or distribution of particular features. These power relations, which are simultaneously local, unstable, and diffuse, do not emanate from a central point or unique locus of sovereignty, but at each moment move from one point to another in a field of forces, marking inflections, resistances, twists, and turns. When one changes direction or retraces one's steps. This is why they are not localized at any given moment. They constitute a strategy, an exercise of the non-stratified, and these anonymous strategies are almost mute and blind, since they evade all stable forms of the visible and the articulable. Strategies differ from stratifications, as diagrams differ from archives. It is the instability of power relations which defines a strategic or non-stratified environment. Power relations are therefore not known. Here again, Foucault somewhat resembles Kant, in whom a purely practical determination is irreducible to any theoretical determination or knowledge. It is true that, in Foucault, everything is practical, but the practice of power remains irreducible to any practice of knowledge. To mark this difference in nature, Foucault will say that power refers back to a microphysics. But we must not take micro to mean a simple miniaturization of visible and articulable forms. Instead, it signifies another domain, a new type of relations, a dimension of thought that is irreducible to knowledge. Micro, therefore, means mobile and non-localizable connections. Reviewing Foucault's pragmatism, François Châtelet speaks of power as exercise, knowledge as regulation. The study of stratified relations of knowledge culminated in the archaeology of knowledge. The study of strategic power relations begins with the discipline and punish and culminates paradoxically in the history of sexuality. For the difference in nature between power and knowledge does not prevent mutual presupposition and capture, a mutual immanence. The sciences of man are inseparable from the power relations which make them possible and provoke forms of knowledge which can more or less cross an epistemological threshold or create a practical knowledge. For example, the scientia sexualis involves the relation between penitent and confessor, believer and director, while psychology involves disciplinary relations. We are not saying that the sciences of man emanate from prison, but that they presuppose a diagram of forces on which prison itself depends. Conversely, relations between forces will remain transitive, unstable, faint, almost virtual, at all events unknown, unless they are carried out by the formed or stratified relations which make up forms of knowledge. Even the knowledge of nature, and above all crossing a threshold of scientificity, refer back to relations of force between men, but are themselves actualized in this form. Knowledge never refers back to a subject who is free in relation to a diagram of power, but neither is the latter ever free in relation to the forces of knowledge which actualize it. This leads to the affirmation of a complex of power and knowledge that ties together the diagram and the archive, and articulates them on the basis of their difference in nature. Between techniques of knowledge and strategies of power, there is no exteriority, even if they have their specific roles and are linked together on the basis of their difference. Power relations are the differential relations which determine particular features, affects. The actualization which stabilizes and stratifies them is an integration, an operation which consists of tracing a line of general force, linking, aligning, and homogenizing particular features, placing them in series, and making them converge. Yet there is no immediate global integration. There is, rather, a multiplicity of local and partial integrations, each one entertaining an affinity with certain relations or particular points. The integrating factors, or agents of stratification, make up institutions, not just the state, but also the family, religion, production, the marketplace, art itself, morality, and so on. The institutions are not sources or essences, and have neither essence nor interiority. They are practices or operating mechanisms which do not explain power, since they presuppose its relations and are content to fix them as part of a function that is not productive, but reproductive. There is no state, only state control, and the same holds for all other cases. This is so true that for each historical formation, we must ask what belongs to each institution existing on the stratum, that is to say, what power relations it integrates, what relations it entertains with other institutions, and how these divisions change from one stratum to the next. Even here, there are problems of capture that vary greatly on both a horizontal and a vertical level. If the state form in our historical formations has captured so many power relations, this is not because they are derived from it, On the contrary, it is because an operation of continual state control, which depending on the case in point can vary greatly, was produced in the pedagogical, juridical, economic, familial, and sexual domains which encourage global integration. At all events, far from being the source of power relations, the state already implies them. Foucault expresses this by saying that government comes before the state. If by government we understand the power to affect in all its aspects, the government of children, of souls, of the sick, of families, and so on. If from then on we try to define the most general character of the institution, whether or not this is a state, it seems to consist of organizing the relations which are supposed to exist between power and government, and which are molecular or microphysical relations, around a molar agency. The sovereign or the law, in the case of the states, the father, in the case of the family, money, gold, or the dollar, in the case of the markets, God, in the case of the religion, sex, in the case of the sexual institution. The history of sexuality will analyze these two privileged examples, law and sex, and the book's whole conclusion shows how the differential relations of a sexuality without sex are integrated into the speculative elements of sex as being a unique signifier and a universal signified, which normalizes desire by hystericizing sexuality, but always, rather as in Proust, a molecular sexuality bubbles away beneath the surface of the integrated sexes. It is these integrations or molar agencies which constitute forms of knowledge. For example, essentia sexualis, but why does a fissure appear at this level? Foucault remarks that an institution necessarily has two poles or elements, apparatuses and rules. In fact, it organizes great visibilities, fields of visibility, and great articulable elements, systems of statements. The institution has two forms or faces. Sex, for example, is a sex that both speaks and reveals, language and light. More generally, we again obtain the results of previous analysis. Integration actualizes or operates only by also creating divergent ways of actualizing, and by dividing itself up among them. Or rather, actualization integrates only by also creating a system of formal differentiation. In each formation, there is a form of receptivity that constitutes the visible elements, and a form of spontaneity that constitutes the articulable elements. Of course, these two forms do not coincide with the two aspects of force or the two sorts of affects. The receptivity of power's ability to be affected and the spontaneity of power's ability to affect. But the two forms are derived from these affects and find in them their internal conditions. For the power relation has no form in itself, but establishes contact between unformed matter, receptivity, and unformalized functions, spontaneity. On the other hand, relations of knowledge on each side deal with formed substances and formalized functions by using the receptive kind of visible elements, or the spontaneous kind of articulable elements. Formed substances are revealed by visibility, while formalized or finalized functions are revealed by statements. There is no confusion, therefore, between the affective categories of power, of the incite and provoke variety, and the formal categories of knowledge, such as educate, look after, punish, and so on, the latter passing through seeing and speaking in order to actualize the former. But it is precisely for this reason, by virtue of this displacement which excludes coincidence, that the institution has a capacity to integrate power relations. By constituting various forms of knowledge which actualize, modify, and redistribute these relations. And depending on the nature of the institution in question, or rather, depending on how it operates, visibilities on the one hand and statements on the other will attain a certain threshold that will make them political, economic, aesthetic, and so on. One problem will obviously be to know if a statement can attain a threshold, such as a scientific one, while visibility remains at a lower level, or vice versa. But that is what makes truth a problem. There are visibilities of states, art, and science, as much as of statements, and they always vary. How does this integration and actualization come about? We can at least understand one half of it, thanks to the archaeology of knowledge. There, Foucault invokes regularity as a property of the statements. For Foucault, regularity has a precise meaning. It is the curve joining individual points, a rule. To be precise, the relations between forces determine individual points, such that a diagram is always a transmission of particular features. But the curve which connects them by passing near them is completely different. Albert Lotman showed that there are two completely different realities in mathematics in the theory of differential equations, although they are necessarily complementary. The one is existence and distribution of individual points in a field of vectors. The other is a form of the integral curves in their neighborhood. This leads to a method invoked by the archaeology of knowledge. A series continues until it passes into the neighborhood of another individual point, at which moment another series begins, which can either converge with the first one, statements from the same family, or else diverge another family. It is in this sense that a curve carries out the relations of force by regularizing and aligning them, making the series converge, and tracing a general line of force. For Foucault, not only are curves and graphs statements, but statements are kinds of curves and graphs. To illustrate vividly this point that statements cannot be reduced either to phrases or to propositions, he says that the letters which I write at random on a sheet of paper form a statement. Quotes, "The statements of an alphabetical series governed by no other laws than those of chance." End quotes. In the same way, the letters which I copied down from the keyboard of a French typewriter form a statement, A-Z-E-R-T. Although the keyboard and the letters to be found there are not themselves statements since they are visibilities. On that point, if we are to bring together the most difficult or mysterious of Foucault's texts, he adds that a statement necessarily has a specific link with something outside it, with, quote, something which can be strangely like it and virtually identical to it, end quote. Must we understand from this that statements are linked to visibilities like the letters on the keyboard? Certainly not, since it is precisely this link between the visible and the articulable elements that is in question. It seems to us that what we must understand is this: a statement is the curve joining individual points. That is, the thing that brings about or actualizes relations between forces, such as they exist in French between the letters and the figures, depending on the degree of frequency and proximity. Or, in the other example, depending on chance. But the individual points themselves, with the relations between forces, did not already constitute a statement. They were the outside of the statement, which the statement may strongly resemble to the point of being virtually identical. The statement is not at all defined by what it designates or signifies. As for visibilities, for example, the letters on the keyboard, they are external to the statement but do not constitute its outside. From this moment on, visibilities find themselves in the same situation as statements, a statements peculiar to them which they must resolve in their own way. Visibilities must also be connected to the outside which they actualize, together with the particular features or relations between forces, which in turn they integrate. But they do so in a different way and in a different mode from that of statements, since they are external to the latter. The statement curve integrates into language the intensity of the affects, the differential relations between forces, the particular features of power, potentialities. But visibilities must then also integrate these in a completely different way into light. This is so much so that light, as a receptive form of integration, must follow a comparable but non-corresponding path to that of language as a form of spontaneity. And the relation between the two forms at the heart of their non-relation will be the two ways in which they fix the unstable relations between forces, localize and globalize diffusions, and regularize particular points. For visibilities, in the light of historical formations, form scenes which are to the visible element what a statement is to the sable or readable. The scene has always haunted Foucault, and he often uses the word in a general manner that also covers statements. But in this way, he confers on statements a general descriptive importance which does not belong precisely to them. In the most exact sense, the description scene and the statement curve are the two heterogeneous forces of formalization and integration. Foucault enters into a logical tradition that is already well established, one which claims that there is a difference in nature between statements and descriptions, for example, Rousseau. Originating in logic, this problem has seen unexpected developments in the novel, the new novel, and then in the cinema. For this reason, the new solution proposed by Foucault holds all the more. The description scene is a regulation unique to visibilities, just as the statement curve is a regulation unique to readabilities. This leads to Foucault's passion for describing scenes, or even more so, for offering descriptions that stand as scenes, descriptions of Las Meninas, Manette, Margaret, the admirable descriptions of the chain gang, the asylum, the prison, and the little prison van, as though they were scenes and Foucault were a painter. No doubt this is due to his affinity to be found throughout all his work with the new novel and with Raymond Roussel. Let us return to the description of Las Meninas by Velázquez. The path of light forms a spiral shell that makes the particular features visible and turns them into a series of flashes and reflections of light within a complete cycle of representation. Just as statements are curves before they are phrases and propositions, so scenes are lines of light before they become contours and colors. And what the scene brings about in this poem of receptivity are the particular features of relations between forces, which in this case is a relation between the painter and the sovereign, such that they alternate in a never-ending flicker. The diagram of forces is realized both in the description scenes and statement curves. This triangle in Foucault's work holds as much for epistemological as for aesthetic analysis. Even more, just as visibilities entail statements of capture, so statements themselves include visibilities of capture, which continue to distinguish themselves from the former even when they are operating with words. It is in this sense that a strictly literary analysis, even at its very heart, is likely to rediscover the difference between scenes and curves. Descriptions may be verbal, but they are nonetheless different from statements. Here we are thinking of an oeuvre like Faulkner's statements, trace fantastic curves which pass through discursive objects and mobile subject positions, the one name for several persons, two names for the one person, and which are inscribed within a language being in a reunion of all the language unique to Faulkner. But the descriptions conjure up a host of scenes which create reflections, flashes, shimmerings, visibilities, varying according to the time and the season, which distributes the descriptions in a light being, a reunion of all the light to which Faulkner holds the secret. Faulkner, literature's greatest illuminist. And above these two elements, there exists the third phenomenon, centers of power that are unknown, unseen, and unsaid, the eroding or eroded focuses that are overturned and degenerate in the family from the deep south, a whole becoming dark. In what sense is there a primacy of power over knowledge, and of power relations or relations of knowledge? The answer is that the latter would have nothing to integrate if there were no differential power relations. It is true that the former would fade and remain embryonic or virtual without the operations that integrate them. This is what leads to mutual presupposition. But if there is primacy, it is because the two heterogeneous forms of knowledge are constituted by integration and enter into an indirect relation, above and beyond their interstice or their non-relation, under conditions pertaining only to the forces. In this way, the indirect relation between the two forms of knowledge does not imply any common form or even a correspondence, but only the informal elements of forces in which both are steeped. Foucault's diagrammaticism, that is to say, the presentation of pure relations between forces or the transmission of pure particular features, is therefore the analog of Kantian schematicism. It is this that ensures the relation from which knowledge flows between the two irreducible forms of spontaneity and receptivity. And this holds insofar as the force itself enjoys a spontaneity and receptivity which are unique to it, even though they are informal, or rather because they are informal. No doubt power, if we consider it in the abstract, neither sees nor speaks. It is a mole that only knows its way round its network of tunnels, its multiple hoe. It, quote, acts on the basis of innumerable points. It comes from below, end quotes. But precisely because it does not itself speak and see, it makes us see and speak. How can we present Foucault's project on the life of infamous men? It does not deal with famous men who already had both words and light at their disposal and became famous for the evil. It deals instead with criminal existences which are dark and mute and are momentarily dragged out into the light and made to speak by their encounter or clash with power. We can even say that if no original, free, and savage experience lies beneath knowledge, as phenomenology would have it, it is because seeing and speaking are always completely caught up within power relations, which they presuppose and actualize. For example, if we try to establish a body of phrases and texts in order to isolate its statements, we succeed only if we designate the centers of power and resistance on which this body depends. This is the essential point. If power relations imply relations of knowledge, the latter also presuppose the former. If statements exist only as something dispersed within a form of exteriority, and visibilities exist only as something disseminated within another form of exteriority, this is because power relations are themselves diffuse, multipunctual, lying within an element that no longer even has any form. Power relations designate the other thing to which statements and also visibilities refer, even if these latter elements are virtually indistinguishable. Due to the imperceptible and continuous operation of the integrators. As the archaeology of knowledge states, the random transmission of numbers is not a statement, but their vocal or written reproduction is. If power is not simply violence, this is not only because it passes in itself through categories that express the relation between two forces, inciting inducing, producing a useful effect, etc. But also because, in relation to knowledge, it produces truth, insofar as it makes us see and speak. It produces truth as a problem. The above study presented us with a dualism peculiar to Foucault, existing on the level of knowledge, between the visual and the articulable. But we must note that in general, a dualism has at least three meanings. It involves a real dualism making an irreducible difference between two substances, as in Descartes, or between two faculties, as in Kant, or it involves a provisional stage that subsequently becomes a monism, as in Spinoza or Bergson. Or else it involves a preliminary distribution operating at the heart of a pluralism. Foucault represents this last case. For if the visible and the articulable elements enter into a dual, it is to the extent that their respective forms, as forms of exteriority, dispersion, or dissemination, make up two types of multiplicity, neither of which can be reduced to a unity. Statements exist only in a discursive multiplicity and visibilities in a non-discursive multiplicity. And these two multiplicities open up onto a third, a multiplicity of relations between forces, a multiplicity of diffusion which no longer splits into two and is free of any dualizable form. Discipline and Punish continually demonstrates that dualisms are molar or massive effects occurring within multiplicities. And the dualism of force, the ability to affect and to be affected, is merely the index in each one of the multiplicity of forces, the multiple being of force. Sieverberg once said that dividing something into two is an attempt to distribute a multiplicity which cannot be represented by a single form. But this distribution can only distinguish multiplicities from multiplicities. This is the whole of Foucault's philosophy, which is a pragmatics of the multiple. If the variable combinations of the two forms, the visible and the articulable, constitute strata or historical formations, the microphysics of power, on the contrary, exposes the relations between forces in an informal and non-stratified element. In this way, the supersensitive diagram does not merge with the audiovisual archive. It is like the a priori elements presupposed by the historical formation. However, there is nothing lying beneath, above, or even outside the strata. The relations between forces, which are mobile, faint, and diffuse, do not lie outside strata, but form the outside of strata. This is why the elements, a priori to history, are themselves historical. We might at first glance think that the diagram is reserved for modern societies. Discipline and Punish analyzes the disciplinary diagram insofar as it replaces the effects of the old sovereign regime with the control that is immanent to the social field. But this is not at all the case. It is each stratified historical formation which refers back to a diagram of forces as though it were its outside. Our disciplinary societies are channeled through categories of power, actions upon actions that we define as imposing some kind of task or producing a useful effect, controlling a population, or administering life. But the old sovereign societies were defined by other categories that were no less diagrammatic. Levying, the action of levying on actions or products, the force of levying on forces, and bestowing life or death to take life or let live, which is very different from administering life. In both cases, there is a diagram. Foucault also indicated another diagram referred to by the church community rather than state society, a pastoral diagram whose categories he gave as grazing a flock and so on. A relation between forces or an action upon an action. We can speak of a Greek diagram, as we shall see, of a Roman diagram, of a feudal diagram, and so on. The list is endless, like that of the categories of power, and the disciplinary diagram is certainly not the last word on the subject. In a way, we could say that the diagrams communicate above, below, or between the respective strata. It is in this way that we can define a Napoleonic diagram as being an interstratic, intermediary stage between the old sovereign society and the new disciplinary society which it prefigures. And it is indeed in the sense that the diagram differs from strata. Only the stratified formation gives it a stability that it does not itself possess. For in itself it is unstable, agitated, and shuffled around. This is the paradoxical character of the a priori elements, a macro agitation. For the forces in the relation are inseparable from the variations in their relations or their distances from one another. In brief, forces are in a perpetual state of evolution. There is an emergence of forces which doubles history, or rather envelops it, according to the Nietzschean conception. This means that the diagram, insofar as it exposes a set of relations between forces, is not a place but rather a non-place. It is the place only of mutation. Suddenly, things are no longer perceived or propositions articulated in the same way. No doubt, the diagram communicates with the stratified formation stabilizing or fixing it, but following another axis, it also communicates with the other diagram, the other unstable diagrammatic states through which forces pursue their mutant emergence. This is why the diagram always represents the outside of the strata. There is no display of the relations between forces that is not simultaneously a transmission of particular points or features. Not that anything can be linked up with anything else. Instead, it is more like a series of draws in a lottery, each one operating at random but under extrinsic conditions laid down by the previous draw. The diagram or diagram states is always a mixture of the aleatory and the dependent, like a Markov chain. Footnote. In statistics, a sequence of events, the probability of each is dependent only on the event immediately preceding. End of footnote. Foucault quotes Nietzsche's remark about, quote, the iron hand of necessity throwing the dice of chance, end quotes. Things are not joined together by a process of continuity or interiorization, therefore, but instead they rejoin above and beyond the breaks and discontinuities, mutation. We must distinguish between exteriority and the outside. Exteriority is still a form, as in the archaeology of knowledge, even two forms which are exterior to one another, since knowledge is made from the two environments of light and language, seeing and speaking. But the outside concerns force. If force is always in relation with other forces, forces necessarily refer to an irreducible outside which no longer even has any form and is made up of distances that cannot be broken down, through which one force acts upon another or is acted upon by another. It is always from the outside that a force confers on others or receives from others the variable position to be found only at a particular distance or in a particular relation. There is, therefore, an emergence of forces which remains distinct from the history of forms, since it operates in a different dimension. It is an outside which is farther away than any external world and even any form of exteriority, which henceforth becomes infinitely closer. And how could the two forms of exteriority be external to one another if there were not this outside, which is both closer and farther away. This is the other thing already mentioned by the archaeology of knowledge. And if the two formal elements of knowledge, external and heterogeneous, find historical accords which provide solutions for the problem of truth, this is, as we have seen, because forces operate in a different space to that of forms. The space of the outside, where the relation is precisely a non-relation, the place a non-place, and history an emergence. In Foucault's work, the article on Nietzsche and the one on Blackhat join up or rejoin. If seeing and speaking are forms of exteriority, thinking addresses itself to an outside that has no form. To think is to reach the non-stratified. Seeing is thinking, and speaking is thinking, but thinking occurs in the interstice, or the disjunction between seeing and speaking. This is Foucault's second point of contact with Blanchat. Thinking belongs to the outside insofar as the latter, an abstract storm, is swallowed up by the interstice between seeing and speaking. The appeal to the outside is a constant theme in Foucault and signifies that thinking is not the innate exercise of a faculty but must become thought. Thinking does not depend on a beautiful interiority that would reunite the visible and the articulable elements, but is carried under the intrusion of an outside that eats into the interval and forces or dismembers the internal. Quote, when the outside collapses and attracts interiority, end quote, the interior presupposes a beginning and an end, an origin and a destination that can coincide and incorporate everything. But when there are only environments and whatever lies between them, when words and things are opened up by the environment without ever coinciding, there is a liberation of forces which come from the outside and exist only in a mixed-up state of agitation, modification, and mutation. In truth, they are dice throws, for thinking involves throwing the dice. This is what we are told by the forces of the outside. The transformation occurs not to the historical, stratified, and archaeological composition, but to the composing forces. When the latter enters into a relation with other forces which have come from outside, strategies. Emergence, change, and mutation affect composing forces, not composed forms. Why is this idea, apparently so simple, difficult to understand to the point where the death of man has caused so much interpretation? Either the objection was raised that it was not a question of real men, but only a concept of man, or else it was felt that Foucault and Nietzsche saw a real man transcending himself, and they hoped becoming a superman. In both cases, we have a total misinterpretation of Foucault as well as Nietzsche. We shall leave aside the question of the malevolence and stupidity to be found sometimes in commentaries on Foucault, as was the case with Nietzsche. In fact, the question is not that of the human compound, whether conceptual or real, perceptible or articulable. The question concerns the forces that make up man. With what other forces do they combine, and what is the compound that emerges? In the classical age, all the forces of man are referred back to a force of representation that claims to isolate the positive elements, those that can be raised to infinity, such that the set of forces makes up God and not man, while man can emerge only between categories of infinity. This is why Merleau-Ponty defined classical thought by the innocent way in which it conceived of infinity. Not only did infinity predate finity, but the qualities of man, once raised to infinity, serve to make up the unfathomable unity of God. In order for man to appear as a specific compound, the forces that create him enter into a relation with new forces which evade that of representation, even to the point of deposing it. These new forces are those of life, work, and language, insofar as life discovers an organization, work a production, and language affiliation, qualities which put them outside representation. These dark forces of finitude are not initially human but enter into relation with the forces of man in order to bring him down to his own finitude and communicate to him a history which he then proceeds to make his own. In this new historical formation of the 19th century, it is indeed man who is made up from the set of composing forces drawn from the lattery. But if we can imagine a third draw, the forces of man will enter into a relation with other forces again in such a way as to make up something else that will no longer be either God or man. You could say that the death of man links up with that of God to create new compounds. In brief, the relation between composing forces and the outside continually changes the compound form in other relations as it is taken up and transformed by new compositions. We must take quite literally the idea that man is a face drawn in the sand between two tides. He is a composition appearing only between two others, a classical part that never knew him and the future that would no longer know him. There is no occasion either for rejoicing or for weeping. Is it not commonplace nowadays to say that the forces of man have already entered into a relation with the forces of information technology and their third generation machines, which together create something other than man, indivisible man-machine systems? Is this a union with silicon instead of carbon? It is still from the outside that a force affects or is affected by others. The power to affect or to be affected is carried out in a variable way, depending on the forces involved in the relation. The diagram, as the fixed form of a set of relations between forces, never exhausts force, which can enter into other relations and compositions. The diagram stems from the outside, but the outside does not merge with any diagram, and continues instead to draw new ones. In this way, the outside is always an opening onto a future. Nothing ends, since nothing has begun, but everything is transformed. In this sense, force displays potentiality with respect to the diagram containing it, or possesses a third power which presents itself as a possibility of resistance. In fact, alongside, or rather opposite, particular features of power which correspond to its relations, a diagram of forces presents particular features of resistance, such as points, knots, or focuses, which act in turn on the strata, but in such a way as to make change possible. Moreover, the final word on power is that resistance comes first. To the extent that power relations operate completely within the diagram, while resistances necessarily operate in a direct relation with the outside from which the diagrams emerge. This means that a social field offers more resistance than strategies, and the thought of the outside is a thought of resistance. 3 centuries ago, certain fools were astonished because Spinoza wished to see the liberation of man, even though he did not believe in his liberty or even in his particular existence. Today, new fools, or even the same ones reincarnated, are astonished because the Foucault who had spoken of the death of man took part in political struggle. In opposition to Foucault, they invoke a universal and eternal consciousness of the rights of man, which must not be subjected to analysis. This is not the first time an idea has been called eternal in order to mask the fact that it is actually weak or summary and is not even aware of those elements that might sustain it, such as the changes that have taken place in modern law since the 19th century. It is true that Foucault has never accorded great importance to universal or eternal questions. They are merely massive or global effects arising out of a certain distribution of particular features in a particular historical formation and a particular process of formalization. Beneath the universal, there are games or transmissions of particular features, and the universal or eternal nature of man is merely the shadow of a historical stratum. The only case in which the universal is stated at the same time as a statement appears is in mathematics, because the threshold of formalization coincides with threshold of apparition. But anywhere else, the universal comes after. Foucault can denounce the movement of a logos which raises the particular elements to the status of a concept, because this logos is in fact only an already established discourse that remains when everything has been said, when everything is already dead and has returned to the silent interiority of self-consciousness. The subject of law, insofar as it is made of life, is life, which is the bearer of particular elements, a plenitude of the possible, not man, who is the form of eternity. And of course, man replaced life and the subjects of law when for a moment his image was composed of vital forces during the political era of constitutions. But today, law has again changed subject because even within man, the vital forces are entering into new combinations and composing new figures. Quote, "What was understood and what served as an objective was life. It was life far more than the law which became the issue of political struggles, even if the latter were formulated through affirmations concerning rights. The right to life, to one's body, to health, to happiness, to the satisfaction of needs. This right, which the classical judicial system was utterly incapable of comprehending." End quotes. It is this same change that we are observing in the status of the intellectual. In the course of several published interviews, Foucault explains that the individual could lay claim to universality during a long period stretching from the 18th century right up to the Second World War. Perhaps up to Sartre, by way of Zola, Roland, and so on. This was to the extent that the uniqueness of the writer coincided with the position of a jurist or notable who could hold out against the professionals in law and so produce an effect of universality. If the intellectual has changed phase, as well as a function of writing, it is because his very position has changed and he now tends to move from one specific place or point to another. That of the atomic physicist or geneticist or information technologist or pharmacologist, and so on. In this way, producing effects not of universality but of transversality and functioning as an exchanger or privileged junction. In this way, the intellectual or even the writer can at least potentially participate all the more in current struggles and resistance, now that these have become transversal. So the intellectual or the writer becomes adept at speaking the language of life rather than of law. What is Foucault trying to say in the best pages of the history of sexuality? When the diagram of power abandons the model of sovereignty in favor of a disciplinary model, when it becomes the biopower or biopolitics of populations controlling and administering life, it is indeed life that emerges as a new object of power. At that point, law increasingly renounces the symbol of sovereign privilege, the right to put someone to death, as in the death penalty, but allows itself to produce all the more hecatombs and genocides. Not by returning to the old law of killing, but on the contrary in the name of race, precious space, conditions of life, and the survival of a population that believes itself to be better than its enemy, which it now treats not as a judicial enemy of the old sovereign, but as a toxic or infectious agent, a sort of biological danger. From that point on, the death penalty tends to be abolished and holocausts grow for the same reasons, testifying all the more effectively to the death of man. But when power in this way takes life as its aim or object, then resistance to power already puts itself on the side of life and turns life against power. Life as a political object was, in a sense, taken at face value and turned back against a system that was bent on controlling it. Contrary to a fully established discourse, there is no need to uphold man in order to resist. What resistance extracts from this revered old man, as Nietzsche put it, is the forces of a life that is larger, more active, more affirmative, and richer in possibilities. The Superman has never meant anything but that. It is in man himself that we must liberate life, since man himself is a form of imprisonment for man. Life becomes resistance to power when power takes life as its object. Here again, the two operations belong to the same horizon. We can see this clearly in the question of abortion, when the most reactionary powers invoke a right to live. When power becomes biopower, resistance becomes the power of life, a vital power that cannot be confined within species, environments, or the paths of a particular diagram. Is not the force that comes from outside a certain idea of life, a certain vitalism, in which Foucault's thought culminates? Is not life this capacity to resist force? From the birth of the clinic on, Foucault admired Descartes for having invented a new vitalism by defining life as a set of those functions which resist death. And for Foucault, as much as for Nietzsche, it is in man himself that we must look for the set of forces and functions which resist the death of man. Spinoza said that there is no telling what the human body might achieve once freed from human discipline, to which Foucault replies that there is no telling what man might achieve, quote, as a living being, as the set of forces that resist, end quote. Foldings, or the inside of thought, subjectification. What happened during the fairly long silence following the history of sexuality? Perhaps Foucault felt slightly uneasy about the book, had he not trapped himself within the concept of power relations. He himself put forward the following objection, quotes, that is just like you, always with the same incapacity to cross the line, to pass over to the other side. It is always the same choice for the side of power, for what power says or what it causes to be said, end quote. And no doubt, his own reply was that, quote, the most intense points of lives, the one where their energy is concentrated, is precisely where they clash with power, struggle with it, endeavor to utilize its forces or to escape its traps, end quote. He might equally have added that the diffuse centers of power do not exist without points of resistance that are in some way primary, and that power does not take life as its objective without revealing or giving rise to a life that resists power. And finally, that the force of the outside continues to disrupt the diagrams and turn them upside down. But what happens, on the other hand, if the transversal relations of resistance continue to become restratified and to encounter or even construct knots of power? Already, the ultimate failure of the prison movement after 1970 had saddened Foucault, on top of which other events on a world scale must have saddened him even more. If power is constitutive of truth, how can we conceive of a power of truth which would no longer be the truth of power, a truth that would release transversal lines of resistance and not integral lines of power? How can we cross the line? And if we must attain a life that is the power of the outside, What tells us that this outside is not a terrifying void and that this life, which seems to put up a resistance, is not just the simple distribution within the void of slow, partial, and progressive deaths. We can no longer even say that death transforms life into destiny, an indivisible and decisive event, but rather that death becomes multiplied and differentiated in order to bestow on life the particular features and consequently the truths which life believes arise from resisting death. What remains, then, if not to pass through all these deaths preceding the great limits of death itself, deaths which even afterwards continue? Life henceforth consists only of taking one's place, or of every place in the cortege of a one dies. It is in this sense that Descartes broke with the classical conception of death as a decisive moment or indivisible event, and broke with it in two ways, simultaneously presenting death as being coextensive with life and as something made up of a multiplicity of partial and particular deaths. When Foucault analyzes Descartes' theories, his tone demonstrates sufficiently that he is concerned with something other than an epistemological analysis. He is concerned with the conception of death, and few men more than Foucault died in a way commensurate with their conception of death. This force of life that belonged to Foucault was always through and lived out as a multiple death in the manner of Descartes. What remains then, except an anonymous life that shows up only when it clashes with power, argues with it, exchanges brief and strident words, and then fades back into the night? What Foucault called the life of infamous men, whom he asked us to admire by virtue of their misfortune, rage, or uncertain madness. Strangely, implausibly, it is this infamy which he claimed for himself. My point of departure was those sorts of particles endowed with an energy that is all the greater for their being small and difficult to spot. This culminated in the use of pleasure's searing phrase, to get free of oneself. The history of sexuality explicitly closes on a doubt. If, at the end of it, Foucault finds himself in an impasse, this is not because of his conception of power, but rather because he found the impasse to be where power itself places us, in both our lives and our thoughts, as we run up against it in our smallest truths. This could be resolved only if the outside were caught up in a movement that would snatch it away from the void and pull it back from death. This would be like a new access, different from the access of both knowledge and power. Could this access be the place where a sense of serenity would be finally attained and life truly affirmed? In any case, it is not an access that annuls all others, but one that was already working at the same time as the others, and prevented them from closing on the impasse. Perhaps this third access was present from the beginning in Foucault, just as power was present from the beginning in knowledge. But it could emerge only by assuming a certain distance, and so being able to circle back on the other two. Foucault felt it necessary to carry out a general reshuffle in order to unravel this path which was so tangled up in the others that it remained hidden. It is this recentering which Foucault puts forward in a general introduction to the use of pleasure. But how was this new dimension present from the beginning? Up until now, we have encountered three dimensions: the relations which have been formed or formalized along certain strata, knowledge, the relations between forces to be found at the level of the diagram, power, and the relation with the outside, that absolute negation, as Blancat says, which is also a non-relation, thought. Does this mean that there is no inside? Foucault continually submits interiority to a radical critique. But is there an inside that lies deeper than any internal world, just as the outside is farther away than any external world? The outside is not a fixed limit, but a moving matter animated by peristaltic movements, folds, and foldings that together make up an inside. They are not something other than the outside, but precisely the inside of the outside. The order of things developed this theme. If thought comes from outside and remains attached to the outside, how come the outside does not flood into the inside, as the elements that thought does not and cannot think of? The unthought is therefore not external to thought, but lies at its very heart, as that impossibility of thinking which doubles or hollows out the outside. The classical age had already stated that there was an inside of thought, the unthought, when it invoked the finite, the different orders of infinity. And from the 19th century on, it is more the dimensions of finitude which fold the outside and constitute a depth, a density withdrawn into itself, an insight to life, labor, and language in which man is embedded, if only to sleep, but conversely, which is also itself embedded in man as a living being, a working individual, or a speaking subject. Either it is the folds of the infinite or the constant folds, replete of finitude, which curve the outside and constitute the inside. The birth of the clinic had already shown how the clinic brought the body up to the surface, but equally how pathological anatomy subsequently introduced into this body deep foldings which did not resuscitate the old notion of interiority, but constituted instead the new inside of this outside. The inside as an operation of the outside. In all his work, Foucault seems haunted by this theme of an inside which is merely the fold of the outside, as if the ship were a folding of the sea. On the subject of the Renaissance, madman who is put to sea in his boat, Foucault wrote, quote, "He is put in the interior of the exterior, and inversely a prisoner in the midst of what is the freest, the openest of routes, bound fast at the infinite crossroads. He is the passenger par excellence, that is, the prisoner of the passage." End quote. Thought has no other being than this madman himself. As Blanquat says of Foucault, quote, "He encloses the outside, that is, constituted in an interiority of expectation or exception." End quote. Or rather, the theme which has always haunted Foucault is that of the double. But the double is never a projection of the interior. On the contrary, it is an interiorization of the outside. It is not a doubling of the one, but a redoubling of the other. It is not a reproduction of the same, but a repetition of the difference. It is not the emanation of an I, but something that places an immanence in always other, or a non-self. It is never the other who is a double in the doubling process. It is a self that lives me as a double of the other. I do not encounter myself on the outside. I find the other in me. Quotes, "It is always concerned with showing how the other, the distance, is also the near and the same." End quotes. It resembles exactly the invagination of a tissue in embryology, or the act of doubling ensuing, twist, fold, stop, and so on. The archaeology of knowledge showed, in its most paradoxical pages, how one phrase was the repetition of another, and above all, how one statement repeated or doubled something else that was barely distinguishable from it. As in the transmission of letters on the keyboard, AZRT. Equally, the books on power showed how the stratified forms repeated relations between forces that were barely distinguishable from one another, and how history was the doubling of an emergence. This prominent theme in Foucault had already been analyzed in depth in Raymond Roussel. For what Raymond Roussel had discovered was the phrase of the outside, its repetition in a second phrase, the minuscule difference between the two, the snag, and the twisting and doubling from one to the other. The snag is no longer the accident of the tissue, but the new rule on the basis of which the external tissue is twisted, invaginated, and doubled. The facultative role, or the transmission of chance, a dice throw. They are, says Foucault, games of repetition, of difference, and of the doubling that links them. This is not the only time Foucault presents in a literary and humorous way what could be demonstrated by epistemology or linguistics, which are both serious disciplines. Raymond Roussel has knitted or sewn together all the meanings of the word doublure, in order to show how the inside was always the folding of a presupposed outside. And Roussel's last method, the proliferation of parentheses inside one another, multiplies the foldings within a sentence. This is why Foucault's book on Rousseau is important, and no doubt the path it traces is itself double. This does not at all mean that the primacy can be reversed. The inside will always be the doubling of the outside. But it does mean that either, like Rousseau recklessly searching for death, we want to undo the doubling and pull away the folds with a studied gesture, in order to reach the outside and its stifling hollowness. Or like Léry's, who is more wise and prudent, but nonetheless, in another sense, incredibly audacious. We follow the folds, reinforce the doublings from snag to snag, and surround ourselves with foldings that form an absolute memory, in order to make the outside into a vital, recurring element. As the history of madness put it, to be put in the interior of the exterior, and inversely. Perhaps Foucault has always oscillated between the two forms of the double, already characterized at this early stage as a choice between death or memory. Perhaps he chose death, like Rousseau, but not without death having passed through the detours or foldings of memory. Perhaps he even had to go back to the Greeks. In this way, even the most impassioned problem would be given a context that would restore a sense of calm. If folding or doubling haunts all of Foucault's work, but surfaces only at a late stage, this is because he gave the name of absolute memory to a new dimension, which had to be distinguished both from relations between forces or power relations and from stratified forms of knowledge. Greek education presents new power relations, which are very different from the old imperial forms of education and materialize in a Greek light as a system of visibility and in a Greek logos as a system of statements. We can therefore speak of a diagram of power which extends across all qualified forms of knowledge, governing oneself, managing one's estate, and participating in the administration of the city were the three practices of the same type, and Xenophon shows, quote, the continuity and isomorphism between the three arts, as well as the chronological sequence by which they were to be practiced in the life of an individual, end quote. However, not even this marks the great novelty of the Greeks. Such novelty ultimately emerges thanks to a double unhooking or differentiation, when the exercises that enabled one to govern oneself became detached both from power as a relation between forces and from knowledge as a stratified form, or code, of virtue. On the one hand, there is a relation to oneself that consciously derives from one's relation with others. On the other, there is equally a self-constitution that consciously derives from the moral codes as a rule for knowledge. This derivative, or differentiation, must be understood in the sense in which the relation to oneself assumes an independent status. It is as if the relations of the outside folded back to create a doubling, allow a relation to oneself to emerge, and constitute an inside which is hollowed out and develops its own unique dimension, akrasia. The relation to oneself that is self-mastery, quote, is a power that one brought to bear on oneself in the power that one exercised over others. How could one claim to govern others if one cannot govern oneself? To the point where the relation to oneself becomes a principle of internal regulation, end quotes. In relation to the constituent powers of politics, the family, eloquence, games, and even virtue. This is the Greek version of the snag and the doubling, a differentiation that leads to a folding, a reflection. This, at least, is Foucault's version of the novelty of the Greeks. And this version appears very important in both its detail and its superficial modesty. What the Greeks did is not to reveal being or unfold the open in a word historical gesture. According to Foucault, they did a great deal less, or more. They bent the outside through a series of practical exercises. The Greeks are the first doubling. Force is what belongs to the outside, since it is essentially a relation between other forces. It is inseparable in itself from the power to affect other forces, spontaneity, and to be affected by others, receptivity. But what comes about as a result is a relation which force has with itself, a power to affect itself, an affect of self on self. Following the Greek diagram, only free men can dominate others. Free agents and the agonistic relations between them are diagrammatic characteristics. But how could they dominate others if they cannot dominate themselves? The domination of others must be doubled by domination of oneself. The relation with others must be doubled by a relation with oneself. The obligatory rules for power must be doubled by the facultative rules for the free man who exercises power. As moral codes here and there execute the diagram in the city, the family, tribunals, games, etc., a subject must be isolated which differentiates itself from the code and no longer has an internal dependence on it. This is what the Greeks did. They folded force, even though it still remained force. They made it relate back to itself. Far from ignoring interiority, individuality, or subjectivity, they invented the subject, but only as a derivative or the product of a subjectification. They discovered the aesthetic existence, the doubling or relation with oneself, facultative role of free man. If we do not regard this derivation as being a new dimension, then we must say that there is no sense of subjectivity in the Greeks, especially if we look for it on the level of obligatory rules. Foucault's fundamental idea is that of a dimension of subjectivity derived from power and knowledge without being dependent on them. In another way, it is the use of pleasure, which in several respects differentiates from the previous books. On the other hand, it invokes a long period of time that begins with the Greeks and continues up to the present day by way of Christianity, while the previous books considered short periods between the 17th and 19th centuries. On the other, it discovers a relation to oneself as a new dimension that cannot be reduced to power relations and relations between forms of knowledge that were the object of previous books. The whole system has to be reorganized. Finally, there is a break with the history of sexuality, which studied sexuality from the double viewpoint of power and knowledge. Now the relation to oneself is laid bare, but its links with sexuality remain uncertain. Consequently, the first step in a complete reorganization is already there. Does the relation to oneself have an elective affinity with sexuality to the point of renewing the project of a history of sexuality? The reply is a vigorous one. Just as power relations can be affirmed only by being carried out, so the relation to oneself, which bends these power relations, can be established only by being carried out. And it is in sexuality that it is established or carried out. Perhaps not immediately, for the constitution of an inside or interiority is elementary before it is sexual. But here again, What is it that leads sexuality to differentiate itself gradually from the elementary considerations and become the place in which the relation to oneself is enacted? The reason is that sexuality, as it is lived out by the Greeks, incarnates in the female the receptive element of force, and in the male the active or spontaneous element. From then on, the free man's relation to himself as self determination will concern sexuality in three ways. In the simple form of a diaetics of pleasures, one governs oneself in order to be capable of actively governing one's body. In the composed form of a domestic economics, one governs oneself in order to be capable of governing one's wife, who in turn may attain a good receptivity. In the double form of an erotic of boys, one governs oneself in order that the boy also learns to govern himself, to be active and to resist the power of others. The Greeks not only invented the relation to oneself, they linked it to sexuality, composing and doubling it within the latter's terms. In short, the Greeks laid the foundation for an encounter between the relation to oneself and sexuality. The redistribution or reorganization takes place all on its own, or at least over a long period. For the relation to oneself will not remain the withdrawn and reserved force of the free man, a zone independent of any institutional and social system. The relation to oneself will be understood in terms of power relations and relations of knowledge. It will be reintegrated into the systems from which it was originally derived. The individual is coded or recoded within a moral knowledge, and above all, he becomes the stake in a power struggle and is diagrammatized. The fold therefore seems unfolded, and the subjectification of the free man is transformed into subjection. On the one hand, it involves being the subject to someone else by control and dependence, with all the processes of individuation and modulation which power installs, acting on the daily life and the interiority of those it calls its subjects. On the other, it makes the subject, quote, tied to his own identity by a conscious or self-knowledge, end quote. Through all the techniques of moral and human sciences that go to make up a knowledge of the subject. Simultaneously, sexuality becomes organized around certain focal points of power, give rise to a scientia sexualis, and is integrated into an agency of power knowledge, namely sex. Here Foucault returns to the analysis given in the history of sexuality. Must we conclude from this that the new dimension hollowed out by the Greeks disappears and falls back on the two axes of knowledge and power? In that case, we could go back to the Greeks and find a relation to oneself based on free individuality. But this is obviously not the case. There will always be a relation to oneself which resists codes and powers. The relation to oneself is even one of the origins of these points of resistance which we have already discussed. For example, it will be wrong to reduce Christian moralities to their attempts at codification and the pastoral power which they invoke, without also taking into account the spiritual and ascetic movements or subjectification that continue to develop before the Reformation. There are collective subjectifications. It is not even enough to say that the latter resist the former, for there is a perpetual communication between them, whether in terms of struggle or of composition. What must be stated then is that subjectification, the relation to oneself, continues to create itself, but by transforming itself and changing its nature to the point where the Greek mode is a distant memory. Recuperated by power relations and relations of knowledge, the relation to oneself is continually reborn, elsewhere and otherwise. The most general formula of the relation to oneself is the affect of self by self, or folded force. Subjectification is created by folding. Only there are four foldings, four folds of subjectification, like the rivers of the Inferno. The first concerns the material part of ourselves, which is to be surrounded and enfolded. For the Greeks, this was the body and its pleasures. the aphrodisia, but for Christians, this would be the flesh and its desires, desire itself, a completely different substantial modality. The second, properly speaking, is the fold of the relation between forces. For it is always according to a particular rule that the relation between forces is bent back in order to become a relation to oneself, though it certainly makes a difference whether or not the rule in question is natural, divine, rational, or aesthetic, and so on. The third is the fold of knowledge, or the fold of truth insofar as it constitutes the relation of truth to our being, and of our being to truth, which will serve as a formal condition for any kind of knowledge, a subjectification of knowledge that is always different, whether in the Greeks and the Christians, or in Plato, Descartes, or Kant. The fourth is the fold of the outside itself, the ultimate fold. It is this that constitutes what Blanquet called an interiority of expectation, from which the subject in different ways hopes for immortality, eternity, salvation, freedom, or death, or detachment. These four folds are like the final or formal cause, the acting or material cause of subjectivity or interiority as a relation to oneself. These folds are eminently variable, and moreover have different rhythms whose variations constitute irreducible modes of subjectification. They operate beneath the codes and rules of knowledge and power and are apt to unfold and merge with them, but not without new foldings being created in the process. On each occasion, the relation to oneself is destined to encounter sexuality according to a modality that corresponds to the mode of subjectification. This is because the spontaneity and receptivity of force will no longer be distributed on the basis of an active and a passive role as it was for the Greeks, but rather, as in the completely different case of the Christians, on the basis of a bisexual structure. From the viewpoint of a general confrontation, what variations exist between the Greek sense of the body and the pleasures and the Christian sense of flesh and desire? Can it be that Plato remains at the level of the body and the pleasures to be found in the first folds, but is already beginning to raise himself to the level of desire to be found in the third fold, by folding truth back into the lover, and is consequently isolating a new process of subjectification that leads to a desiring subject, and no longer to a subject of pleasures? And what can we ultimately say about our own contemporary modes and our modern relation to oneself? What are our four folds? If it is true that power increasingly informs our daily lives, our interiority, and our individuality, if it has become individualizing, if it is true that knowledge itself has become increasingly individuated, forming the hermeneutics and codification of the desiring subject, what remains for our subjectivity? There never remains anything of the subject, since he is to be created on each occasion like a focal point of resistance, on the basis of the folds which subjectivize knowledge and bend each power. Perhaps modern subjectivity rediscovers the body and its pleasures, as opposed to a desire that has become too subjugated by law. Yet, this is not a return to the Greeks, since there never is a return. The struggle for modern subjectivity passes through a resistance to the two present forms of subjection, the one consisting of individualizing ourselves on the basis of constraints of power, the other of attracting each individual to a known and recognized identity, fixed once and for all. The struggle for subjectivity presents itself, therefore, as the right to difference, variation, and metamorphosis. Here, we are multiplying the questions, since we are touching on the unpublished manuscript of the projected fourth volume of the History of Sexuality, and beyond, into Foucault's very last topics of research. In the use of pleasure, Foucault does not discover the subject. In fact, he had already defined it as a derivative, a function derived from the statements. But by defining it now as a derivative of the outside conditioned by the fold, he draws it out fully and gives it an irreducible dimension. So we have the basis for a reply to the most general question. How can we name this new dimension, this relation to oneself that is neither knowledge nor power? Is the affect of self by self pleasure or desire? Or do we call it individual conduct, the conduct of pleasure or desire? We shall find the exact term only if we note the limits which this third dimension assumes over long periods of time. The appearance of a folding of the outside can seem unique to Western development. Perhaps the Orient does not present such a phenomenon, and the line of the outside continues to float across a stifling hollowness. In that case, asceticism would be a culture of annihilation or an effort to breathe in such a void, without any particular production of subjectivity. The conditions for a bending of forces seem to arise with the agonistic relationship between free men, that is, with the Greeks. It is here that force folds back on itself in relation with the other force. But even if we made the Greeks the origin of the process of subjectification, it still occupies a long period of time in the run-up to the present day. This chronology is all the more remarkable given that Foucault examined the diagrams of power as places of mutation and the archives of knowledge over short periods of time. If we ask why the use of pleasure suddenly introduces a long period of time, perhaps the simplest reason is that we have all too quickly forgotten the old powers that are no longer exercised and the old sciences that are no longer useful. But in moral matters, we are still weighed down with old beliefs which we no longer even believe, and we continue to produce ourselves as a subject on the basis of old modes which do not correspond to our problems. This is what led the film director Antonioni to say that we are sick with eros. Everything takes place as if the modes of subjectification had a long life, and we continue to play at being Greeks or Christian and to indulge in a taste for trips down memory lane. But there is a deeper positive reason. The folding or doubling is itself a memory, the absolute memory or memory of the outside, beyond the brief memory inscribed in strata and archives, beyond the relics remaining in the diagrams. The aesthetic life of the Greeks had already essentially prompted a memory of the future, and very quickly the processes of subjectification were accompanied by writings that were real memories. Hypnomemata. Memory is the real name of the relation to oneself, or the affect on self by self. According to Kant, time was the form in which the mind affected itself, just as space was the form in which the mind was affected by something else. Time was therefore auto-affection and made up the essential structure of subjectivity. But time as a subject, or rather subjectification, is called memory, not that brief memory that comes afterwards and is the opposite of forgetting, but the absolute memory, which doubles the present and the outside and is one with forgetting, since it is itself endlessly forgotten and reconstituted. Its fold, in fact, merges with the unfolding, because the latter remains present within the former as the thing that is folded. Only forgetting, the unfolding, recovers what is folded in memory and in the fold itself. There is a final rediscovery of Heidegger by Foucault. Memory is contrasted not with forgetting, but with a forgetting of forgetting, which dissolves us into the outside and constitutes death. On the other hand, as long as the outside is folded and inside is coextensive with it, as memory is coextensive with forgetting, it is this coextensive nature which is life, a long period of time. Time becomes a subject because it is the folding of the outside, and as such forces every present into forgetting, but preserves the whole of the past within memory. Forgetting is the impossibility of return, and memory is the necessity of renewal. For a long time, Foucault thought of the outside as being an ultimate spatiality that was deeper than time. But in his late works, he offers the possibility once more of putting time on the outside and thinking of the outside as being time, conditioned by the fold. It is on this point that the necessary confrontation between Foucault and Heidegger takes place. The fold has continued to haunt the work of Foucault, but finds its true dimension in his last research. In what ways is he similar to and different from Heidegger? We can evaluate them only by taking as our point of departure Foucault's break with phenomenology in the vulgar sense of the term, with intentionality. The idea that consciousness is directed towards the thing and gains significance in the world is precisely what Foucault refuses to believe. In fact, intentionality is created in order to surpass any psychologism or naturalism, but it invents a new psychologism and a new naturalism to the point where, as Merleau-Ponty himself said, it can hardly be distinguished from a learning process. It restores the psychologism that synthesizes consciousness and significations, a naturalism of the savage experience and of the thing, of the aimless existence of the thing in the world. This gives rise to Foucault's double challenge. Certainly, as long as we remain on the level of words and phrases, we can believe in an intentionality through which consciousness is directed towards something and gains significance, as something significant. As long as we remain on the level of things and states of things, we can believe in a savage experience that lets the thing wander aimlessly through consciousness. But if phenomenology places things in parentheses, as it claims to do, this ought to push it beyond words and phrases towards statements, and beyond things and states of things towards visibilities. But statements are not directed towards anything, since they are not related to a thing any more than they express a subject but refer only to a language being that gives them unique subjects and objects that satisfy particular conditions as immanent variables. And visibilities are not deployed in a savage world already opened up to a primitive, pre-predicative consciousness, but refer only to a light being which gives them forms, proportions, and perspectives that are immanent in the proper sense, that is, free of any intentional gaze. Neither language nor light will be examined in the areas that relate them to one another. Designation, signification, the signifying process of language, a physical environment, a tangible or intelligible world, but rather in the irreducible dimension that gives both of them a separate and self-sufficient entities. There is light, and there is language. All intentionality collapses in the gap that opens up between these two monads, or in the non-relation between seeing and speaking. This is Foucault's major achievement, the conversion of phenomenology into epistemology. For seeing and speaking means knowing, but we do not see what we speak about, nor do we speak about what we see. And when we see a pipe, we shall always say, in one way or another, this is not a pipe, as though intentionality denied itself and collapsed into itself. Everything is knowledge, and this is the first reason why there is no savage experience. There is nothing beneath or prior to knowledge. But knowledge is irreducibly double, since it involves speaking and seeing, language and light, which is the reason why there is no intentionality. But it is here that everything begins, because for its part, phenomenology, in order to cast off the psychologism and naturalism that continue to burden it, itself surpass intentionality as the relation between consciousness and its object, being. And in Heidegger and then in Merleau-Ponty, the surpassing of intentionality tended towards being, the fold of being, from intentionality to the fold, from being to capital B being, from phenomenology to ontology. Heidegger's disciples taught us to what extent ontology was inseparable from the fold, since capital B being was precisely the fold which made it with lowercase b being, and that the unfolding of capital B being as the inaugural gesture of the Greeks was not the opposite of the fold, but the fold itself, the pivotal point of the open, the unity of the unveiling veiling. It was still less obvious in what way this folding of being, the fold of being and being, replaced intentionality, if only to found it. It was Merleau-Ponty who showed us how a radical, vertical visibility was folded into a self-seeing, and from that point on made possible the horizontal relation between a seeing and the seen. An outside, more distant than any exterior, is twisted, folded, and doubled by an inside that is deeper than any interior, and alone creates the possibility of the derived relation between the interior and the exterior. It is even this twisting which defines flesh beyond the body proper and its objects. In brief, the intentionality of being is surpassed by the fold of uppercase being. Uppercase being, as fold, Sartre, on the other hand, remained at the level of intentionality because he was content to make holes in lowercase being without reaching the fold of uppercase being. Intentionality is still generated in a Euclidean space that prevents it from understanding itself and must be surpassed by another topological space which establishes contact between the outside and the inside, the most distant, the most deep. There is no doubt that Foucault found great theoretical inspiration in Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty for the theme that haunted him, the fold or doubling. But he equally found a practical version of it in Raymond Rousseau, for the latter raised an ontological visibility, forever twisting itself into a self-seeing entity onto a different dimension from that of the gaze or its objects. We could equally link Heidegger to Jerry to the extent that pataphysics presents itself precisely as a surpassing of metaphysics that is explicitly founded on the uppercase being of the phenomenon. But if we take Jerry or Rousseau in this way to be the realization of Heidegger's philosophy, does this not mean that the fold is carried off and set up in a completely different landscape, and so takes on a different meaning? We must not refuse to take Heidegger seriously, but we must discover the imperturbably serious side to Rousseau or Jerry. The serious ontological aspect needs a diabolical or phenomenological sense of humor. In fact, we believe that the fold as doubling in Foucault will take on a completely new appearance while retaining its ontological imports. In the first place, according to Heidegger or Merleau-Ponty, the fold of being surpasses intentionality only to found the latter in a new dimension. This is why the visible or the open does not give us something to see without also providing something to speak, since the fold will constitute the self-seen element of sight only if it also constitutes the self-speaking element of language, to the point where it is the same world that speaks itself in language and sees itself in sight. In Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, light opens up a speaking no less than a seeing, as if signification haunted the visible, which in turn murmured meaning. This cannot be so in Foucault, for whom the light being refers only to visibilities, and language capital B being to statements. The fold will not be able to be found in intentionality since the latter disappears in the disjunction between the two parts of a knowledge that is never intentional. If knowledge is constituted by two forms, how could a subject display any intentionality towards one object, since each form has its own objects and subjects? Yet, it must be able to ascribe a relation to the two forms which emerges from their non-relation. Knowledge is being, the first figure of capital B being, but capital B being lies between two forms. Is this not precisely what Heidegger called the between two, or Merleau-Ponty termed the interlacing or chiasmus? In fact, they are not at all the same thing. For Merleau-Ponty, the interlacing or between two merges with the fold, but not for Foucault. There is an interlacing or intertwining of the visible and the articulable. It is the Platonic model of weaving that replaces intentionality. But this interlacing is in fact a stranglehold, or a battle between two implacable foes who are the forms of knowledge capital B being. If you like, it is an intentionality, but one that is reversible, has multiplied in both directions, and has become infinitesimal or microscopic. It is still not the fold of being, but rather the interlacing of its two forms. It is still not a topology of the fold, but rather a strategy of the interlacing. Everything takes place as though Foucault were approaching Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty for going too quickly. And what he finds in Roussel, in a different way again, in Madrid, and what he could have found in yet another sense in Jerry, is the audiovisual battle, the double capture, the noise of words that conquered the visible, the fury of things that conquered the articulable. In Foucault, there has been a hallucinatory theme of doubles and doubling that transforms any ontology. But this double capture, which is constitutive of knowledge being, cannot be created between two irreducible forms if the interlocking of opponents did not flow from an element that was itself informal, a pure relation between forces that emerges in their irreducible separation of forms. This is the source of the battle or the condition for its possible existence. This is the strategic domain of power, as opposed to the stratic domain of knowledge. From epistemology to strategy. This is another reason why there is no savage experience, since battles imply a strategy and any experience is caught up in relations of power. This is the second figure of capital B being, the possessed power capital B being, as opposed to knowledge capital B being. It is the informal forces or power relations that set up relations between the two forms of formed knowledge. The two forms of knowledge being are forms of exteriority, since statements are dispersed in the one and visibilities in the other, but power being introduces us into a different element, an unformable and unformed outside which gives rise to forces and their changing combinations. This shows that this second figure of being is still not the fold. It is rather a floating line with no contours, which is the only element that makes the two forms in battle communicate. The Heraclitean element has always gone deeper in Foucault than in Heidegger, for phenomenology is ultimately too pacifying and has blessed too many things. Foucault therefore discovers the element that comes from outside, force. Like Blancat, Foucault will speak less of the open than of the outside, for force is linked to force, but to the force of the outside, such that it is the outside that explains the exteriority of forms, both for each one and for their mutual relation. This accounts for the importance of Foucault's declaration that Heidegger always fascinated him, but that he could understand him only by way of Nietzsche and alongside Nietzsche, and not the other way around. Heidegger is Nietzsche's potential, but not the other way around, and Nietzsche did not see his own potential fulfilled. It was necessary to recover force, in the Nietzschean sense, or power, in the very particular sense of will to power to discover this outside as limits, the last points before being folds. Heidegger rushed things and folded too quickly, which was not desirable. This led to the deep ambiguity of his technical and political ontology, a technique of knowledge and the politics of power. The fold of being can come about only at the level of the third figure. Can force hold so as to be self-action, the affect of self by self, such that the outside in itself constitutes a coextensive inside. What the Greeks did was not a miracle. Heidegger has a Renan side to him, with his idea of the Greek light or miracle. In Foucault's opinion, the Greeks did a lot less or a lot more, depending on your choice. They folded force, discovered it was something that could be folded, and only by strategy, because they invented a relation between forces based on the rivalry between free men, the government of others through self-government, and so on. But as a force among forces, man does not fold the forces that compose him without the outside folding itself and creating a self within man. It is this fold of being which makes up the third figure when the forms already interlocked and battle has already been joined. From this point, being no longer forms a siest or a possessed, but a seest, to the extent that the fold of the outside constitutes a self, while the outside itself forms a coextensive inside. Only through a stratico-strategic interlocking do we reach the ontological fold. These three dimensions, knowledge, power, and self, are irreducible, yet constantly imply one another. They are three ontologies. Why does Foucault add that they are historical? Because they do not set universal conditions. Knowledge being is determined by the two forms assumed at any moment by the visible and the articulable, and light and language in turn cannot be separated from the unique and limited existence which they have in a given stratum. Power being is determined within relations between forces, which are themselves based on particular features that vary according to each age. And the self-being, is determined by the process of subjectification, by the places crossed by the fold. The Greeks have nothing universal about them. In brief, the conditions are never more general than the conditioned elements, and gain their value from their particular historical status. The conditions are therefore not apodictic, but problematic. Given certain conditions, they do not vary historically, but they do vary with history. What in fact they present is the way in which the problem appears in a particular historical formation. What can I know or see and articulate in such and such a condition for light and language? What can I do? What power can I claim and what resistances may I counter? What can I be? With what folds can I surround myself, or how can I produce myself as a subject? On these three questions, the eye does not designate a universal, but a set of particular positions occupied within a one speaks, one sees, one confronts, one lives. No single solution can be transposed from one age to another, but we can penetrate or encroach on certain problematic fields, which means that the givens of an old problem are reactivated in another. Perhaps there still is a Greek somewhere in Foucault, revealed by a certain faith which he places in a problematization of pleasures. Finally, it is praxis that constitutes the sole continuity between past and present, or conversely, the way in which the present explains the past. If Foucault's interviews form an integral part of his work, it is because they extend the historical problematization of each of his books into the construction of the present problem, be it madness, punishment, or sexuality. What are the new types of struggle, which are transversal and immediate rather than centralized and mediatized? What are the intellectual's new functions, which are specific or particular rather than universal? What are the new modes of subjectification which tend to have no identity? This is the present triple root of the questions: what can I do? What do I know? What am I? The events which led up to 1968 were like the rehearsal of these three questions. What is our light and what is our language? That is to say, our truth today. What powers must we confront and what is our capacity for resistance today when we can no longer be content to say that the old struggles are no longer worth anything? And do we not perhaps, above all, bear witness to and even participate in the production of a new subjectivity? Do not the changes in capitalism find an unexpected encounter in the slow emergence of a new self as a center of resistance? Each time there is social change, is there not a movement of subjective reconversion, with its ambiguities but also its potential? These questions may be considered more important than a reference to man's universal rights, including in the realm of pure law. In Foucault, everything is subject to variables in variation, the variables of knowledge. For example, objects and subjects as immanent variables of the statements, and the variation in the relation between forms, the variable particularities of power, and the variations in the relations between forces, the variable subjectivities, and the variation of the fold or of subjectification. But if it is true that the conditions are no more general or constant than the conditioned elements, it is nonetheless the conditions that interest Foucault. This is why he calls his work historical research and not the work of a historian. He does not write a history of mentalities, but of the conditions governing everything that has a mental existence, namely statements and the system of language. He does not write a history of behavior, but of the conditions governing everything that has a visible existence, namely a system of light. He does not write a history of institutions, but of the conditions governing their integration of different relations between forces at the limits of a social field. He does not write a history of private life, but of the conditions governing the way in which the relation to oneself constitutes a private life. He does not write a history of subjects, but of processes of subjectification governed by the foldings operating in the ontological as much as the social field. In truth, one thing haunts Foucault: thought. The question, what does thinking signify? What do we call thinking? Is the arrow first fired by Heidegger and then again by Foucault. He writes a history, but a history of thought as such. To think means to experiment and to problematize. Knowledge, power, and the self are the triple root of a problematization of thought. In the field of knowledge, as a problem, thinking is first of all seen and speaking. But thinking is carried out in the space between the two, in the interstice or disjunction between seeing and speaking. On each occasion, it invents the interlocking, firing an arrow from the one towards the target of the other, creating a flash of light in the midst of words, or unleashing a cry in the midst of visible things. Thinking makes both seeing and speaking attain their individual limits, such that the two are the common limit that both separates and links them. On top of this, in the field of power as a problem, thinking involves the transmission of particular features. It is a dice throw. What the dice throw represents is that thinking always comes from the outside, that outside which was already engulfed in the interstice or which constituted the common limit. Thinking is neither innate nor acquired. It is not the innate exercise of a faculty, but neither is it a learning process constituted in the external world. Artaud contrasted the innate and the acquired with the genital, the genitality of thought as such, a thought which comes from an outside that is farther away than any external world, and hence closer than any internal world. Must this outside be called chance? The dice throw does in fact express the simplest possible power or force relation, the one established between particular features arrived at by chance, the numbers on the different faces. The relations between forces, as Foucault understands them, concern not only men but the elements, the letters of the alphabet, which group either at random or according to certain laws of attraction and frequency dictated by a particular language. Chance works only in the first case, while the second case perhaps operates under conditions that are partially determined by the first, as in a Markov chain, where we have a succession of partial relinkings. This is the outside, the line that continues to link up random events in a mixture of chance and dependency. Consequently, thinking here takes on new figures, drawing out particular features, linking events, and on each occasion, inventing the series that move from the neighborhood of one particular feature to the next. There are all sorts of particular features which have all come from the outside. Particular features of power, caught up in the relations between forces, features of resistance, which pave the way for change, and even savage features, which remain suspended outside, without entering into relations or allowing themselves to be integrated. Only here does savage take on a meaning, not as an experience, but as that which cannot yet be absorbed into experience. All these determinations of thought are already original figures of the action of thought. And for a long time, Foucault did not believe that thought could be anything else. How could thought invent a morality, since thought can find nothing in itself except that outside from which it comes and which resides in it as the unthought, that fiat, which destroys any imperative in advance? However, Foucault speeds up the emergence of one strange final figure. If the outside, farther away than any external world, is also closer than any internal worlds, is this not a sign that thought affects itself by revealing the outside to be its own unthought element? Quotes, "It cannot discover the unthought without immediately bringing the unthought nearer to itself, or even perhaps without pushing it farther away, and in any case without causing man's own being to undergo a change by that very fact, since it is deployed in a distance between them." End quote. This auto-affection, this conversion of far and near, will assume more and more importance by constructing an inside space that will be completely co-present with the outside space on the line of the fold. The problematical unthought gives way to a thinking being who problematizes himself as an ethical subject. In Artaud, this is the innate genital. In Foucault, it is a meeting between self and sexuality. To think is to fold, to double the outside with a coextensive inside. The general topology of thought, which had already begun in the neighborhood of the particular features, now ends up in the folding of the outside into the inside, in the interior of the exterior, and inversely, as Madness and Civilization put it. We have shown how any organization, differentiation, and integration presuppose the primary topological structure of an absolute outside and inside that encourages relative intermediary exteriorities and interiorities. Every inside space is topologically in contact with the outside space, independent of distance and on the limits of a living. And this coronal, or vital topology, far from showing up in space, frees a sense of time that fits the past into the inside, brings about the future in the outside, and brings the two into confrontation at the limits of the living present. Foucault is not only an archivist in the manner of Gogol, or a cartographer in the manner of Chekhov, but a topologist in the manner of Bailey in his great novel Petersburg, which uses this cortical folding in order to convert outside and inside. In a second space, the industry of the town and of the brain are merely the obverse of one another. It is in this way, which no longer owes anything to Heidegger, that Foucault understands the doubling or the fold. If the inside is constituted by the folding of the outside, between them there is a topological relation. The relation to oneself is homologous to the relation with the outside, and the two are in contact through the intermediary of the strata, which are relatively external environments, and therefore relatively internal. On the limits of the strata, the whole of the inside finds itself actively present on the outside. The inside condenses the past a long period of time in ways that are not at all continuous, but instead confronted with a future that comes from outside, exchange it, and recreate it. To think means to be embedded in the present time stratum that serves as a limit. What can I see and what can I say today? But this involves thinking of the past as it is condensed on the inside. In the relation to oneself, there is a Greek in me, or a Christian, and so on. We will then think the past against the present and resist the latter, not in favor of a return, but, quote, in favor, I hope, of a time to come, end quote. Nietzsche. That is, by making the past active and present to the outside so that something new will finally come about, so that thinking always may reach thought. Thought thinks its own history, the past, but in order to free itself from what it thinks, the present, and be able finally to think otherwise, the future. This is what Blanchot called, quote, the passion of the outside, end quote. A force that tends towards the outside only because the outside itself has become intimacy, intrusion. The three agencies of topology are at once relatively independent and constantly replacing one another. The strata have the task of continually producing levels that force something new to be seen or said. But equally, the relation to the outside has the task of reassessing the forces established, while, last of all, the relation to oneself has the task of calling up and producing new modes of subjectification. Foucault's work links up again with the great works that for us have changed what it means to think. Quotes, I have never written anything but fictions, end quotes. But never has fiction produced such truth and reality. How could we narrate Foucault's great fiction? The world is made up of superimposed surfaces, archives, or strata. The world is thus knowledge. But strata are crossed by a central fissure that separates, on the one hand, the visual scenes, and on the other, the sound curves. The articulable and the visible on each stratum, the two irreducible forms of knowledge, light and language, two vast environments of exteriority where visibilities and statements are respectively deposited. So, we are caught up in a double movement. We immerse ourselves from stratum to stratum, from band to band. We cross the surfaces, scenes, and curves. We follow the fissure in order to reach an interior of the world. As Melville says, we look for a central chamber, afraid that there will be no one there and that man's soul will reveal nothing but an immense and terrifying void. Who would think of looking for life among the archives? But at the same time, we try to climb above the strata in order to reach an outside, an atmospheric element, a non stratified substance that would be capable of explaining how the two forms of knowledge can embrace, intertwine on each stratum, from one edge of the fissure to the other. If not, then how could the two halves of the archive communicate? How could statements explain scenes, or scenes illustrate statements? The informal outside is a battle, a turbulent, stormy zone, where particular points and the relations of forces between these points are tossed about. Strata merely collected and solidified the visual dust and the sonic echo of the battle raging above them. But up above, the particular features have no form and are neither bodies nor speaking persons. We enter into the domain of uncertain doubles and partial depths, where things continually emerge and fade, as in Bicot's zone. This is a micropolitics. Here, says Faulkner, we no longer act like people, but like two moths or feathers, deaf and blind to one another. Quotes, in the midst of the furious and slowly dispersing clouds of dust that we fling at each other, shouting death to the bastards. Kill! Kill! End quotes. Each atmospheric state in this zone corresponds to a diagram of forces or particular features which are taken up by relations, a strategy. If strata are of the earth, then a strategy belongs to the air or the ocean. But it is the strategy's job to be fulfilled in the stratum, just as it is the diagram's job to come to fruition in the archive. And the non-stratified substance's job to become stratified. To be realized in this way means becoming both integrated and different. The informal relations between forces differentiate from one another by creating two heterogeneous forms, that of the curves which pass through the neighborhood of particular features, statements, and that of the scenes which distribute them into figures of light, visibilities. And at the same time, the relations between forces become integrated precisely in the formal relations between the two, from one side to the other of differentiation. This is because the relations between forces ignore the fissure within the strata, which begins only below them. They are apt to hollow out the fissure by being actualized in the strata, but also to hop over it in both senses of the term by becoming differentiated even as they become integrated. Forces always come from the outside, from an outside that is farther away than any form of exteriority. So there are not only particular features taken up by the relations between forces, but particular features of resistance that are apt to modify and overturn these relations and to change the unstable diagram. And there are even savage particular features, not yet linked up on the line of the outside itself, which form a teeming mass, especially just above the fissure. This is a terrible line that shuffles all the diagrams, above the very raging storms. It is like Melville's line, whose two ends remain free, which envelops every boat in its complex twists and turns, goes into horrible contortions when that moment comes, and always runs the risk of sweeping someone away with it, or like Mecox's line of 1,000 aberrations, with its growing molecular speed, which is the whiplash of a furious charioteer. But however terrible this line may be, it is a line of life that can no longer be gauged by relations between forces, one that carries man beyond terror. For at the place of the fissure, the line forms a law, the center of the cyclone, where one can live, and in fact where life exists par excellence. It is as if the accelerated speeds, which last only briefly, constituted a slow being over a longer period of time. It is like a pineal gland, constantly reconstituting itself by changing direction, tracing an inside space but coextensive with the whole line of the outside. The most distant point becomes interior by being converted into the nearest, life within the folds. This is the central chamber, which one need no longer fear is empty, since one fills it with oneself. Here, one becomes a master of one's speed, and, relatively speaking, a master of one's molecules and particular features. In this zone of subjectification, the boat as interior of the exterior. Appendix on the death of man and Superman. Foucault's general principle is that every form is a compound of relations between forces. Given these forces, our first question is with what forces from the outside they enter into a relation, and then what form is created as a result. These may be forces within man, the force to imagine, remember, conceive, wish, and so on. One might object that such forces already presuppose man, but in terms of form, this is not true. The forces within man presuppose only places, points of industry, a region of the existence. In the same way, forces within an animal, mobility, irritability, and so on, do not presuppose any determined form. One needs to know with what other forces the forces within man enter into a relation in a given historical formation, and what form is created as a result from this compound of forces. We can already foresee that the forces within man do not necessarily contribute to the composition of a man form, but may be otherwise invested in another compound or form. Even over a short period of time, man has not always existed and will not exist forever. For a man form to appear to be delineated, the forces within man must enter into relation with certain very special forces from the outside. 1. The classical historical formation. Classical thought may be recognized by the way in which it thinks of the infinite. In it, every reality, in a force, equals perfection, and so can be raised to infinity, the infinitely perfect, the rest being a limitation and nothing but a limitation. For example, the force to conceive can be raised to infinity, such that human understanding is merely the limitation placed on an infinite understanding. No doubt there are very different orders of infinity, but they are formed only on the basis of limitation weighing down a particular force. The force to conceive can be raised to infinity directly, while that of imagining can achieve only an infinity of an inferior or derived order. The 17th century does not ignore the distinction between the infinite and the indefinite, but it makes the indefinite the lowest degree of infinity. The question of knowing whether or not the whole range can be attributed to God depends on the separation of whatever is reality in the range from whatever is limitation. That is to say, from the order of infinity to which the range can be raised. The most typical 17th century texts therefore concern the distinction between different orders of infinity. The infinity of grandeur and the infinity of smallness in Pascal, the infinite in itself, the infinite in its cause, and the infinite between limits in Spinoza, all the infinities in Leibniz, and so on. Classical thought is certainly not serene or imperious. On the contrary, it continually loses itself in infinity, as Michel Serres says. It loses all center and territory, agonizes over its attempts to fix the place of the finite in the midst of all the infinities, and tries to establish an order within infinity. In brief, the forces within man enter into a relation with those forces that raise things to infinity. The latter are indeed forces from the outside, since man is limited and cannot himself account for this more perfect power which passes through him. Thus, the compound created from the confrontation between the forces within man on the one hand and the forces that raise to infinity on the other is not a man form, but the God form. One may object that God is not a compound, but an absolute and unfathomable unity. This is true, but the God form is a compound in the eyes of every 17th century author. It is a compound precisely of every force that can be directly raised to infinity. Sometimes understanding and will, sometimes thought and range, etc. As for other forces which can be raised only by their cause or between limits, they still belong to the God form, not in essence, but in consequence, to the point where we can derive from each one of them a proof of the existence of God, proofs that are cosmological, physico, teleological, and so on. Thus, in the classical historical formation, the forces within man enter into a new relation with forces from the outside in such a way that the compound is a God form and not at all a man form. This is the world of infinite representation. In the orders derived from it, we must find the element that is not infinite in itself, but which nonetheless can be developed to an infinite degree and consequently enters into a scene or unlimited series or a continuum that can be prolonged. This is a sign of the classical forms of science still prevalent in the 18th century. Character for living beings, root for languages, money or land for wealth. Such sciences are general, the general indicating an order of infinity. Thus, there is no biology in the 17th century, but there is a natural history that does not form a system without organizing itself in series. There is no political economy, but there is analysis of wealth, no philology or linguistics, but a general grammar. Foucault will subject this triple aspect to a detailed analysis and find it the perfect place in which to divide up statements. In accordance with this method, Foucault isolates an archaeological ground in classical thought which reveals unexpected affinities, but also breaks relations that are too predictable. This avoids making Lamarck into a precursor of Darwin. For example, for it is true that Lamarck's genius lay in injecting a historicity into living beings in several different ways. This is something still done from the viewpoint of the animal series. To save this idea of series, which is threatened by new factors, therefore, Lamarck differs from Darwin in belonging to the classical ground. What defines this ground and constitutes this great family of so-called classical statements, functionally, is this continual development towards infinity, formation of continuums, and unveiling of scenes. The continual need to unfold and explain. What is God, if not the universal explanation and supreme unveiling? The unfold appears here as a fundamental concept, or first aspect of an active thought that becomes embodied in the classical formation. This accounts for the frequency of the noun unfold in Foucault. If the clinic belongs to this formation, it is because it consists in unfolding the tissues covering two-dimensional areas and in developing in series the symptoms whose compositions are infinite. 2. The historical formation of the 19th century. Mutation consists in this: the forces within man enter into a relation with new forces from the outside, which are forces of finitude. These forces of life, labor, and language. The triple roots of finitude, which will give birth to biology, political economy, and linguistics. And no doubt, we are used to this archaeological mutation. We often locate in Kant the source of such a revolution where the constituent finitude replaces the original infinity. What could be more unintelligible for the classical age than that finitude should be constituent? Foucault nonetheless introduces a completely new element into this scheme. While we were once told only that man becomes aware of his own finitude under certain historically determinable causes, Foucault insists on the necessity of introducing two distinct phases. The force within man must begin by confronting and seizing hold of the forces of finitude as if they were forces from outside. It is outside oneself that force must come up against finitude. Then, and only then, in a second stage, does it create from this its own finitude, where its knowledge of finitude necessarily brings it to its own finitude. All this means that when the forces within man enter into a relation with forces of finitude from outside, then and only then does the set of forces compose the man form, and not the God form, incipit homo. It is here that the method for analyzing statements is shown to be a microanalysis that offers two stages where we had previously seen only one. The first moment consists in this: something breaks a series and fractures the continuums, which on the surface can no longer be developed. It is like the advent of a new dimension, an incredible depth that menaces the orders of infinite representation. With Jussieu, Vicq-Dazier, and Lamarck, the coordination and subordination of characteristics in a plant or animal, in brief, an organizing force, imposes a division of organisms which can no longer be aligned but tend to develop each on its own. Pathological anatomy accentuates this tendency by discovering an organic depth on a pathological volume. With Jones, a force of fluxion alters the order of roots. With Adam Smith, a force of work, abstract work, any work that is no longer evidence of a particular quality, alters the order of wealth. Not that organization, fluxion, and labor have been ignored by the classical age, but they played the role of limitations that did not prevent the corresponding qualities from being raised to infinity, or from being developed to infinity, if only in law. Now, on the other hand, they disengage themselves from quality and reveal instead something that cannot be qualified or represented: death in life, pain and fatigue in work, stammering or aphasia in language. Even the land will discover its essential avarice and get rid of its apparent order of infinity. Then everything is ready for the second stage, for a biology, a political economy, a linguistics. Things, living creatures, and words need only fold back on this depth as a new dimension, or fall back on these forces of finitude. There is no longer just a force of organization in life. There are also spatio-temporal programs of organization which are irreducible in themselves and on the basis of which living beings are disseminated, as in Cuvier. There is no longer simply a force of inflection in language, but various programs on the basis of which affixive or inflected languages are distributed, and where the self-sufficiency of words and letters gives way to verbal interrelations, language itself no longer being defined by what it designates or signifies, but referring back instead to collective wills. There is no longer simply a force of productive work. Instead, there are conditions of production on the basis of which work itself falls back on capital, Ricardo, before the reverse takes place, in which capital falls back on the work extorted, Marx. Everywhere, comparisons replace the general fact that was so dear to the 17th century: comparative anatomy, comparative philology, comparative economy. Everywhere, it is the fold which dominates now, to follow Foucault's terminology, and this fold is the second aspect of the active thought that becomes incarnated in 19th century development. The forces within man fall or fold back on this new dimension of in-depth finitude, which then becomes the finitude of man himself. The fold, as Foucault constantly says, is what constitutes a thickness as well as a hollow. In order to reach a better understanding of how the fold becomes a fundamental category, we need only examine the birth of biology. Everywhere we find proves Foucault's case and could equally be found in any other discipline. When Cuvier outlines four great branches, he does not define any generality larger than genre or class, but on the contrary, concentrates on fractures that prevent any continuum of species from grouping in increasingly general terms. The branches or organizing elements set in motion certain axes, orientations, or dynamisms on the basis of which the living element is folded in a particular way. This is why the work of Cuvier extends into the comparative embryology of Bayer, based on the foldings of germinal layers. And when Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire contrasts Cuvier's organizational programs with a single composition or structure, he still invokes a method of folding. We pass from the vertebrate to the cephalofoid. If we bring together the two parts of the vertebrate's spine, its head towards its feet, its frame up to its neck, and so on. If Geoffroy belongs to the same archaeological ground as Cuvier, in accordance with Foucault's method for analyzing statements, this is because both invoke the fold, one seeing it as a third dimension that brings about this move under the surface. What Cuvier, Geoffroy, and Bayer also have in common is that they resist evolutionism. But Darwin will found natural selection on the advantage which the living creature has in a given environment if it makes characteristics diverge and opens up differences. It is because they fold in different ways, the tendency to diverge, that a maximum of living creatures will be able to survive in the same place. As a result, Darwin still belongs to the same ground as Cuvier, as opposed to Lamarck, to the extent that he bases his evolutionism on the impossibility of convergence and the failure to achieve a serial continuum. If the fold and the unfold animates not only Foucault's ideas, but even his style, it is because they constitute an archaeology of thought. So we are perhaps less surprised to find that Foucault encounters Heidegger precisely in this area. It is more an encounter than an influence, to the extent that in Foucault, the fold and the unfold have an origin, a use and a destination that are very different from Heidegger's. According to Foucault, they reveal a relation between forces, where regional forces confront either forces that are raised to infinity, as in the unfold, in such a way as to constitute a God form, or forces of finitude, the fold, in such a way as to constitute a man form. It is a Nietzschean rather than Heideggerian history, a history devoted to Nietzsche, or to life. Quote, "There is being only because there is life. The experience of life is thus posited as the most general law of beings. But this ontology discloses not so much what gives beings their foundation as what bears them for an instant towards a precarious form." End quotes. 3. Towards a formation of the future. It is obvious that any form is precarious, since it depends on relations between forces and their mutations. We distort Nietzsche when we make him into the thinker who wrote about the death of God. It is Feuerbach who is the last thinker of the death of God. He shows that since God has never been anything but the unfold of man, man must fold and refold God. But for Nietzsche, this is an old story, and as old stories tend to multiply their variants, Nietzsche multiplies their versions of the death of God, all of them comic or humorous, as though they were variations on a given fact. But what interests him is the death of man. So long as God exists, that is, so long as the God form functions, then man does not yet exist. But when the man form appears, it does so only by already incorporating the death of man in at least 3 ways. First, where can man find the guarantee of identity in the absence of God? Secondly, The man form has itself been constituted only within the folds of finitude. It places death within man, and has done so, as you have seen, less in the manner of Heidegger than in the manner of Kant, who conceived of death in terms of a violent death. Lastly, the forces of finitude themselves mean that man exists only through the dissemination of the various methods for organizing life, such as the dispersion of languages or the divergence in modes of production, which imply that the only critique of knowledge is an ontology of the annihilation of beings, not only paleontology, but also ethnology. What does Foucault mean when he says there is no point in crying over the death of man? In fact, has this form been a good one? Has it helped to enrich or even preserve the forces within man, those of living, speaking, or working? Has it saved living men from a violent death? The question that continually returns is therefore the following. If the forces within man compose a form only by entering into relation with forms from the outside, with what new forms do they now risk entering into a relation, and what new form will emerge that is neither God nor man? This is a correct place for the problem which Nietzsche called the Superman. It is a problem where we have to content ourselves with very tentative indications if we are not to descend to the level of cartoons. Foucault, like Nietzsche, can only sketch in something embryonic and not yet functional. Nietzsche said that man imprisoned life, but the overman is what frees life within man himself to the benefit of another form, and so on. Foucault proffers a very peculiar piece of information. If it is true that 19th century humanist linguistics was based on the dissemination of languages as the condition for a demotion of language as an object, one repercussion was nonetheless that literature took on a completely different function that consisted, on the contrary, in regrouping language and emphasizing a being of language beyond whatever it designates and signifies, beyond even the sounds. The peculiar thing is that Foucault, in his acute analysis of modern literature, here gives language a privilege which he refuses to grant to life or labor. He believes that life and labor, despite a dispersion concomitant with that of language, did not lose the regrouping of their being. It seems to us, though, that when dispersed labor and life were each able to unify themselves only by somehow breaking free from economics or biology, just as language managed to regroup itself only when literature broke free from linguistics. Biology had to take a leap into molecular biology, or dispersed life regroup in the genetic code. Dispersed work had to regroup in third-generation machines, cybernetics, and information technology. What would be the forces in play with which the forces within man would then enter into relation? It would no longer involve racing to infinity or finitude, but in unlimited finity, thereby evoking every situation of force in which a finite number of components yields a practically unlimited diversity of combinations. It would be neither the fold nor the unfold that would constitute the active mechanism, but something like the superfold, as borne out by the foldings proper to the chains of the genetic code and the potential of silicon in third-generation machines, as well as by the contours of a sentence in modern literature, when literature merely turns back on itself in an endless reflexivity. The modern literature uncovers a strange language within language, and through an unlimited number of superimposed grammatical constructions, tends towards any atypical form of expression that marks the end of language as such. Here we may cite such examples as Mallarmé's book, Pigoy's repetitions, Artois' breaths, the agrammaticality of Cummings, Burroughs and his cut-ups and fold-ins, as well as Roussel's proliferations, Brisset's derivations, data, collage, and so on. And is this unlimited finity or superfold not what Nietzsche had already designated with a name of eternal return? The forces within man enter into relation with forces from the outside, those of silicon, which supersedes carbon, or genetic components, which supersede the organism, or agrammaticalities, which supersede the signifier. In each case, we must study the operations of the superfold, of which the double helix is the best known example. What is the Superman? It is the formal compounds of the forces within man and these new forces. It is the form that results from a new relation between forces. Man tends to free life, labor, and language within himself. The Superman, in accordance with Rimbaud's formula, is a man who is even in charge of the animals. A code that can capture fragments from other codes, as in the new schemata of lateral or retrograde. It is man in charge of the very rocks, or inorganic matter, the domain of silicon. It is man in charge of the being of language, that formless, mute, unsignified region where language can find its freedom, even from whatever it has to say. As Foucault would say, the Superman is much less than the disappearance of living men, and much more than a change of concepts. It is the advent of a new form that is neither God nor man, and which it is hoped will not prove worse than its two previous forms.